right. I think we are into it. Are we? They're loading. We are. How splendid! A game of Dota in front of us, the first of the day for Social Sunday with firstblood.io. I'm Sky, joined here today with Mr. Dogie Sandwich.
Hello.
And we've got a fun night ahead, a day, everything of Dota ahead of us here. So I don't know much about the context of how these team names were chosen today, but it looks like we've got Call Me 21247979990 versus Not Sorry. Okay.
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that these were just the in-game names were left over from the actual captains, because what they have listed on everything for First Blood is just a simple Team A, Team B, Team C, Team D, and this is actually Team D, which I think is on the Radiant side, going against Team A.
So Team D is Not Sorry?
If I understand this correctly, yes.
Okay. Because I think Thorne said that whatever names that they chose for these is the ones that they're just going to kind of go with.
10 seconds remaining.
So, all right, we've got Team D, which is Not Sorry. That's going to be on the Radiant. And then we've got Team Call Me, I guess we're going to go with. I'm not reading out that number. That's silly.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
So we've got Team Call Me that are going to be on the Dire. And you said, are they Team C?
Team D, which is Not Sorry, and Team A. Like, Team C was supposed to play, but they are missing somebody right after the draft.
Oh, figures.
So they were like, all right, we're going to have some stunt doubles in Team A.
That figures. Well, okay. But, hey, we're going to have some Dota now, though, instead of Dota later.
5 seconds remaining.
You kind of cut off on me there.
Oh, I said, well, at least we've got some Dota now instead of Dota later, you know?
Oh,
so,
that is true.
So we got that.
And then the Dota we have now, oh boy. All right, Team A just picking up a Shadow Demon Luna. Even in 7.02, even with a slight nerf to Shadow Demon and a slight nerf to Luna, it's still really good. And that's going to be going against Team D's first pick, Vengeful Spirit, which is a hero that's been seen quite often in the 7.0 meta, 7.0, whichever number you want to pick. Part of physical or a minus armor heavy draft, usually played as a support, sometimes played as a core. So a very versatile hero in the meta of money, as I like to call it.
So look at these bans that we've had right now. The Dire have purposely banned out the Feed is Real's top two heroes, being Clockwork and Earth Spirit, which, you know, over 1,000 games on Clock and I think close to 400 on Earth Spirit. So they've done a pretty big jab into Not Sorry's off laner. And I didn't think that they would put so much focus on him, but, you know, through the previous tournaments that I've seen him play, his Clockwork is certainly a force to be reckoned with.
Oh yeah, Clockwork's the kind of hero that would thrive in a scenario like this, where although it is somewhat organized play, it's still effectively like just pugs for the most part, which are pickup games. So Clockwork is a hero that can really fiend on unorganized play, can really fiend on scrambles and chaos, and that's just something that you really have to consider if the opponent has a really strong Clockwork player, as you said. And then Earth Spirit's just good. There's no sugarcoating that. That dude is still good.
I don't think there's anything that they can really do to just take him out from being good, aside from just taking him out.
Yeah.
They've already reworked his spells so many different times and configurations. I don't know. They just jerk him around a bit.
He has the Meepo effect, right? I think of him as a Meepo, whereas he's not like super powerful in the hands of just any Joe. But if you have somebody who's a proficient Earth Spirit player, then the opponent has really no choice but to respect it and ban it. It's just he's too good. He's too good. But with that being said, there was also a Lone Druid and a Terrorblade ban. And there was also a Drow, which Drow Venge is a pretty strong dynamic duo, and an Ogre. And on top of all that, Call Me decides that they're going to call on your homie, the Dazzle.
You know,
Kind of
I love me some Dazzle, and I think he's a good pick for them to have if they're going up against a Vengeful Spirit, because Venge is going to be looking for those solo targets, and Dazzle may hopefully be able to, you know, save that really key player for getting knocked out. But Not Sorry doesn't want anything to do with a Dazzle, and they chose one of the strongest counters to him, I would say, being the Axe.
Well, like I wanted to back up for a second and say that the Dazzle pick actually means so much at that point. And it still means a whole lot now because even though Not Sorry took the quote unquote counter to Axe, the counter to Dazzle, Axe counters one aspect of Dazzle, which is Shallow Grave, which would be very important to Luna whenever, if and when Luna's in any kind of danger, which you will be now that you have Swap, now that you have a long range Fissure, and now that you have Blink Call. But what Dazzle still brings to the table is armor against Howl, which is against minus armor. And with the Sand King, it sets up a heal bomb with Shadow Demon and Dazzle, making a disruption for more illusion targets. And then something else that's just going to dive on top of a target, which is a Sand King, for another target for Shadow Wave. So that means so much when you also consider that Dazzle could have simply been picked up by Not Sorry for more minus armor with his weave.
Reserve time.
You know, I think Weave is probably one of the scariest spells that people don't pay attention to enough in the game, because it's kind of like a set it and forget it, so to speak. Now, granted, sometimes it can force a disengagement, but I think more often than not, you're going to see it be this thing that just kind of creeps up on players and then ends up being their demise.
Oh, yeah. Especially now, and it's been like this for probably a good year and a half, 2 years, that you can't use weave just for vision. So if you're going to weave, you're weaving something that you see, and it's either beefing your team up or making their team not so good.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one. And Not Sorry has actually opted for a really fun composition here. So something fun with the Axe Medusa synergy is Axe can do a Berserker's Call, then run towards Medusa using the Stone Gaze, and effectively force them all to look at her. And that's something that people kind of forget about, that you can use Axe to set up the gaze, and then you're going to be able to deal a ridiculous amount of physical damage across the whole team. Now, what do you think about this offlane Sand King? Because that's where I think he's going to be sitting.
He has to be. He'll be okay. Like, he can't get a whole lot in the lane, assuming that he's going to be sitting across the Venge, unless they make the one-on-one matchup against the Axe. Oh, like,
Meepo.
Let's stop. What did I say? If you got somebody that can play Earth Spirit or Meepo, you kind of have to ban them, especially in the meta now. And they Call Me did their homework against Not Sorry. I don't think Not Sorry checked all of the corners to find a Meepo player, because we got one here.
Oh boy.
And it looks okay. I mean, there's a lot of AoE stun coming out of Earthshaker. There's AoE control coming out of the Axe. You have single target pick off with Venge. So it's not like the freest Meepo game in the world, but here we go with the Meepo.
Yeah,
he's still
right.
there.
All right, well, I guess before too much ado, let's get a rollout of these teams here. I'll start us off with the Radiant. We've got Kendall Crotch on the Medusa, Fortress on the Axe, followed up by Bliat Many, other words, Vengeful Spirit. The Feed is Real on Earthshaker, and it's going to be Insanity on the Outworld Devourer.
All right, well, since I got the dire side, that means you get to talk about that boy Snice over there playing Sand King. Kathis, that's all I'm going for. Kathis playing Meepo. Blake Belladonna on the Luna. Siren on the Dazzle. And Yogarty, or is it Yogarty? I think it's Yogarty, right?
Yogarty sounds right.
Yogarty on the Shadow Demon.
So as this game is panning out here, what do you think are going to be some of the lanes that we're going to have more focus in? Because, I mean, we're taking a look at this top lane, and I'm going to think that an Axe Venge dueling into Shadow Demon, Dazzle, and Luna is going to be a little scary depending on how these these heals come out from Dazzle and the like. Because in the laning phase, Dazzle does really well against Axe until level 6 strikes.
Yeah, if they actually run a solo Axe or even a dual lane against that, they're going to be really hard-pressed to get anything accomplished. They're not really going to be able to contest Luna's farm unless somebody steps out too far. And Avenge is not going to really do anything against this. Like, she's going to give a little bit of damage to Axe eventually, but what does he care about that? Like, he doesn't really right-click the creeps down. He gets some aggro and hopes he can spin them. So, yeah, I don't foresee this top lane going too well for Not Sorry. As you can already see, Yogurty making some illusions and getting a couple spins of his own on the Fortress.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. I love that you're able to do that, just kind of throw those illusions back in your face. And later on, when that higher level counter Helix is there, you'll definitely see it pan out to being a terror for the enemy team. But right now, just a little bit of harassment out on Yogurty, and there's not much going on here. But mid lane, it's going to be Insanity versus Chasers on the Meepo. And, well, I don't want to say that Chasers basically always plays Meepo if he can, but we've definitely seen him play a ton of Meepo in these in-house events. So, not to be mistaken, but shit. The first blood happens in the top lane. And Vengeful Spirit. Yeah, Vengeful Spirit's going to go down too. And now Fortress trying to do a little bit more return damage. And Siren thinking he might be the one to do it, but just a Lucent Beam coming out from Luna. And Fortress is just going to have to back up at this point. So what sort of timing do you think we're looking at for the Dire to really take that W? Is there a time frame? Because they've got Meepo and Luna?
I would go as far as to say is before Medusa gets all of her items, but I don't really think that matters too much because Meepo will have such a firm grasp on the game until she gets there, assuming things go well. And then when Medusa finally gets her 6 items online, they still have to
Siren stunned out, Battle Hunger on him. Blat trying to do a little bit more damage. The Battle Hunger not going to be enough to finish him off. Scream just a little bit off the mark in terms of being the finishing strike. And looks like this ward is going to get countered right now, especially since this creep wave is getting pushed out with him. And down goes that vision for the Radiant. Fortress is really trying in on this with Got, and I don't know if they're going to be able to take out Siren. The Battle Hunger is there. A couple more hits, just one more on Fortress to be enough to take him down, and that's a 1-for-1 exchange for them. I think that's in the Dire's favor. Because Blake Belladonna lives.
Easily.
Yeah,
you have support Dazzle trading off with an Axe, the farming Axe or the core Axe in the lane. That's easily in Dire's favor any day of the week. But catching up on some other things we haven't talked about, you've got this mid lane where it was said to be a one-on-one. It's been a one-on-two, but it's been a unfruitful one-on-two as Feed has been sitting there, Feed has been sitting there for a while. You see him in the bottom lane now, actually trying to back Snice up, but Feed is set in the middle lane behind Insanity, but hasn't really been able to find an opening to go on this Meepo. There's been some opportunities, but they didn't really want to risk it. So now you have a Meepo that has a pretty decent level advantage, more than he really should on an OD. And then the bottom lane is going about what you expect for Medusa against a melee, albeit still a Sand King who can farm pretty well if he's not being zoned off of the lane. But what is he really going to do to pressure Medusa? He's just going to, at most, push the creep wave closer to her tower, closer to her safety.
The way that I look at this Sand King in the bottom lane is he's going to be able to...
What you should look at is the top lane, though.
God dang it.
My bad. That's all me for talking for like 5 years. I just thought of Yogurty throwing out a disruption, trying to save his life, but it wasn't enough to stop the spin to win. Oops.
Mr. Sandwich, bringing it out. It's okay. But
Hey,
the
you're
way-
the cameraman. That's on you.
hey, you know, I'm just trying to pay attention to everything and yet nothing at the same time, apparently. But we'll be okay with it. And the way that I look at it, it'll make us all better in the end, you know?
Well, since we're up here talking about the top lane, one thing to point out is even with the kill and Fortress walking its Siren, Fortress has a CS lead and a net worth lead over Blake, which I still find kind of interesting, seeing as Blake has 2 supports down here that should theoretically be able to help him zone very well, kind of like what's happening now.
Well,
Blake-
Siren's way too defensive. It's a dazzle, and Shadow Demon also relatively defensive. But Yager throwing out the disruption on Blatt. Oh, what the heal bomb! It's absolutely incredible. And now Chasers is here to continue the pursuit on Fortress, and a couple poofs in, he'll drop. And that was that heal bomb I was talking about earlier with the Shadow Demon and the dazzle, and we saw it, and it's terrifying. That was like instant death.
Let's talk about something else that kind of should dawn on you right now. This is a Meepo with 6-minute bots. That went from a 3-on-2 to a 4-on-2 before somebody blinked.
Well, it looks like Chasers has a little bit different play on this game, and it's going to be just kind of staring on the face with a split push and Meepo.
That's one thing you can do with early bots, or just like he showcased, the strength in numbers. Take that quite literally, pun intended, as you can turn any situation very quickly from like a 1-on-1 to a 1-on-3 or 1-on whatever.
Stun on Luna in the top lane. Battle Hunger is there as well. One more hit. He's going to fall, and death to the Battle Hunger. Siren with the poison touch on him. You can throw out a heal. That'll be tons of damage. And we do see it fall, but Feed is Real is up here to help out if they need it, and we're not going to really see anything there in terms of continued engagement. Feed is Real does want something. I think if they get a fissure block, Fortress could look to just continue on in here, cut the wave, and take them out. Up, and there it is. There's the fissure block on Yagerty. Battle Hunger as well. The Scream with the heal, I think they'll be okay. And yeah, Fortress goes down to the Blake Belladonna in her huge ultimate. But elsewhere, Bliat, one more strike. What? Down he goes, Blake Belladonna. Siren doing a really nice bait on Yagerty's life.
Yeah, I was thinking that Bliat really wanted to turn around and get one final stun out. That was quite, I don't want to just flat out say greedy play, because it could have happened, but it would have been much safer and maybe more fruitful to try to go for the 9, the Sirens down here. Probably would have took a while, may not have happened, but would have been a little more guaranteed, you know? Everything's in the past. It's done, it's done.
So getting a little bit of stats, and, you know, if we had a dedicated stats man, this would be something that would pop up on the screen right now, but the Meepo Man Chasers is actually in the top 100 Meepos, according to Dota Buff.
Huh.
So surprising that they didn't get him banned, knowing that that was happening. So just food for thought for
Everybody
future
gets
games,
one,
I guess. Yeah, whatever.
Dyer's middle tower.
If it's not Meepo, it's gonna be something else, though. You know.
But it wouldn't be Meepo, and Meepo is, again, one of those things that's just a huge problem if you don't have organized play around it. And they had no clue it was coming. The perfect last pick.
Yeah, it was pretty delicious. They may have just forgotten that that was a thing that they needed to worry about. However, with Axe and Medusa already and an Earth Shaker, do you really think that they weren't already considering it or playing against it in some capacity?
Not directly. It might have just like fallen into their lap that they have decent heroes against the Meepo, but we'll see how that pans out in the future.
Yeah. So earlier on, there was a little bit of an engagement from the Medusa and Snice, and Kendall was doing a really good job at zoning out and pressuring Snice. However, we're going up against a Meepo here with Medusa. Medusa isn't really going to be as apt to want to fight against a Meepo so soon in. Kind of needs a few items, you know? And Dragonlance will be coming out for her relatively shortly. But
It's not going to beat the Meepo Dragonlance. Not
No
the first
way.
one, at least. Maybe
No
the
way.
second one.
Got to get that double Meepo Dragonlance, because yeah, is that the right answer?
For the most part, it's just good stats. Chase is this Meepo, right?
Yeah.
Trying to put some stats. I won't go as far as to say as many stats as he can on the Meepo, because if he wanted as many stats, he would have gone for the treads, which is something that's been pointed out in some recent pro games, that the way treads works on Meepo is very interesting. It gives the clone double the stats.
Interesting.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With the +9, yeah, I guess I could see that.
It works because, yeah, you get the bonus stats from your Meepo having the treads, and then your secondary Meepos still have treads, so they get the stats again.
All right, so we've got a smoke up as 3 in the top lane. Fortress feed is real and got all there, but smoke broken immediately, and we have the nice fissure block off on the side. However, not precise enough. Able to go into the tree line, and we'll be able to run out from there. Belladonna already has the Helmet-dominated creep, so whether that's going to be for stacking in the jungle or just use as something else that they can pressure the lane with, to be determined. However,
Yo, look at this bottom lane. Yo, Snice? He almost found the opening if it wasn't for Insanity with the quick save.
Oh, he did get it on Kendall. Down he goes. Snice will be the next one to die, though. That was definitely a little bit of splash worth for you. And we've got so many Dragonlances in this game. We got one on OD. We got the one on Medusa. And then we've got 2 on Meepo. Well, he could buy the second one anytime he wants to. And I'm sure that's going to be coming out from Luna right after these treads also. Jesus, this Hellbear Smasher being so annoying in the lane.
What you know about that boy Big Red?
Hey, I know that he's got +15 attack speed aura, and I know he's got this fun AoE splash that does 150 damage.
You know what else he has? I think it's a 125 gold bounty now, if I remember correctly.
This is correct. All dominated creeps bounties are changed to like 125 or so, which
Somewhere
sounds
around
about
there.
right, yeah.
125, 130, something to make Helm of the Dominator a little more fair, since it was quite easily the most interesting item of 7.0.
Yeah, that rework on it certainly made some pretty substantial changes for how picked up and played, although I don't think them removing all the stats really took out too much. Just made it as effective, or less effective stat-wise, than a Helmet Dominator. Excuse me, Veil of Discord. Because Veil of Discord they didn't really want to play with, and they didn't want the stats on the Helmet Dom to be as large as it.
Yeah, especially since it gives you AoE regen, AoE attack speed, and you get to be Enchantress.
True that.
Radiant's
While there's a
top
nice
tower is
congregation
under
in the
attack.
bottom lane over this tower, Meepo still trying to get as much farm as he can. Top lane, Belladonna's over here trying to trade, trying to take a free trade.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Doesn't have too much to worry about. His fortress took first item Vanguard on the axe. So it's going to be a little bit longer until we see some blink calls coming out.
Well, bottom tower goes down. Dire not able to get the denial on that, but now Snice actually is in a really bad position, and the Radiant isn't capitalizing on it. They're all rotating off across the map, partially in part to Fortress in the top lane on this Belladonna, because Feed is real, getting a great fissure off, and the Echo as well, and a couple more slaps down, and they will probably be able to get him here, but Blake still continuing to be persistent, trying to fight it down to the bitter end, and Feed Israel is able to take it.
Dire's middle tower is
In the
under
bottom
attack.
lane, though, they did smoke up. They're looking for a return. On
Yeah.
the Medusa, they get... Oh, okay, they get set up.
Yeah, they did, but she got the gaze, and that gaze not as effective as they'd hope. They will probably be able to dive deep into the tower if they want to. They should know the Radiant isn't ready to rotate just yet from the fights that happened in the top lane. However, we do have the Vengeful Spirit and Insanity on the OD
Yeah,
looking at bottom.
Unless somebody took a quick look at the Medusa's mana, I don't really think that they'd expect her to stay there, because they know she's been in the bottom lane the entire game. Like, what else could she have been doing? And even though she threw a Stone Gaze and they burned some of her mana, they probably assume she still has a TP. She didn't, or she didn't have the mana for it. But again, unless you just happen to click after the Stone Gaze, you wouldn't have known that.
All right, OD just finished his Hurricane Pike, and Blink is the next thing he's just thrown on the quick bar. That is going to be a pretty big deal, especially considering that they need to do something to try to halt this Meepo's progression as much as possible. And OD sitting at 7,600 right behind a Meepo at 9,200 is not that far away.
Yo, check out the bottom lane. Check out Snice.
Oh, I
He
see
may or
Snice.
may not have made a bad decision right here.
He has a Blink Dagger. He can just blink on out.
Literally just bought a Blink Dagger, but he was sitting in the lane so long, and Bliat and Insanity just decided to, give him a second chance at light. But in the top lane, though, actually, let's talk about the Roshan. We kind of forgot about that. But the top lane, though.
Uh-oh, top lane, though. We've got nothing happening that's good for them. Kendall up here with the Gaze thrown into a disruption, and that won't be as effective as they hope. Okay, this is CPV jumping in. Chaser's going to be able to take him down, and now Yagerty getting hit with that ultimate. No, and he's not really going to do anything. Weave going down on everybody. Nice channeling the ultimate, and now Insanity. Oh my god, so much damage. Fortress getting so many spins, a dunk off in the back end. And okay, this is CPV going in with the net, and down goes that. Triple kill for Chasers.
Top tower has fallen.
Oh, man.
And now we got some Luna push.
A good old Shadow Demon Luna on top of the Meepos coming out. Have a gang of about 14 people from the Dire Squad in this top lane just pushing towers. And, honestly, that was only about, maybe a 3-for-1 trade starting out. But people started getting Saber Friend syndrome. And that's where you have people just piling back in or trickling back in, I guess, to try to make one last effort to get somebody out and just turn into a full team wipe going in the way of Call Me.
So Meepo already has a second Dragon Lance and a Blink Dagger, and we're going to be looking at that Aghanims in a really short time frame, since we're only about 1,600 away, 1,800, but regardless, Chasers finding Insanity out of position with his Astral already down, trying to use the Hurricane Pike to get out of it, but it isn't going to be effective enough. And Axe rotating in the bottom lane too. Is Fortress going to try and go in on him? Yeah, he is. There's the Blink call on 4. Underneath the tower, Mental Spirit rotating in, and all the poops, and down he goes. Double kill, and he needs to cancel that TP. No, he didn't. Bliat, already rotated in. We're going to have a net online in just a couple seconds, and although the Dazzle is here to heal him up, he's going to go down anyway. Oh,
You ever
boy.
see those old kung fu flicks where you got the good guys sitting there fighting all the bad guys that come in one at a time, and he's just bodying everybody left and right? That's pretty much what just happened right here at that tier 1 tower. One by one, Chase just took on any adversary that came in his face, floored them all. Free.
And there's our Aghanims. No big deal. Sub 18 minutes. We've got Blink, Boots of Travel, Double Echo, or Double Dragon Lance, and Aghanims. Jeez, this
Double
is
Dragon. Billy
yeah.
and
He
Jimmy.
has the Double Dragon. Yeah.
Billy and Jimmy. That one over your head?
What?
Billy and Jimmy? Double Dragon?
Double. Oh no, I got that. Shit, it was a little quiet.
But along with Chase and his Double Dragons and all his other goodies, you've got Snice over here diving in the middle lane, who has his Blink Dagger. He actually, does he have the Force? He does have the Force Staff. He just needs to...
Bottom lane, feed is real, finding Chasers out of position. Echo goes off on everybody. Kendall here with the Gaze too. They take down the Aegis. Lots of ultimates used at this point. They do have Swap and the dunk from the Axe, but that was a sacrificial lamb at that point. And we don't get a dunk off. Chasers, one more hit. Down he goes. Fortress barely alive. That was a lot for the Meepo. However, they needed that. 1,000 gold going to the OD, and Meepo down for 70 seconds.
Chase was literally down here being a one-man army, 1v5ing. It took 10 Meepos to take out both the supports, but it happened.
Snice channeling up, and down he goes into Insanity, and there's not going to be much he can do for that. He's trying to phase him out with the Astral Imprisonment. Are they going to have any follow-up from Yagerty? Yeah, we do have the Demonic Purge, and a couple more hits, and we'll see that damage come out, and he will die. Snice actually securing that in the end, and whoa, Mystic Snake bounce on Siren just doing a ton of damage.
It's really sad that they won't be able to get a return. Fortress was looking to blink in, but he's walked next to the tier 1 tower just as Blake came and hit it. And so Fortress quite easily caught a Moonglaive to the face, canceled his blink, and then it just turned into a 1-0 advantage for Dire. Just clean pick off. Got the tower as well, and got out of dodge.
So net worth after those couple last fights is looking really heavy in the Dire's favor. 11K net worth roughly, and experience as well, definitely in that direction. Now, a lot of this does pan out to being such a huge net worth investment just in on Chasers. So if the Radiant's able to take him out of these fights, we could see the Dire team getting crippled pretty quickly. Granted, it's not like the Radiant supports are looking in a better situation at all with their counterparts having almost double them respectively.
And even if they take away the 14K net worth of Chaser, they still have to deal with Snice, who just picked up an Aetherlin.
Oh no, Chaser found the Daz. Oh no, Bliat. He found the Bliat. I was just getting mixed up on the purples, and actually Daz is on his team, so maybe I'm just getting all sorts of confused.
Yeah. It'd be like that, man.
It's the fight of the purples, man. What do I know?
I don't really think this is much of a fight at this point in time. It's more like
a massacre. Massacre, okay?
One-sided ass-kicking, to put it lightly. I know that's kind of rude, but it's not like Chase is the nicest person over here on the Meepo.
Yeah, he's kind of being mean, and you see what's on his quick buy? He's going for Scotty next. Or excuse me, why am I getting everything mixed up today? Sheep. Scythe?
Vice.
Why are all of the words wrong?
Top tower.
I don't understand it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sky Gaming.
Hey.
But you want to know who's getting a Scotty or working on a Scotty quite slowly? Our Medusa up here.
Yeah.
Our Medusa, who is a second net worth on her team, but is paling in comparison to her laning adversary as she's somehow under the Sand King. That's the highlight of this game right here.
You see how crazy the Sand King's at, right? Force Blink, Aether Lens just picked up. Almost gonna have that Boots of Travel too. So just 1,200 away from that guy.
And think of having a Sand King going pretty much anywhere that the Meepo goes. It's gonna make nothing safe on the map.
Oh boy.
And it's to the point of where if you look down on the bottom lane, the entire Not Sorry squad, I can't say the entire, but 4 of the 5 Not Sorry squad is huddled together around their tier 2 tower, only leaving the Medusa to farm by herself. I don't know if I can really advise that, because even though they still have structures around to get to her, with the way this game's been going, I highly doubt they can get to her in time if she gets found by a Meepo.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at how the Radiant are approaching this game, their vision is all very safe around right here, and Dire has a little bit of deliciousness right there, as does the Radiant. But that's not really going to be enough for either team to really have a strong idea of what's going on, but Meepo is actually invisible.
Well, with the way the game's been going, Dire have a lot more information because they constantly see the Radiant huddled S5, which is why you have Snice farming by himself, which is why Blake is farming by himself, which is why Chaser's just running around by himself, because they know if you find one, you're going to find 5. Fortress thought he found Chase, he thought wrong.
Yeah,
Or
Blink.
a little slow on the trigger, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, Blink is pretty effective.
But yeah, even without the vision, with the way the game's panned out in the first 24 minutes, the Dire they can just take a really good guess that they're not going to find anybody by themselves unless they're just crazy and want to take a free trip back to their well. What's up?
Well, I'm looking at Chasers, and he's not that far away from his scythe. He only needs, what, another grand?
I mean, he's been slapping creeps for like 3 or 4 minutes, man. That's what happens when Meepos go to town, clodding the gang, making the bucks.
And now he's got a haste rune, and he's looking at the bottom lane. And I think he's going to be able to find something delicious here. Nope, just the haste, I guess? Yeah, okay, well. Sometimes, yeah, that happens.
He's hoping to find somebody maybe at the Ancients, maybe at the small camp.
Oh, they smoked up his 5.
Ooh.
And Chasers does still have haste on his front Meepo, and oh, they're already pooping forward. Oh, Fissure connects on 5. We have a safe weave dropped. Two Meepos in the front lane, and Snice channeling the ultimate, and in he comes on a Fortress. Fortress getting 4 staff back, hopefully to safely pop in that blade mail just a little bit late. Yagerty coming in. Fortress getting purged out. Now Kendall using the gaze to just try and force a disengagement here, and I think that was a little bit in error, because now the Dire are just going to be able to march on in. They don't have anything to really not make this fight happen. They had gaze, and...
While that is true, at least they got out with their lives, because yeah, starting that off, Chase actually missed his blink, and he gave no sorry. Well, hold on.
Oh no, Meepo coming in from downtown Fortress, following up with the Echo as well from Feed Israel. Ultimate from Insanity, not killing anybody but Snice, and now Blake Belladonna dropping Fortress Insanity, taking out the Chasers, and Yagerty, with the assistance of Blake, able to take down Venge. Does Yagerty still want a little bit more? I'm not sure, but Insanity might want him. He gets phased out with that Astral Imprisonment, and Siren needs to be on the retreat, and Yagerty might go down. He tries to force staff himself away, and are we going to have the follow-up? Yes, we will. Feed is real, dropping the stun. Insanity be able to poke him down with that last hit.
I'm glad Feed actually helped get the kill on Yagerty right there, because he had the setup to pin the Luna and somebody else. I think it was the Dazzle over on the right side of the tier 1 tower. He had the right idea. He had the right angle. He was just a little too slow on the draw, threw the fissure out, and actually blocked his team from getting to them. But with picking up Yagerty at the end, he allows the Not Sorry squad to get over into the roast pit. Hopefully clean this up.
Snice is invisible. Insanity. Oh god, you're so low. He got stunned by the Earthshaker without even knowing it. He's just really looking for the good opportunity here. There's the stun on Insanity. We've got the Lucent Beam coming in from Blake Belladonna. Buyback on the Meepo. They want to try and take this now. Chasers, he's coming in. Poofing from downtown. Blinking onto him. Bliat's going to fall. We've got the gaze from Kendall, and I think we won't have anyone turning to stone today. They don't want to look at the spooky snake lady. They're just going to finish off that Roshan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a prime example of why you always put a sentry ward in front of the roast pit. Even if they don't have invis heroes, they technically do with the Sand King, but even if they don't have invis heroes, you just want to make sure something like that doesn't happen, or your Medusa getting disrupted.
Oh, good force from him on the Hurricane Pike. Oh, Chaser's catching Medusa on the other end! And down she goes. Nice, one more poke. Chase is able to take it out. Are they going to try and backdoor this tower? Do they have the damage for this? Oh, they do. I mean, they got the creeps there now anyway, but they had the damage to backdoor that. That's always upsetting to see.
Yeah, quite literally flexing on the tier 2 tower. Looks like Chase is going to lead his squad to take another tier 2, the mid tier 2, with the Luna Brigade.
The Luna Brigade, with the Manta too. So we got 4 of them illusions. You know, 5 Lunas just hitting everything. No big deal, guys.
Like 5 Lunas, 5 Meepos. Like a small battalion of expendable people.
Good things come in 5s.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Down goes the last Radiant Tier 2 tower. Oh, what is Chasers doing?
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Chasers, what are you doing?
Like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure he's about to try to flex on somebody.
Yeah, I think he might. He's got an Aegis. He might be looking to try and pull out as much greed as he can right here. Maybe he's just looking for the opportunity in the mid lane to start the fight and then to backdoor the bottom tower. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. They're in the mid lane, they're in the bottom, and Chasers taking down over half the HP on that bottom tower prior to Fortress coming in here with the Berserker's Call. And there goes the Aegis. Snice will fall too with a dunk from Fortress. Are they going to be able to fall back in on Chasers again? I'm not sure. We'll have a blink forward in a couple seconds from Insanity. He was phased out one of the Meepos. Fetus will be nearby, throw out a stun, and BKB with Chasers. Oh! Not going to be able to get that kill. They need to continue to pay attention to the mid lane because they've got this Luna that's just taking it all down.
Oh, that was a good catch to start things off from Fortress. And another one coming out of the feed, getting 2 so far. No, okay, they got Blake. I'm pretty sure they got Blake.
Oh boy, Insanity. Down they goes. And oh no, is Chasers in far too late? Fortress is trying to do something here with that Blade Mill, and in comes all of the poofs. Down goes Insanity. We've got the Gaze there. Kendall not getting it out on everybody, but Chasers probably will go down in the end. One more Meepo there, extremely low. Echo to secure it. 100 seconds down on the Meepo. 1,000 gold going to the Feed is Real. And they got to be able to take an objective now. They have to. They're in a great position with Meepo being down for so long. They can force out a buyback on the Luna perhaps, and I mean, this is the sort of things that they need because they're 16, 17k net worth in the deficit. All of these fights matter.
Dire structures are
Yeah, sadly, with that glyph coming out, they're not going to be able to get too much, and they're not going to get anything horribly important. Sure, they'll probably get this tier 2, but at most they'll get like maybe some chip damage on the tier 3. And with one of the new changes, even though there's still tier 2 towers, since they can't take the tier 3, they can't take out the shrines and get any more map control. So a little bit more gold going to Not Sorry, but they're going to need a few more fights like that or better than that to bring themselves back into this game because it's still not looking good. They struggled so much just to defend their bottom lane against one solitary Meepo, well, I guess 5 Meepos if you will. They lost their mid-tier 3 in the process. So one thing they really have to consider is now they have to keep a constant watch out of their shrines because they're going to lose them at some point in time. And they're going to find themselves with little to no room to play with in about 4 or 5 minutes time.
Well, looking positively on it, Medusa did just finish up the Skade, working towards the BKB.
The Skade?
The Skade! OD
Right.
looking like he's going for a Shivas. And that'll be really good against all the illusions and just the total amount of heroes that he's going up against, because it's not 5.
Yeah, whoever said Dota was a 5-on-5 game is a liar.
Yeah. But, you know, going back to what you were saying earlier with that tier 3 dropping in the mid, you know, there is no safety net anymore for those shrines. And if the Radiant lose their shrine by the Roshan pit, I don't think they're going to be able to contest any more Roshes this game. I think they need to defend this.
I like how you said if like it's a thing. Yeah, it's going down. They weren't in position for it. I don't think they're defending it. It is one of those things to where if it's not on your mind and you're not already positioned around it, how do you actually approach a Meepo who's already there and a Luna who's just waiting in the wings behind the Sand King? Like, you don't.
So is this next fight gonna be the first fight with Meepo having the sheepstick completed?
No.
Okay.
He has sheeped somebody somewhere. I can't remember. It's probably not
Dazzle,
Siren. That dude just
he's
got
down.
X'd off the map. But yeah, if I recall correctly, Meepo has sheeped somebody, and if we haven't seen it before, we're probably gonna see it right now because Chase is lurking behind the Medusa, trying to find some kind of pick off, going rogue again. Probably looking for another 1-on-5 mission.
Well, he has that Invis rune on him, so that's going to be really helpful. You know, this is really weird, the way that they're posturing right now. They're really hoping for some sort of mistake to come out of the Dire, and the Dire can realistically just farm the whole map if they want to.
That's been the story for about the past 10 minutes or so. Woe is me, I've been picked off, let me huddle behind somebody, let me hold hands with my friends, which you really have to because you're going to get blown up. But the problem is, like you said, you give Call Me so much space. You give them the entire map to take your farm, their farm from game 2 from the way it's looking, just everything that's on the map. And so how do you play with this deposit when you're trying to farm back into the game when you can't even hit creep? It's just not a good look coming for Not Sorry. But they're still standing strong. Trying to make a high ground offense. They have the Medusa in front looking at the illusions. She doesn't dare go down those steps, though. She doesn't leave a stoop.
She better not. Stoop kid is afraid to leave his stoop.
But the illusions.
Oof, with the pre-weave on the illusions too, to have the illusions be tanky also? Sure, why not? Whatever. Are we going to lose this range Rax? Yeah, down it goes, and that didn't cost them anything but, you know, a few specks of gold. Rat it all you want. I think those pennies are worth that, Rax.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the play. Like, you don't really need to go up there. You don't care if they get, I think it's about 90 gold per wave of Lunas that go up there. Like, why not? Make him play around this first. And you saw that Fortress try to get out there and get a blink, but he can't go deep enough.
No,
He can't
it's so
safely go
difficult to
deep
get a
enough.
blink when there's so many glaives bouncing around. All right, well, he got that blink on them illusions. He did it. Chasers is ready, though. He's in the bottom lane. Roshan up in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, they see him lurking around, though. He's walking a little too close to the base in daytime, so yeah, they know where he is now. They don't know where his meepos are, but that's not too important. You just need to know where the head honcho is going.
Yeah, Meepo's going to look to try and rat the top lane as the rest of his squad is in the bottom. Yagerty still continuing the illusion spam. And top lane Chasers might be able to just take the racks because he's chipping away at that tier 3, trying to force them to respond in some capacity. But you can't dedicate 4 people to go deal with a Chasers Meepo and let 4 illusion Lunas just take the base. And that's what's happening. Because top lane Chasers, again, chipping down that tower even more with every single illusion spam that comes out of the Shadow Demon. Chasers is hitting the top. But Snipe trying to do something here with this sort of fight, and a little bit of a weird engagement. They took down the tower, but I think it's just going to go back to Chasers taking the top tier 3.
That's a very good index display of split pushing right here. Sieging, if you will. No heavy committals coming out of Calmy. Just making sure that they quite literally kite not sorry around in their base.
Insanity, Astral Spirit out, Dazzle throwing out big heals, and they're trying to keep that down. I don't really think it matters. Feed is real, getting that go out! Snice will go down, Fortress being a great help on that, and now, one more hit, Chasers is getting dunked! But it doesn't matter, bottom lane, they got the racks, Radiant is trying to do something here. Yagerty, one more hit, he might go down. No, he gets graved. Saren, he's going to go down. Blake Belladonna has the BKB, he's trying to do something there, but Yagerty will probably get swapped in, and down he goes.
I mean, Yagerty made a very noble sacrifice right there. Even though they got the bottom lane of racks, which, I mean, is the more important
Are they going to fight Blake? They did! Fortress, he got the Berserker's call off on him! He's not going to escape out of that. Oh my god! Oh my god, that would have been the most hilarious accidental outplay ever. Manta breaking out of the trees on your positioning to force yourself through. Oh, what?
You said accident. That was honestly
Calculated.
About to be a 9K
Let's say calculated.
Yeah.
Let's
that
say
was about
calculated.
to be 9K right there.
Well,
you trying to discredit people.
All right, fine. 2,200 times 4 MMR.
Well, hold on a second. You need to look in the top lane. Snice is over here fighting this courier. But he got his ass kicked by the baby Roshan as he gets away with, what does it have on it? Ooh, the Shiva's recipe.
So Sand King has his axe finished up.
Yeah, Sand King's looking really strong.
Delicious.
I mean, he had everything he wanted long ago when he got his Blink Dagger, but he's got a Force Staff on top of it, got an Aether Lens for burrows across the map, got an Axe to help that too, and he might find Insanity if he hangs around for a second. Or
yeah, well, mid lane, they're trying to do anything possible with that Luna and Meepo being down. However, not a ton happening. They got that tower down to 615 HP, and they're just really retreating at this point. Roshan's up. I don't think they know it just yet. And with the way that these waves are coming in all of the side lanes, they have to go back and already be looking to defend again. So they've lost their whole opportunity at this point, and they're going to need to try and defend Roshan. And with all these waves pushing in, bottom and mid especially, this is going to be extremely difficult. However, check out Kendall. He just picked up a rapier.
Ooh.
We rapier gaming, boys. We're pulling it out now.
But here's the thing with the rapier. He's got the rapier down here in the bottom lane, and Snice just checked Roast. And as you look at Call Me, they're quite quickly diving into the Roshan pit to give this Meepo another life. I'm assuming it's going to Chaser.
Yeah, look how much gold he has, 8,500. Is he just going to try and buy 2 Scotties back-to-back and replace both Dragonlances simultaneously?
I wouldn't put anything past him at this point. He's been the one-man show over there. I can't literally say the one-man show because everybody's been doing so good. But again, when you have a Meepo in the game, the world revolves around Meepo for the most part. Like you can't get away from that mentality, which is why we're gonna put the Aegis on him, put the ball in his hands. Let's see if we can drive down the top lane and close out a third lane of racks. Or I guess 2.5 since we still have a melee in the middle lane, but nobody's worried about that.
True that, true that. 2.5, not 3, 1, 6, 8, 4. But Fortress trying to go in here on Blake Belladonna. I don't know if this is really helpful.
Yeah, he found a gang of Lunas instead.
Right? Oh, God.
Lost a good grip for his decision.
The Soul Assumption. Oh, jeez. Or Soul Catcher. The Soul Catcher just amplifying all that illusion damage to a completely different planet.
Yeah, since I took a second to look at Yagurdi, I'm kind of surprised at his build. Like, one of the bigger things that Shadow Demons have been doing now is they typically max Disruption in Soul Catcher first. Like, you will find games where you look at like level 9, level 10, and they don't have a point in Shadow Poison. So to see him with a level 3 Soul Catcher 40 minutes into the game, even though it's not like anything that matters to the game, it's just quite interesting, slightly interesting. Like, he has the Disruption max. That's all that hero is worth.
Oh, no. They're going to try and do something here to Medusa. Just throwing down that Purge, the Soul Catcher.
They're going to send her
Smoked up is 5. Ooh, is this just to try and help against the illusion spam damage? I'm not sure, but it's nice sniffing it out. Coming in and just dealing a shiza amount of damage here, and Medusa wants to turn this out. And Insanity hits that mega skill streak, but, you know, Kendall and Nina need to do something a little bit better, and that Stone Gaze will be the call. Blake Belladonna goes down. Fortress killing spree. Snice falls too. And that's Rapier Gaming. However, Chasers got that Rax in the mid lane, which is really what they wanted.
I mean, it's what they wanted, but they lost 4 for it, and if we can get any kind of rally going out of Radiant, we can just go down.
Oh, top lane! Chasers trying to backdoor it even still, and he's able to hit with that echo from Earthshaker, and he backdoors both of them.
All right.
Well, I guess it's not backdoor, but he takes it down. Unscrupulously. They're going to stun him out, lock him down, Shiva him out, and pop him. But the damage is done. That's Megas in their face.
Yeah, I was saying something about not sorry, trying to go down the middle lane quick, fast, in a hurry, and they still need to do it to at the least force out some buybacks, but they can't really stay long. Like,
they're all going mid. They're just forgetting about the bottom. Nope, Insanity's going back for it. What? A little bit of whiff on that.
I'm hard-pressed to believe this is going to work without a 5-man squad in the middle lane, but they are putting forth the good old college try.
Well, they've got Medusa Rapier Gaming in front of them. Maybe we can see this happen. And I don't know if Medusa's doing the right thing, being the one that's leading his whole team into battle. But he's trying to get any kills as possible, and Snice wants to make sure that none of it happens. Fortress jumping into the back end, and Medusa's trying to do something here, taking out those illusions. Fortress with the Blade Mail. He'll probably go down after doing tons of damage on the heroes, though.
The feed is real, literally fed Fortress over with that fissure, blocking him in just to give Medusa some space to chip at the tower. Oh, man.
And something not mentioned, Kendall with a clutch Hurricane Pike on himself earlier in that fight to not get hit by that stun. Snice is going to be able to find Bliat, and that's going to be a consolidation prize, I think. The Glimmer Cape, is he going to be able to save himself? I don't think so. They're pinging that they think he's in the trees. And he just walks back in the lane. There's that Snice. Oh, God. How do you run away from a Sand King that not only has a Blink Dagger, but a 1500 range Burrow Strike?
You don't? Well, apparently you get double force. Never mind.
What the G? Okay. Well, I feel like Sand King should have been able to follow up on that because he also had the force. However, playing the safe call there, probably the way to do it.
Yeah, he values his life, unlike you.
Hey. Sometimes you just got to go for it. You just got to go for the flex, because the flex is worth more than the game.
I mean, I wouldn't have faulted him for it. They already have Megas, but he wants to be in the picture at the end.
Venge smoked up, like Insanity blinking forward, and whoa, E-Blade, that's a good defensive call for him to have, but Snice going to try and capitalize on this by going back in, and I think we'll see an ultimate come out from him in just a second, because the BKBs are down. And here's the epicenter, blinking forward, stun connects on Insanity. And Fortress getting pushed back into his team, but the call connects on everybody. Kendall doing a ton of damage here, not fitting Ush anyone, and Ken, ho ho ho! There's a dead Meepo, and with this rapier, maybe this is not a done game.
Wait.
Meepo just went down. Siren, he'll probably pop too. That's a double kill for Bliat. Only the buyback on Fortress for now.
Is that a 2 for 4? Wait a minute. Not sorry, it's not done. Wait a minute. They're holding on the best that they can. Still not looking great for them, but
I mean, Medusa wants to get a BKB next, but what about if it was just another rapier instead? I think that would have been the way to do it. However, we have a BKB online, a little bit more survivability that she needs. Definitely needs it. I think she should have just gone all in on the DPS at this point. Because we're already at 45 minutes. And they're on Megas.
Alright, and then she would have got found by a Meepo. We'd have a Luna running around with 2 rapiers. How would you feel about that?
I would like it, because then we could go to the next ridiculousness of the engagement for whatever sort of way they want to try and go in on throwing it away.
Talk about this engagement in the middle lane. Talk about Fortress just getting purged out by the supports in the Sand Geek.
Snice is going to be able to take out Bliat at this point, too. This is such a mistake of the Radiant being so far outside the base, and they're trying to do something to get these picks, but it's really not anything that they can do. Yagurty getting more kills at this point. That's great for him.
Yeah, that squad of 3 doing a nice job of cleaning up the people that found themselves on the wrong side of the river. And once again, we're going to have the Call Me squad march down the middle lane and see if they can close this game out. I won't go as far as to say this is completely over just yet.
I don't think so either.
Not unless they get their act together and get well-coordinated strikes going on these heroes, these 4 heroes that are left. Because I'm assuming that the Venge will be here one way or the other, whether she has to spend her bank or not.
Yeah, so Chasers did send out both of those Dragon Lances into an E-Blade and a Scotty, respectively. And Fisher coming out. Astral Prison as well. Chasers trying to chip away on the towers. Blake Belladonna with 3 illusions in her favor. Able to do a lot here. And Kendall using his ultimate to be able to break those illusions and also force a disengagement from them. Are they going to be able to get Feed Israel at this point? I'm not sure. Snice trying to take him out. Siren also with the Poison Touch. And Insanity dropping an ultimate, which is more of a mana burn at this point anyway. And Blake Belladonna has to back up. The MKB is necessary for Medusa at this point, but Echo, oh my god! Earthshaker trying to do something from downtown. Chasers coming in and able to do even more, and that's going to be the GG coming out of the Radiant. They don't lose the Rapier, but they do lose the Barracks, the base, and their Ancient. Call Me taking that victory. 47 minutes.
Man, that Ancient dropped faster than Roche that has amp damage and corrosive haze and a solar crest on it. That thing just disappeared. It looked like a creep. Oh man, that was a roller coaster of a game for game 1 here on Social Sunday. I liked it. How about you?
Absolutely ridiculous. That was an amazing game. I thought it was fun, and I am always down for some Meepo action.
I don't think you're going to get a Meepo game too. Just something tells me
we are going to have more Meepo games today.
I don't think we're going to have another Meepo game in this series. I just don't think so.
Well, I think the way that the format's going to be tonight is like a mixture of round robins across the teams so that all the teams can play against the other teams a little bit more, and then point-based total for victories of just 1 point if you win, I think. And for the top 2 teams to do a best of 3, but could be mistaken. However, we're going to be going into a panel or a pseudo-panel discussion, not too sure exactly, in just a moment to see how our analysts in the back end enjoyed the Not Sorry versus Call Me Best of 1 series. I don't know if we have to go to general at this point. I think we do. Let's see what's up over there. Mr. Pippy Man, how are you doing today?
Can you hear me now? There we go. Hello. Am I coming through loud and clear?
Sounding A-okay on my end, sir.
So yeah, what a game. We had that Meepo, classic from Chasers, from what I've seen of him so far. And well, he saw the same game that I did. They had that Meepo, he had like 100 CS at 10 minutes, and they had a lot of great control with that Earthshaker and that axe, but just didn't have the damage to follow up until they got Mega Creeped and got that Rapier up. And at that point, it was just too little too late, I think. They showed a really great defense there, and definitely had signs of life all throughout, but in the end, wasn't quite enough. So I think I'm gonna call in Chasers here for our winner's interview. Give a little talk to him, ask him how he's feeling. So I'm gonna go grab him. Is he in? Let's see, which channel is he in? Do you know?
I believe he would be in Team D's. However, or wait, no, Team A's.
Team A.
However, it looks like we're going to be getting into another game relatively shortly,
alrighty.
so I don't know
Alright.
exactly what we're looking at for the timing of the next game. So,
Well, we can just discuss.
let's just
the
keep
game.
it as a panel discussion between us rather than
Alright.
grabbing players because of how they're going to be looking to get into new lobbies and stuff like that.
Perfect. Okay. Well,
So,
what'd
what do
you
you think about this game from the draft stage, Pippi? Did you think that once they showed face of the Meepo that it was just kind of all in at that point?
well, at that point, I don't know if Radiant realized that the Meepo was coming or not. But I think that they kind of had the tools to deal with him. With like that axe pick is really good if you have some follow-up damage, just because you control up all those Meepos and they can't go nowhere. But I think that from the draft they were looking okay. I think they had the tools to deal with the Meepo, but he just got out of hand really quick. In the early game, he had 2 Dragon Lances and Ags, Boots of Travel and a Blink, and was just 1v5ing them because they had that control, but they just didn't have the damage to bring him down. He was so tanky, it's so much cheap stats already. That's my assessment of the situation anyway. What do you guys think?
Mr. Sandwich, probably a quiet discusser of the terms. I don't know. I like that they had Medusa. I don't think they had enough kill potential or save from the Radiant. I would have liked to see them get some sort of pickup that would have maybe been like a mech or a pipe carrier, or maybe just those items in general for their team, because that would have helped them a lot against the damage output that was coming from the Dire. So I think they kind of suffered a little bit because of that. Fortress did get the pipe eventually. However, we really needed to have, a mech online. And also that pipe was Fortress's last item. That was acquired at like the 39-minute mark, almost 40. So you're not going to get that type of value with the pipe in the late game when your team is dying from magic damage all game.
Right, definitely. Yeah, just some sustain like that would have gone a long, long way against that Chasers Meepo, as well as, by that time that they were sieging high ground, like, I think that they had the tools to, like, kill off that Meepo, but they had a Shadow Demon Luna just on whichever other lane of Rax it was, just hitting away at it, and they just didn't have enough to deal with both threats.
Well, you're certainly right on that in that regard, because it was not an ideal game for really anyone if you're trying to go against the Meepo.
Yeah, certainly. So that will be Team G taking an early win.
Yeah,
Be
so
really nice for them, and I
Team
think-
D is not sorry.
All right, another one is
And
Call
then
Me.
Team A is called Call Me.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So, do you think teams in the future, when playing against Team D, will look to ban out that Meepo, or do you think they'll, having seen this game, or do you think they'll try their luck against that Chasers Meepo?
Well,
It's a pretty
like one
scary
of the
thing.
things mentioned, fun fact that was shared, Chasers is in the top 100 Meepos on Dota
Yeah.
Buff, so you really don't want to go up against that. You got to have him play other things than Meepo because it's going to be a bad time if you're going against Meepo.
Yeah,
You
for
just
sure.
This is again assuming that they don't really draft in the favor to really, kind of take the fight against a Meepo because let's be real. Meepo is something that you do need to kind of draft around. However, you need to more proactively look to fight and kill him.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that that was something that the Call Me did this game because obviously he just had free farm in that middle lane. I don't think he ever really got rotated upon, and once he got those boots of travels, he was just able to dodge the enemy team until he was big fat Meepo, ready to kill anybody who got in his way.
Yeah, well, without further
Yeah.
ado, I think we're going to be looking to get into one of the next games relatively shortly. So we'll just kind of leave it where we're at from there. And we'll throw on a little bit of tunes and hopefully a countdown meter for what we're looking at for the next game. But thank you for your insights, Mr. Pippy Man.
Thank
And,
you very much.
we'll just kind of progress onwards to see where we end up being going into the next couple games today.
All right, perfect.
skeleton of what I could be. I had enough of the world, always begging me do this, do that, so I'm escaping. Fight or flight, is it right to run, or am I falling short of who I should become? For someone to catch my smoke signal and rescue me from myself. All I need is for someone to catch my smoke signal and rescue me from myself.
All right, guys, here we go. Game 2 of the night that we are holding. And it looks like we've got Team Farts versus Team Sunday Drivers is what I saw in the lobby, but I'm not entirely sure if they put that back on.
Yeah, I don't know. There was kind of a mix-up in there.
Yeah, but we've got a much different squad of people here. However, lots of similar, refreshing names to see. I like that guy's image, for Pickle. Pretty creepy looking icon. But anyway, we've got Shadow Fiend banned out actually with Ember Spirit. Now, I don't really know about Shadow Fiend being one of the early bans, unless they are anticipating that as like a comfort hero for like 587 or perhaps. I think he would be playing their mid. I really don't know though, because it just depends on who's here.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you'd expect around Social Sunday, and in a more common scheme of organized play, you wouldn't really go as far as to ban the Shadow Fiend first. While it's a strong hero, while it's a common hero, it's something that kind of has to be built around, needs some kind of protection, or needs a lane that causes a lot of trouble to give them the room to start off with. But in a situation like the Social Sunday, where a lot of games can be easily won or lost with some comfort picks, that's the kind of hero where you might have to take him out early just to take him off the table. Now, talking about something that just wins games on its own, but it's been changed pretty heavily in 7.02, or pretty drastically numbers-wise, is something like an Underlord. What do you think of this hero now?
I don't know if the talents were changed enough along with his skills that he's really terrible, but the atrophy aura being reworked is really substantial to being 4, 16, 28, 40 rather than the previous 10, 20, 30, 40. Really affects him a lot, and it kind of forces you to have to get at least 2 points in the atrophy aura early on to have any sense of value to that spell. Oh god.
Well, on top of that, and going along with what we were originally talking about, which was comfort bands. And when you take comfort bands in the beginning, you give people the strong things in the meta, which is giving us the gateway to have another Shadow Demon Luna game. Yay!
Coming from different flavors, different teams, but still extremely effective. And if you don't ban out one, then you may be susceptible to the other. So,
That's
unfortunate.
Yeah, that's why in pro play, if you leave the Shadow Demon Luna pair, which is still the predominant pair that gets taken in pro games, as opposed to a Slaughter or Lifestealer, where Lifestealer has not been taken as much anymore and is often ignored. But with Shadow Demon Luna, if you leave that and you have first pick, you typically take the Shadow Demon. But that's something that doesn't happen here, and instead they're going to try to counteract it with a Lion pick, which Lion is good against illusions by themselves, but he's really only good against a low number of illusions. Like, he would be fine if it was just a Luna with a Manta, so that he could hex one illusion, mana drain the other, and now Luna has no illusions. But in this scenario, he's going to have to deal with 4 illusions, and Lion doesn't really work well with 4 illusions.
Reserve time.
And you really don't want to prioritize using your Hex or your Mana Leak on illusions rather than, like, actual heroes.
Yeah.
But I like this ban on the Lone Druid and the Queen of Pain. I think Lone Druid Sniper is still a force to be reckoned with, even with the minor nerfs that they did in 7.02.
It is. And Queen of Pain would be really good for Team Farts. It would be something to close the gap on the Luna, or at least her illusions if they need to. And you have AoE burst damage coming from Scream of Pain and the Sonic Wave. So high mobility, pretty hard to lock down, and good at clearing waves and heroes. Very versatile hero. Even though she did take the big heavy nerf in the Blade Mail not having the life steal work, she got changed in a way, or something got changed in a way to where the whole level 25 massive life steal gimmick isn't a thing anymore.
Yeah, the level 25 build on Quap has a lot more flexibility to it now that the Octarine or lifesteal component of Blade Mail is no longer a thing. Now, I am absolutely going to say you still want to get Octarine Core, and you are still going to get a ridiculous amount of lifesteal. You just can't do like weird YOLO stuff where you're popping Blade Mail as you're blinking in, because you know if you get hit at all, it won't matter. You have to be a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, Octarine's still strong on her because if nothing else, you can push down the cooldown of Sonic Wave even more. But yeah, the one trick pony of the Blade Mail, that's something that's not a thing on her anymore.
And you know, that really weakens a lot of other heroes too that were using Blade Mail for that same sort of effect with Octarine Core. I think it's a good change as an overall.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sick of Necrophos Blade Mails running at me. What about you?
I mean, the Necro Blade Mail was kind of different. I mean, it wasn't literally different, but it still functioned as a protective measure towards him while he's tanking, that you don't go on him. And that's something that he's had throughout, well, I can't say throughout Dota, but for a while in Dota. It's not something that has spawned because of the talents and has become highly abusive like Queen of Fame.
Sure. Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. Any heroes that you want to see picked up here? I mean, we didn't talk about this Slardar, but ooh, more illusions.
No, I wanted Darkseer because Slardar Darkseer is still a really strong lane. Like, it's a horribly strong off lane duo. But Darkseer is one of those heroes that most people just don't like playing. I'm kind of convinced I'm one of the 5 people on the face of the planet that will willingly play Darkseer in a game that does not involve money. And that Ogre pick kind of agrees with me, as that pick signifies that the Slardar is actually going to be played as the offlane farmer, something that actually doesn't happen anymore.
You're correct, and it could just be a solo offlane. I would not say it's unlikely for them to do early rotations around that Slardar either. And we still got to consider it hasn't been uncommon for across these Social Sunday events for teams to pull out these alternative tri-lanes that are kind of off meta while still being effective.
Well, if they ran a tri-lane, if Sunday drivers ran a tri-lane, it wouldn't really be off meta in any capacity, but you're either going to have an off-lane Slardar, which used to be a thing, isn't really a thing now, or you're going to have an off-lane Ogre at this point. And
yeah, that's
there was
not
a point
ideal.
in time. There was a point in time where off-lane Ogre was a thing. It's not now, and it hasn't been for years.
But was it really ever a thing in the competitive meta?
Yes, it was. When Ogre first got his regen buff, there were a few teams that just threw an Ogre in the bottom lane by himself, gave him a couple mangoes, and he got a ring of regen first, the 350 one. And it was like, how do you kill him? Sure, he's not going to do anything to stop the farm, but it was the suicide lane scenario where all he wants is levels and to slow down the push on the tower. That's something that I can't say it does not happen anymore, because there's been one notable event of that in my mind, completely detached from this whole game, but nobody as a whole really does that anymore. Usually when you pick your offlaner, they're either going to be some variation of a tempo controller, which is something that's going to get a blink dagger early on so they can go gank, something that's going to disrupt the farm of the enemy carry, kind of like the Sand King from last game, or at the least something that can hold the tower for as long as possible.
All right, so hold up. What is Team Farts' laning here? Is this a mid Underlord?
Probably a mid-weaver.
Okay, I could see that. I could see that too.
It's a ranged hero. It's probably a mid-weaver.
It's not uncommon to see Weaver safe lane or off lane either, and Team Farts could be a little bit more flexible with how they have the laning and even do 2-1-2 if they wanted.
Realistically, though,
I think they would have some strong 2-1-2s.
They could, but with the way Sunday drivers lanes are, you would assume that they're going to have a tri lane. So they might have Team Farts might be thinking that, and they'll run a tri lane as well. They might run a 2-2 as well, but they're the point that they would be making is that one of the side lanes is not going to be a hot spot. It's not going to be a real danger zone. So if they wanted a one-on-one in that lane, like some kind of a goofy one-on-one, they could take that, like maybe Sven versus Slardar, or maybe Underlord versus Slardar. That'd be more common, and they could run an aggressive tri-lane with Lion, a Sven, and a Dazzle. Or if they wanted to run a Weaver against something one-on-one, they'd be open to do that as well.
Well, I think we'll see pretty quickly who's going what in the draft and how it'll really pan out, since we are into the game, and it looks like it's going to be pretty exciting at that. Lots of pinging coming out. Maybe we'll see some aggressive shenanigans, and there is a smoke already picked up on Pickle, the Lion, as well. So let's give a quick rundown of the Radiant, as it looks like they do want to posture aggressively in the jungle. We've got Pickle on the Lion, Turbulence on Dazzle, RVZ on the Underlord, Streaky Taint on Weaver, and Fatty Whale on the Sven.
Well, over on Dire, they have Gax playing the Slardar, 587 playing the Zeus, Big Boss on Shadow Demon, Master BBD on the Ogre, and Michael playing Luna.
30 seconds to battle.
Uh-oh, there they have smoked off, and yeah, both teams are smoked, and they're going to pass each other. Oh, geez. Well, no smoke on Boss. I don't know if that's necessarily on purpose or not, and they have a TP scroll going out to the Luna already.
Yeah, I'm guessing Boss showed up late to the party. A TP on Luna.
It would
Where's the
be
Luna?
to get her back to the safe lane.
Now, murder each other for my amusement.
Maybe. They might be trying to run a aggro duel or aggro try. Oh, she's on the Dire. I lied. Okay, you're right. I was looking at that wrong.
Yeah, I've seen that as a pretty common strategy for them to like ferry out a later TP, or just having a TP on the rollout, anticipating a fight, and then just swapping over to the other side of the map and already accounting for it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the thing you lose or the thing you gamble is a scenario like this where, like we said in the last Social Sunday, one of your main goals when you try to invade an enemy team's jungle and take their bounty rune is, if nothing else, you want to take regen from them, which is taking a money source. Since none of that happened, there was still a 2-for-2 bounty rune trade, but Michael paid 50 gold for a TP, so
Exactly.
he actually lost out.
You're correct. Mid lane is looking like a dual mid on Streaky Taint on Weaver.
Nah, it's looking like a one-on-one with the stupid 4 in there. The
Yeah,
good old ogre.
BBD really doesn't need to be here. I don't think he's applying enough damage, and Streaky Taint actually able to do, I believe, 2 Shikuchis of juking on ignites also. So just completely non-effect for that. And again, no, that one did kick. That one did hit because they have a sentry down on the ground now.
But the thing you also have to consider is it's forcing him to use the mana so that 587 can follow up. And sure, 587 is losing out on the XP, but look at Streaky. He's already had to use his salve because
It's true. And we're looking at 11 CSs versus 3.
Yo, but in the top lane,
Yeah,
this
top
body
lane.
block,
Oh,
big boss
shit.
block.
Big Boss is definitely doing a little bit of work there. That was a great disruption by him, and they've got him stuck in the tree line. Michael taking that first blood for himself.
Say a little bit of work. I'm pretty sure Boss is clocked in overtime, finding the Underlord, getting the block, and getting the first blood for his Luna.
So Ogre has rotated to the bottom lane. Pickle's getting some nice pulls off in the jungle, able to connect that small to the large. And now Gax recognizing a little bit of an opportunity, going in on both Pickle and Turbulence, giving him a good hit. And Ogre actually pulling the creeps off of the camp so that they're able to deny that pull. But now there's a double wave on the lane. So this means that the Radiant wave is going to push on the tower a lot. So it's going to be in favor for Gax and BBD.
Yeah, at this point, it'd be nice if BBD just backed up so this wouldn't happen. The
Oh,
good old
no.
pincer play.
Yeah, well, with the heal there as well, he's going to take substantial damage but not fall. Oh, Pickle getting the stun off on Gax. Couple more right clicks there. Are we going to have another stun? 3 more seconds. He uses the mango, diving on the tower. He uses the salve up, but no, Fatty Whale is going to need to make a core decision to get on out of there. Breaks the tower aggro off onto an allied creep. And now Gax, using Sprint, wants to go in on this, but he can't. And he's going to have to back up. Fatty Whale getting salved up by the friendly Pickle. Or wait, was that Gax's? I don't know.
Middle lane.
Yeah, I didn't see the demise of the Weaver Coon, but
Yeah,
I do
Weaver-
see top lane where Underlord just dropped to the friendly Boss and Michael, and it was another disruption soul catcher bonus damage with Michael just really able to get a ton of right clicks in on there, and this is looking good for the Dire.
Oh yeah, they're quite handily winning the top lane and the middle lane. Bottom lane, it's not going the best for them, but they're being very disruptive. It's kind of sad that they couldn't pull a kill out from Gax initially disrupting the pull, but at least they got out with their lives so that they can get the XP as well. So everything's looking very good for them. Yo, the one thing I wanted to say on the slide though is, you know that kill in middle lane? That's because of the Ogre.
Oh, I know. Ogre does a
Yeah,
lot.
that's the-
Uh-oh, 587 with the haste rune coming in here on Pickle. Gax able to get the crush off on him. We do have a Storm Bolt thrown out from Vattywell, but that's only going to be for their team to retreat. No, it's true. Ogre traded his own HP and his own mana for the regeneration for the Weaver on behalf of the Zeus. So it's not uncommon, and I think it was well deserved. Oh, 587 getting so many free hits in on the Weaver while the Weaver was trying to destroy that sentry. Oh boy, that's
Yeah,
not good.
That's one of those scenarios. I mean, it was the right idea, but it's how you go about it. While it looked good to just take the sentry down with right clicks, it would have been better if Streaky could have somehow came up with Tango to eat it and not take as much harass. Because right now, with Master BBD lurking behind Pickle and coming to the middle lane, you see Sneaky just having to clear the set because he's already below half life and he does not want to deal with another ogre in his lane.
Honestly, I think they needed that Weaver in the offlane with Zeus mid. Or excuse me, Underlord mid. I think Underlord would have dealt with 587 and BBDD's shenanigans much better.
And possibly it could have gone either way because they could have just had a sentry in the top lane to deal with this, not to save him from the
top lane,
disruption.
back to the disruption and the soul catch, and that's a ton of damage still coming out with the Lucent being one more hit. He goes down. Soul catcher's so good. Add that bonus damage in, and just able to do so much more work.
That's what I was pointing out in the last game. It's a real common thing now to where, like, in this lane setup right here, Luna Shadow Demon, that the Shadow Demon just says, why do I need Shadow Poison? Like, what does Shadow Poison actually do for him right now? He's not using it to scout. If he stacks it up to the max level, he gets 100 damage. Or he can add an extra 10 bonus damage for Luna going hamburgers on an Underlord. So, what sounds better to you?
I like hamburgers. They're tasty. But mid lane, 587, under a little bit of pressure from Streaky Taint. BBD had already been wrapping around, but now Turbulence is in on here. Throws out the Poison Touch. Lightning will follow up on him as well. Dazzle goes down. We've got the Zeus ult. Everybody's taking damage. Streaky Taint gets his ultimate too. Backlashes on some of that damage. And 587 uses his Invis rune. And he's just going to heal up. So just stall things looking dire for the Radiant.
Haha. Yeah, we have RVZ up here, kind of sitting around, collecting his thoughts probably before he goes jungling. That was something I was going to kind of touch on earlier, where you were saying that Streaky could have maybe been in the offlane or just a Weaver in general, which is something that happens. And even though he might not have been able to farm the lane as well, one of the newer things that's been coming up with Weavers is to take an early point in the swarm like you see and using it to jungle. So he could have possibly been up here, but I still wholeheartedly believe we would just have the same result with different heroes in different locations. I think a lot of this game so far has come down to the support play and the lack of coming out of the Radiant side. There's a little bit on the bottom with Pickle getting the Ravage. You get Fatty Wells some space, but Fatty Wells been seen with the Corrosive Haze, and his days are numbered on this
It's going to
earth.
be terrible for him because they're going to continue following up in here. Crush connects on one, not on Fatty Whale. Pickle getting his life thrown right into it, saving his ally a little bit here.
You saw BBD though; he was looking for it. He was hustling.
Oh yeah. So the
wanted
big
that
reason
extra
why
patience.
I think the Weaver would have done well in the offlane is just he would do better against the shenanigans from the Shadow Demon Luna. You see the Underlord has gotten caught out by that a lot of times and just not really able to do anything about it because he's just stuck. In a literal sense, he's physically stuck there. And if you had a Weaver, you could just Shikuchi out. They aren't going to have any hard lockdown to deal with that. And they've been dealing with Weaver with just instances of burst damage in the mid lane, which Michael and Boss would still have. However, I think that could have produced a little bit of a better early laning phase for them.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda is a game we could talk about.
Hey,
for
we don't really know.
hours. Yeah, but for the hand that's been dealt to them now, there's already a lot of homework that the Radiant need to do if they want to close the gap of this laning phase. The 7-0 start.
Oh no, Shadow Demon in the jungle getting really low from creeps. Why? Oh, that was like terrifyingly low.
Why? Like,
I don't know why.
No, I mean, why is it terrifying? Because, I mean, if he dies to neutrals, sure, he has a 7.0 penalty of a level 6 respawn timer instead of just getting to cheat and go back for free, but it's not money going to the Radiant. It wouldn't have been the end of the world.
Well, you still have the death cost, right?
You have the timer cost, and sure, he would have lost a little bit of money.
So he still would have lost 130 gold.
But that wouldn't have been 130 going to RVZ. Who's
No,
like you
that's
said,
absolutely. I'm just meaning like every penny matters for these supports, especially since we're 10 minutes in. Not a lot of them have a lot to really show.
whoa. What does money mean to Shadow Demon when he has the Luna on his team? This hero is literally worth one skill, and it's at level 3.
Hey,
All he needs to do is that's literally all Shadow Demon needs to do. That's how powerful the hero is. He has a Luna. All he needs to do is disrupt the Luna when the time comes. He's done his job. He could
bottom
be
lane,
walking
Gax
around
throwing
without
out the
anything.
corrosive on Pretty Whale. He's getting hit with the disruption out. Pickle throwing out the impale, trying to do a little bit of help there, and Fatty Whale on the retreat. He's going to get hit with more stuns and the ignite, and Zeus ultimate will be his fall in the end. And Pickle getting hit with the demonic purge with a follow-up crush, and Gax is on a killing spree, as is 587. And from here, they're going to continue to push that tower. And guess what? He lost his dominated creep too. Icing on the cake.
That entire bottom engage is just a testament to what I was saying. Boss put in work, and you know what Boss put in work with? His skills. He didn't need a dime to set up the disruption. He didn't need a dime to hit the soul catcher, and he didn't need a penny to get the purge to lead to this tower push.
Hey, all I'm trying to say is, why die and lose 130 gold if you don't need to?
He could have got his mana back and been back sooner, but it doesn't matter because Dire is still in control. Clean sweep on the board, trying to get this 10-0 smoked up in the bottom and trying to see if they can find anything. They see Fatty Whale slapping creeps. It might not be the best time to farm.
Oh no, he's gonna get hit with the corrosive and the proc of the veil on top of the soul catch. Crush doesn't connect, but Fatty Whale getting hit with a great grave. Demonic purge is there. That might be going off right after the weave it. Oh, it does. The Shadow Grave does not persist. Turbulence goes down too from Gax's crush, and now they're continuing the pursuit on Pickle, and Pickle with the corrosive armor. Oh boy. Oh geez, what an initiation. And BBD can just casually tank in the tower at this point. A little bit of salvage, and I think they're looking to just go back in on the Weaver, and Weaver just poking out on Michael. Michael has the troll creep, and the net harness is really good against a Weaver. Oh,
Yeah,
will
but
he be able to get
gotta catch him
BBD?
first. They gotta catch him first. And that corrosive haze is right.
Oh no, Weaver going in. This is terrible. Hit with the crush, and down he goes.
Huh.
He just walked right into that. He's like, nah, no big deal. They're not going to have vision down. I didn't check their inventory to see that they had wards.
It's not so much of the vision, but he probably assumed that he could hit R soon enough to get out with the time lapse. It just was not the case. As Gax again finding RVZ. Pit does not matter to him as we go 13-0.
Oh
13
boy.
unanswered kills for the Dia boys. It's we got the Shadow Demon Luna online, and we're just marching down the middle lane. It's not looking good for Radiant. Streaky coming in to their face, throwing the bugs at him.
Oh,
Fatty Will throwing out the Storm Bolt. Storm Hammer, excuse me.
Yeah, Ignite's going to connect on 3 of them, and now Streaky Taint just doing a little bit of poking as much as he can. The no boots Dragonlance Weaver build having durability. And
Yeah,
I think
no
the
boots.
Dire is really backing up. They're just going to farm, push out the lanes, and I think we could see another. I think we could see an early Roche coming out of the Dire, and then this kind of them cinching up another tower and maybe continuing to apply pressure from there.
We could, but they need to make sure they have the vision around, which they do. You see the ward over here at the Radiant Ancient. They have to make sure that they see the Radiant coming or have the best chance to see it, because a Roche fight would be the one chance that Team Farts needs. Think about it. They have an Underlord. He has Pit of Malice. He has Firestorm. They have Dazzle. He has Weave. They have Weaver, which, I mean, isn't the best team fight hero in the world, but he has the Swarm. A bunch of AoE spells. And if you're sitting in the Roche Pit, just giving them the pins to knock down, they'll hit that 7-10 split every time.
So Dire Vision is going to be a little bit around the Ancient, and they've got some in their jungle as well as the enemies. Now, as we're breaking into it, though, 587 kind of walking in blind, although the invisibility rune is very helpful for him. And with him having Aether Lens on top of the Veil of Discord, looking at Blink Dagger as his next item, the Zeus is going to start to be really power overwhelming, on top of the fact that he already has been.
I was about to say, start being power overwhelming.
Well, we're going to see him popping that Dazzle probably pretty soon.
It if he can find him. He scouts out Fatty
Oh,
well. Calling
Courier.
his squad in.
Yeah, that Veil and Ultimate just absolutely overwhelming. And Fatty Whale, is he going to live? One more hit will be enough. Michael able to take him out for that. RVZ salving up. And that Zeus ult, again, continuing to do so much work. And the Veil of Discord on top of this Eclipse, it's so much damage. Just the amount of magic damage amplification is nuts.
You know what else did a lot of damage in there? The Shadow Demon.
Shadow
Demon
Demon
doing his job.
Oh, man.
Arcane boots and a Tango. Let's forget about the Force Staff that he doesn't need.
Oh,
to
that
help his
Tango
force-
is actually Weaver's.
Is it?
It's Weaver's, yeah.
Oh, it's not even his shared Tango. It's just some random Tango he picked up off the street.
So Slardar had picked it up in the last fight, and then he gave it to Boss later on. I don't know why this makes me laugh, but I think it's funny.
Now, I want you to imagine a world where Boss is 100 gold less.
Bottom tower, he doesn't get the deny.
I think they'll be okay.
Hey, he could have had it,
Everybody
though.
gets one, right?
Everybody gets one.
Actually, they might be getting more. But wait, they did get one.
Oh, we got one! Down goes the Ogre Magi, and now Streaky Taint wants a little bit more. Boss has no more mana. Gax jumping forward, not able to connect, and Streaky Taint might get Boss! Yeah, he is going to go down! We don't have a time lapse up on the Weaver, though, so the Zeus may be able to drop the ultimate in just a second. Will it be enough? No. He knows about the sanctuary of that shrine, thanks to this good vision that's down. So he knew that that ult would have been wasted. However, previously, if they didn't have that vision down, could have been a different story. And Radiant finally taking a couple W's.
It took 2 to be exact.
Oh, baby.
Take 2 and call them in the morning as they finally get on the board, get a little space, fight the Dire off of the. Well, I can't really say off of the tower because they did lose the tier 2, but a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of a chance to get back into this game. A ray of light, if you will.
So Luna has finished up the Yasha. We're going to have a mechanism coming on the Underlord relatively shortly, only 100
You're
gold
also gonna
away.
have a purge and a crush going on the Pickle as he gets stamped off the face of the earth.
Oh man, Gax is absolutely unstoppable at this point, and now the Weaver needs to kind of tread lightly. He's got to recognize that they're rotating over here with his ally just recently dying, and they will have Zeus ult if they want to use that for the final scout, but he's going to be okay just rotating out back to the middle lane. And we're asking for a pause from BBD. So here we are, 1750 in the game, and we're, what, almost 12, around 12k net worth Dire favor.
Yeah, I'll say 12. I agree.
Are there any items that you could see coming out from the Radiant that help them make this pressure from the Dire a little less overwhelming?
Sven getting a BKB so that he can actually stand in a fight and fight, or really just any of the cores getting a BKB. I almost think as much as Streaky wouldn't want to do it, he may need one himself because there's a decent amount of lockdown out there for him.
Definitely is a BKB game for the Weaver. I think a Lincoln's also. I think both. And we've got Dragonlance as the only item on him right now, which is good for him to have some of those stats. But we're going to have Desolator as the next item on him, and I don't think that was the right call.
I have to wholeheartedly agree with that. It's something I was thinking about earlier, but we got caught in this this slaughter. There's no way to put it lightly. That Streaky decided that he wants to get the minus armor going on for his team so that they can fight back. But it would be, or I would believe that it'd be better if he actually would have got some boots, more specifically some treads, so he could tank up and take an extra hit or two on top of having the Desolator. Because what good is a Deso going out if you go in, you put some minus armor on, let's say a Zeus, and then you get popped? Who's going to close the gap on him at that point? It's not going to be your Sven. Your Sven only has Helm of Dominator at this point. Nobody else is right-clicking. So
It's true. The Sven is really all of the brunt force coming out from the Radiant right now, aside from what this Weaver is going to be doing with the Geminate attack, because, you know, you can't discredit that, really.
The two-piece, the black.
Oh, you know, the double tap. Anytime you're in a zombie situation, you got to make sure you double tap them. I think it's worth the extra bullet.
You know, honestly, for the zombie situation in Dota, you know what you need? You need a gyro. We don't have to worry about zombies. We don't have to worry about gyros.
Gyro with the Aghanims, right?
Oh,
You just have your side gunners always going. Why not?
Black cannon.
Oh, I know that, but like at the same time, if you always got your side gunners going, then you don't even need to worry about your flak as much.
Why would you get Ags on gyro?
Because it's silly.
See, this is why you're casting the game and not playing the game, because you think that's an acceptable idea. Got him.
Hey,
Getting back in this game.
as a caster, I'm looking for entertainment, my friend. I'm not looking for practicality.
Oh, man. Well, I will say that this Blink Dagger, I don't know how long Jax has had the Blink Dagger.
He's used it in a few fights already.
Like the one that happened on top.
Yeah, with him dying just now. But previously to that, he'd used it a couple times, which is why I didn't necessarily like draw a point out.
Yeah, I was just looking. I was looking at items, thinking about stuff to run down, and I was like, we haven't said he has a Blink Dagger. Just like we haven't said that 587 now has an Aether Lens. We haven't talked about Michael. Michael has been everywhere across the map, hitting creeps, hitting people, so we know he has stuff. He's getting a, what is this thing? He's getting a Manta. That makes sense. He already has the Yasha and the Ultimate Orb.
And Boss has the Force Staff, still holding on to that Lucky Tango from the enemy team. Maybe he's going to look to try to pass it back to Streaky Tain at some point, but right now Streaky Tain's going to throw that double laser right in the face, and he'll be able to follow back up on BBD too. He's doing a ton of damage. This is actually catching them off guard. This is damage overwhelming, and BPD is going to go down. Other side of the map, Turbulence might be under a little bit of falter, but Fatty Whale coming back in on Luna is going to be able to do a shiza amount of damage, and RVZ will be able to follow up in here, and he goes down with the Radiant not losing anyone. Did they just take... They just took a good team fight.
Do you remember, I think it was last Social Sunday, or it might have been a Fight Me Friday, where I was talking
Weaver,
about...
top lane, taking a ton of damage, has the time lapse, and then actually puts him back in the bottom lane. Turbulence gets the deny, RVZ rotates in, and, I mean, at the least, the Dire traded and got the top tower. It was denied, however, they got the space.
Yeah, they got some more room on the map, but they lost some pretty important heroes to some pretty important heroes, and there's a lot more gold going over to the Radiant side. Streaky, if you look over at him, has a BKB on deck, so he's thinking of trying to get a little more involved, more than he has been thus far. But yo, Pickle, with the Sentry Ward, spotting out Gax.
Oh no, Gax, are they going to be able to follow up in him? Yes, they might. Fatty Whale landing the Stormbolt, BBD, finger! But Fatty Whale is going to be struck by so much damage. Turbulence with the clutch grave! Other side, Streaky Taint going to be able to use enough mana to get that magic wand off, and Fatty Whale actually goes down, and Turbulence, it's going to be the end of it for you. 587 dropping him down, but Streaky Taint, opposite, taking down BBD finally. And although he's getting those picks, I don't know if he's going to be in full salvation. 587 blinked out. Didn't find him, though. Good move on his part. Whew. Michael's Manta's up and running. And Butterfly is on the quick buy? All right. Make it even harder for that Weaver to play ball.
Weaver and the Sven. Again, the only two people who's really going to be right-clicking, although... There's still the Firestorm, Wave Clear. There's still, what's the thing, the Shadow Wave, and then just the existence of the line. So it's not like Michael can just throw his illusions down the lane at will. He's going to have a little bit of care, assuming that boss isn't along, to make 4 illusions. But,
well, take a look at Lion. Mr. Pickle just got his Blink Dagger, so we're going to have that extra initiation love coming out of him. And something that I wanted to make mention about Sven versus the interaction of a Butterfly on Luna, Sven doesn't need to focus Luna. Sven just needs to hit something.
That is true.
Because Cleave doesn't miss.
Yeah, that is right. That is something I don't think about, being a guy that never really plays heroes that have to deal with cleave.
It pierces spell immunity. The cleave damage is reduced by armor type, but not by armor value. So,
I'll tell you that a Desolator pierces ogres.
yeah, it does.
Streaky Take was trying to interfere with Roche. Couldn't really get anything going, but we have the initiation.
Oh, Michael with the solar eclipse coming down. Turbulence getting the grave off on himself. He'll be able to turn it back. Letting lots of heals here, but Michael with that Aegisly the Immortal probably going to be able to continue persisting, able to live for now, taking him out. And Weaver, he has the corrosive on him, and he's just chunking away at Gax. He's man-fighting him. He's like, give me it. I got that double strike. What you want, boy? But it doesn't really matter. Fatty Whale coming in, taking out Boss. Boss taking out Mr. Streaky Taint, though, and that was 800 Gs going to a Shadow Demon. Talk about some ducats.
Do we have to go down this road again?
You don't like ducats?
No, I'm talking about 800 going to a Shadow Demon.
Hey, anything to make him more powerful. Pickle poking out on 587. Michael using the Manta to just try and continue the pressure. And he does go down. Michael's really low, but it doesn't matter. He still has Aegis. Fatty Whale doesn't want to be in this. The shallow grave will only do so much. And the fight will continue, and 587 is just going to slap him across the face. Jeez. RVZ needs to get out of this. This is not looking good. Oh no, 587 found him. And he's not going to be able to TP out of this. Lightning Bolt will be there to break it out if they need to. Although I'm surprised he didn't just mech TP after that Lightning Bolt was used. He would have been safe. Now he's just trying to continue walking back, and he'll definitely be dead at this point. So, unfortunately, missed a little bit of an opportunity to be saved. Oh, geez. Streaky Taint just hunting that ogre. He's like, you're a melee creep to me. Oh, we did get BKB on the Weaver. Buys the whole thing outright. So, in that next fight, look, Zeus doesn't really have a ton of mana. This could be a great opportunity for the Radiant to follow up in here, and they don't want their racks to go down. Oh, Streaky Taint with the BKB trying to go in on Bass, but the Demonic Purge pierces it, and it won't be enough. Down goes Luna, and are they going to continue in on this? Fatty Whale wants to do something, but down goes Pickle. The Zeus ult overwhelming. Shadow Demon goes down, and Weaver needs to get out of this. He has the magic wand. Dazzle doesn't have another grave for another 10 seconds. This could be a good baited opportunity. Fatty Will still has Blink. He goes forward. Pit of Malice connects. Turbulence getting the kill on Gax. And they're going to be able to continue on in this. Oh no, the Eclipse only connects with 3, 4, 5 hits. Down he goes. And now Fatty Whale is in a terrible situation too. The lightning, the fire. It won't even matter. Zeus bought back for this, and he's just going to come on in, and the murder is aplenty. We're still around 14k net worth in favor, but these fight recaps are not ideal.
Yeah, Zeus bought back for his Thunder God's Wrath.
Oh no, Lion just getting poked! What did he think he was going to accomplish? Death and misery, I guess, but we have a Weaver buyback. I'm surprised they didn't continue the pressure with a Manta, but I guess those were on cooldown. Now, Michael doesn't have Eclipse for another 100 seconds, and this could be a good opportunity for them to continue to turn the tide. What I'd really like from Streaky Taint here is for him to kill 587. He needs to focus down on him with that BKB activated, and we don't have the Demonic Purge on him, and he might be able to find it there since he had BKB'd out, but Turbulence using the Shallow Grave, gonna try and TP out, and no, Michael gets him down, and unfortunately Streaky Taint commits too much time on 587, doesn't secure him. Pickle does though with the ult, and now Ogre is gonna be able to pincer in on here with Gax, and Gax slices him down. Michael's trying to go to the Roshan Pit to deny himself, but he gets an Illusion Rune! That is actually invisible.
And the only reason Michael actually got away was a little bit of miscommunication between RVZ and Fatty Well. Fatty Well popped God Strength. It was a little earlier, but he blinked, and I don't need to talk about that as Gax is trying to give his life over to Fatty Well and hands it to him on a silver platter.
Yeah, he does. Only 80 HP left on that melee rack. 60, 40, 20. Down it goes. Michael does have illusions he can use to just continue them into the fight. And,
I mean, if nothing else, that stopped Pickle from continuing pursuit with the Blink Dagger.
Radiant's top tower.
But yeah, that entire like 3-minute exchange, that brawl that just kind of spilled out inside the base, outside the base, and back inside the base was just bait on bait gaming. Like, people not understanding the boundaries that they cannot cross and thinking that they can get a little more, bite off more than they could really chew, and getting bit back by big bulldogs.
So down goes the bottom shrine. Michael has the butterfly completed. And BKB is going to be next on the radar for him. So if we're looking at Zeus also, who's been kind of in another planet in terms of farm, or, you know, Weaver is on par with him at this point, but we'll have an Ags on him soon too. And Nimbus is a really cool move. The effectiveness, though, I think is still kind of questionable. It's global. It's a lot of lightning. He really just needs to be using it intelligently, though, because I think it still has like a 45-second cooldown, relatively longer duration.
I think he has a really straightforward use for it. He has this fish man who's been running at him like he has no sense. He tells the fish to go get him. When the fish gets in there, he puts the Nimbus cloud on him. There you go.
All right, so let's see what the Fishman's going to do here. Force Staff and Blink forward, able to connect on the Fatty Whale. 587 dropping that lightning bolt down, and he will fall very quickly.
Now, see, imagine if he had his Aghanim Scepter, he wouldn't have had to use his whole global I see you skill. He could have put a cloud on top of him and saved it for later. I'm pretty sure that's how that's going to pan out.
Hey, well, we're only 300 gold away from seeing that magic happen. So I'm excited for the Flying Nimbus. Now, I know you may have noticed it, but Lion has just been sitting on a casual gauntlet of strength since, like, rollout items in the beginning of the game. Never built into anything. Would you have at least completed that into a bracer, or just kept it as this casual strength? Maybe get an urn? What's your thoughts?
If I was Lion in this game and I bought the Gauntlet of Strength, I would have personally built it into the bracer. I myself generally do not do that, so I wouldn't have it, but in the way this game has been going with a lot of heavy burst damage and a lot of heavy combos coming out of Zeus, coming out of Slardar, and coming out of Luna, it's not a bad decision, but yes, he should have finished it up just so he can have a little more beef, especially since Pickle likes to be aggressive. He likes to poke a little further than he probably should. He likes to blink in the scenarios where he's putting himself into danger. So when you play this kind of a support in this manner, it's nice to have some extra HP. So getting back to your question, yeah, I would have finished it. I also would have took the two branches that he had and built a wand.
Yeah, wand on basically any support is going to be paramount to your survivability, especially if you're behind.
Wait. In the bottom lane, we are watching the effects of Lion versus Luna Shadow Demon.
Oh no, Lion. Oh, down he goes. We got the Zoozle from 587. And Streaky Taint needs to be careful here. Fatty Whale getting a nice stun off on two, but Dazzle able to connect with the weave. And Sven is just going to go down with Corrosive and the... It's just terrible to do. Streaky Taint now unavoidably going to take a lot of damage, and he needs to disengage too. And now RVZ, even though he has the Guardian Greaves and the Hood of Defiance, he's being pressured about a lot. And the Firestorm isn't really going to do enough. Streaky Taint, oh no! He's just getting taken out of the fray by Boss, and he needs to pop another Shrine, but it isn't in time, and he does go down.
I can't believe Gax actually dove at him under the Shrine to set that up. And they're still going. They're probably just going to go into the fountain. Why not? Look at Gax go. Look at Gax.
The Nimbus!
You remember what I said earlier? Where you're going to have crazy fish man just walking into places he's sitting and the cloud appears over him? That's how we got our team wiped.
Oh, so Nimbus is only 28-second cooldown with a 40-second duration regardless, but we are getting the GG called from Team Farts. It was a very decisive victory out of Sunday Drivers, or whatever alias they want to rock with, but that was a very impressive game. I think we were, what, a 12-0 start from the
13.
Dire? 13? Oof.
I want to say 13. It might have gotten higher than that, but I specifically remember saying that we had 13 unanswered points to start this off.
That sounds about right.
And there were glimmers of hopes for Team Farts every now and then. especially when they took their first two. They kind of drove them off of their side of the map a couple times later on, but they could just never really put anything together, honestly, to combat the pressure of Shadow Demon Luna. Like 5 million glaives everywhere. How do you stand against that when you have Fishman diving at you, when you got a two-headed ogre just walking at you, and somewhere in the same area code, you've got the Thunder God just raining on you. It's just really hard to fight into all that.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're getting at with that sort of difficulty approaching it, because there's just so much spam damage, and that's really difficult to fight into. But congratulations to our Dire team, and we'll be looking to go into another game relatively soon. Don't know which teams it'll be just yet, but I'm sure there's going to be some more fun ahead of us for Social Sunday for First Blood IO. I'm Sky at Reach for Sky, joined here with Dogi Sandwich, my co-caster.
Hello.
Thank you for being with us for Game 2 of today, and we'll be back with Game 3 shortly.
Peace.
Now, I don't know if we have a panel for this, so I think we'll just pan out some music for the interim until I get a better idea.
Now, explain something to me about this panel.
Burp,
I'm
burp,
not
burp,
on
burp.
it, right? I'm not on it, right?
No, you should be. Yeah, it's just everybody bullshitting about it. Me, you, and then ideally it would have been 2 other people also.
No, I only asked.
Or we can
because-
just use that time to just like... So it should be 2 or 3 other people so that we could use that time to do stuff. But that's kind of where we're at right now. And I think Pippi actually lost internet at his house, so we're just going to kind of go ad-lib with it. Probably just go into the OG music sort of style until we understand what's going on into the next game and the like.
Well, we could do that. We could talk, whatever. Just let me know.
You know, it really is whatever makes you feel good. I'm certainly down to talk about team farts and I guess, is this Call Me? I see the image for it, Call Me.
Oh, is that the next team or the team we just watched?
Well, we just watched. It has the image for Call Me up for the Dire. I don't think
Oh,
that they
no,
use
so
that
they-
in game, but it's probably just like a persistent, glitch, I guess.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna walk into this complexity NP game and see why complexity is actually losing.
All right,
mean-
I'll cut us to some music then.
All right. On the slide, though, I know exactly why complexity is losing right now to NP, because they think it's a good idea to have
Dire team ban.
Round 3 of the Social Sunday event. I am Reach for Sky, joined with Dogie Sandwich. I'm hyped for some games, and we've got Call Me versus, I guess they're going with +6 Trance.
Okay. The old mix-up switcheroo.
Did they identify as anything beforehand? I don't think they did.
They were the Sunday drivers last game, but they're
Oh,
6 trans.
okay. Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
look.
yeah.
They are the team that are banning the Meepos against the team that played the Meepos. Done.
And there goes the
And
Luna
they
ban.
banned the Luna, yes!
Oh my god, people have learned. Holy shiza, I'm excited.
This is like actual bans that would happen in an actual game of Dota. This is slightly surprising. Now, with that being said, okay, Ogre first pick, that's
Dire team
not something that happens too much, but Ogre's still really good. Ogre's still really good any day of the week.
Well, I think Ogre really just kind of leaves it open for them. And, they could follow up with a Faceless Void or, something to that effect. It's just relatively well-rounded support. And, they still got to draft to the strengths of the players on the team because this is a Social Sunday event. There's going to be people with a wide array of skill. And, hey, Ogre is definitely a comfort hero aside from him just being strong right now.
Yeah, I'd be more hard-pressed for you to find somebody who could not play Ogre. That's how simple he is.
Are you standing in a good spot? Have you cast Bloodlust? Is Ignite on cooldown? Then you are doing a good job.
I'm kind of upset that you put standing in a good spot as the first thing, because that doesn't matter as long as you bloodlusted something.
Hey. I think self-preservation is important, okay? You don't want to feed?
You're the greedy support player. All right. On the other... You are the greedy support player that actually wants to hold on to your money and not the 6th position. That just doesn't care.
I'll do the greater good if I recognize the situation, but I don't typically go to it.
With all our jokes aside, though, we had a Slardar and a Jug picked up 2 strong common heroes, but then a Legion commander, something that's still pretty common, pretty prevalent in the meta, but most notably is really strong lockdown and a snowballing scaling hero. What do you think of this thus far?
I think Legion is a good choice against the Juggernaut for that little extra layer of control. Now, I do think that it's going to be a little bit tricky with how the initiation may come out from either of these teams because, Slardar with the Corrosive Haze, we've got the Amplify Damage, which could definitely turn things in +6 Trance favor. However, if Legion Commander is proactive with the usage of the Press the Attack, then we won't necessarily see that as an issue in the game. So it really comes down to who hits who first and then how those casts come down, because if Legion duels someone else, had already pressed herself before the duel and in mid-duel gets hit with the Corrosive, I could see +6 Trance turn in that duel victory around very quickly if they draft appropriately here.
Oh, yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Quick pop quiz, just because I always think it's funny. Can you name Slardar skills now
Reserve time.
without looking or cheating?
Sprint, Slithering Crush, Bash, Corrosive Haze? Guardian Sprint? What the
Guardian Sprint, Slithering Crush, they're still Slithering Crush.
Bash
of the Deep.
Bash of the Deep?
Yeah. I always think it's funny when somebody starts talking about that. It's like, yeah, they actually renamed his skills when they reworked his model.
Well, I think it's important that he has this specific skill name, I guess, because the bash is very unique to him because it's physical. It's a physical bash that pierces spell immunity, and it's dispellable, which is a fun thing that you got to remember, like an Abaddon shield or something like that. And the bash duration is doubled against creeps, and it isn't like
5 seconds remaining.
what? How did the bash work previously? Was it just a flat bonus damage? I don't think it was anywhere near this high. The more I look at this,
You know more than I do about Slardar's bash. I've just filed it under it's annoying and he can do it. I don't play that hero. I should, and it's on my list of heroes to play in the near future. but I don't play that hero right now.
Radiant team pick.
I need to remember what the hell it was beforehand, because this is going to bother me.
You need to remember it later, because that was like pick number 2, and we've had like a bunch of picks afterwards that we haven't said anything about, such as
10 seconds
the
remaining.
quote unquote carry lich, cough cough.
Ooh, we got that plus 150 damage, or was it nerfed down a little bit?
I actually don't remember. It probably wasn't touched, because why are you actually giving lich farm? And then we also have
Fair enough.
Shadow Shaman and Earthshaker. You're more than likely going to be your 2 supports, especially since
What?
6-3 just previously played a Slardar, and yeah, Fuzzy Wuzzy. Big
Okay,
old
so we're going to
bad
have
Earthshaker.
Lich Armor, Bloodlust, and then 2 targets that you just want to throw that on.
Yeah.
And then just watch them, and then they can just run around and kill everything. And this wouldn't be a bad game for Ursa to consider an Aghanims in it, too.
Oh, not at all.
So that I could easily see being a vital pickup for him.
Radiant team banned.
Surprisingly, though, 6 Treants ban out a Tinker. With the draft that Call Me has thus far, I am fairly certain they're thinking of some kind of quick, consistent control.
Radiant team
What comes to mind after Slardar? Give me a second.
For Radiant, they need something that can control. Maybe something that people can group around. An Initiator, something with Lockdown, perhaps. Because right now they've only got the slow, a little bit of stun. The way that the fight would be coming out from plus 6 Treants is a little bit alternative, because they can just drop wards and take these eclectic fights where they're just kind of poking and re-engaging, whereas Ursa is going to want to try to take these fights fast, as will Legion Commander.
You know, something that crosses my... sitting here looking at the hero, and I'm like, maybe a mid Kunkka, but something more prevalent, Centaur War Runner.
For mid?
No,
Or, I mean,
Centaur-
for offlane and then run Legion mid, maybe? Alchemist! I love it. I love it.
Okay, never mind. We don't really care what they do. We're just going to put them on a clock.
I wanted to say Alchemist, but I thought it was a little bit too greedy. Maybe they can make it work, though. It won't necessarily be an Alchemist mid. They've got a lot of flexibility to their laning. They could also do a dual mid with Lich applying a little bit of extra pressure, or Ogre applying extra pressure in the lanes. So I think they can dedicate Ogre and Lich in whatever lane they need to be able to make sure that this Alchemist is successful.
I mean, that's one avenue you can go. That's the obvious avenue, but having an Alchemist in this lineup presents you with what I like to call the damned if you do, damned if you don't lineup. Because the first thing that you think when you see an Alchemist, and yeah, I mean, even you said this, is we got to stop this guy from getting money. Because if you don't stop Alchemist from getting money, he inherently makes more money than everybody else on the map, and he just beats you around with a bag of gold, right?
Oh, yeah, and he can throw his Ags to 4 good carriers of it.
3. We don't care about a Legion Ags.
Hey. That makes that Legion truly have a one-on-one.
On the other end of the spectrum, since we don't care about a Legion Ags, is that if you actually put forth too much effort, Alchemist, then you're going to let an Urza run wild. And while that's not the same caliber of oppression, like it's not you losing the money, it's you just losing your life to a bear running wild. So you're damned if you stop the Alchemist, you're damned if you stop the Urza. You really have to go on both of them, or somebody has to step up and win a lane that they might possibly not be allowed to win.
All right, well, we're going to be hit with a pause right off the bat.
That's just a quickie, nothing too serious.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. So I did check into the bash changes on Slardar, because I had to at this point, and back when it was like the bash that I knew and loved, it was 40 to 70 damage at the top end. But then it was changed to Bash of the Deep, and then it was slowly changed to 40 to 100, to eventually being the, 120 that we know now, and oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I knew this was gonna happen. You can do it with a Lich and an Ursa. You could do it with just the 2 of them, but they're dedicating all 5 into it. And, oh god, I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about that to respond, but they're walking up to the mid. Could they suspect this?
Michael pinged it. Oh, but he pinged that he might be in the area. Not like this, dude.
Oh no, not like this. Oh no, not like this. And the press the attack.
Oh no!
Oh, you got the Aegisly Immortal on this. Nice. Question marks. The smoke is broken. The stun only connecting on Yagerty. 587 poking him just once. Oh no! Look at that net worth spread. Look at that net worth spread. 975 to Ursa to start the game with.
Now see, this is the part where somebody asked for a remake because they skilled incorrectly. Kappa.
Oh yeah, right. Like if you'd be like, guys, we had a disconnect and he didn't come back. We gotta start the game again. Sorry. But it would have been nice if the Radiant would have been able to pull their team out and then just leave it for 1 hero. Then they'd be at like level 4 on the... Wait, it's 5. I think you're level 5 if you get all the experience by yourself. But obviously they were not in a situation to with how the Dire kind of panned out and the like. But it wasn't on their plan either. That was well done. Yes. Yes, about that.
The one thing you will see, one little side effect of it though, seeing as Siren on the Lich had to take Frost Armor for this, is he doesn't have Sacrifice to control this lane, and Snice might actually pay for this with the... Never mind.
He is Aegis.
Broken ankles.
Oh, geez. Snice is going to take some heavy fire here, but I don't really think it's going to matter. He's going to be able to commit more damage onto Black Cash, and he still has Aegis. Remember that. So it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. He's going to want to have that thing pop anyway.
I didn't even consider that he had the Aegis. I thought he went to the Urza, but he's just casually over here getting blocked off a couple times, and he's just sapping the mana in the time out of a boss.
Yeah, they're not getting any of these last hits. They're committing all of the effort into trying to kill this Legion. Legion still has Aegis, which they may not be really just considering so much. Oh, wow, middle lane.
Yeah,
587 Morphling versus Alchemist. Whew, that acid spray is going to add up fast. It's going to force the Morphling to have to play at a much higher strength threshold than he may want to than typically for last hitting and stuff.
And with that being said, the one lane we haven't touched on is the one that kind of surprises me with the laning configuration, which is Yagerty down here literally just going blow for blow with Gax, and he's kind of like kicking the crap out of him, dude.
Hey man, when you're doing 5 armor versus 8 armor, and you're both hitting... Oh, Yagerty hitting for more damage by far? Like, every single hit is a W.
Well, the thing that really surprises me is that how everything panned out with the level 1 Roche. I'm kind of wondering why Yagerty is really here in the first place. After seeing that this is an Urza against the Slardar, that's something that Urza wins pretty heavily because he is Urza and Slardar is a melee hero.
Back to the top lane, Snice. Under some pressure from Black Cash and Boss, but they're just still running at them. They have got about a little under 2 minutes left on this Aegis at this point, and trying to get every penny's worth with just teasing along that suspect of death. And, oh no, opposite side of the map, we do have Gax fall, but back to the top, we still have this fight happening here on Siren. Black Cash and Michael have finally wised up and realized they don't want to fight the guy with the Aegis. They want to try and kill the Lich instead. But they're not able to be successful.
Yeah, the Lich with Frost Armor, level 2 Frost Armor, level 2 Frost Armor.
Oh my god, he's just throwing the ice armor on Snice and letting Snice do whatever he wants because he has 10 armor.
Oh my god.
This is silly. Fisher dropped on Snice yet again. They're trying to continue the pursuit. He's just eating these trees out and living very well, but that Aegis is getting ever so closer towards expiration. I don't know.
It'll be fine because, I mean, when it expires, what's going to happen? We're going to get filled up, and there's absolutely no way to lose the region unless you get in there and do the dirty work yourself. Thanks, 7.0.
Yeah, they made it have the same sort of effects from a Salve or a Clarity now, so that's pretty good. Yagurdi is still committing a lot of time to this bottom lane. He isn't really doing any pulling or stacking or anything like that. Just kind of sitting in the lane, bullying Gax a little bit, trying to make it easier for Blake to farm. And I don't know if that's entirely the call, because he should do some stacking and stuff.
How are you saying he's not stacking when he literally, or not pulling? When
Okay, he literally just did.
But he also did earlier.
All right.
You are right. He has spent a lot of time manning up on Gax, trying to zone him out or at least take his region. But no, Yardy has actually been doing very well down here in spite of what we're saying. And hey, look at him. Look at him right now. What's he postured up for?
He's going to be pulling that baby at 45 is what it looks like. He's got... Yeah, you can do it up to the 45, all right?
Yeah. Give him the education. But yeah, like you were about to say, he has 7 tangles, which is one of the avenues he's had to be able to just walk at Gax. Because Gax came down here with a fairly standard regen. I think he only had 4 tangos. I can't remember if he had a salve, but he was banking a lot on this mango. And even though he's allowed the regen up, he can't stand in the lane very long against Yagurdi. And if Yagurdi times it correctly, which he's been doing fairly well, that means there are
Boss
ways
with
that
the
Gax
enchant
is gonna
totem.
miss.
Just doing a little bit of damage to Yagurdi. Gax trying to come in here with the Slitherine Crush. Not going to really be there, but... Oh, Wes! Hadouken doing so much damage in that stun. Certainly not helping him out. Yagurdi doing wonders with that Bloodlust and the Ignite. They're not going to be able to continue the pursuit in on Gax.
Now, you know what honestly made that play right there a thing? It wasn't the Bloodlust. It was actually the boots that Yagurdi has, and that allowed him to just kite those 2 out and give enough time for Blake to come down. And it also gave time for the Satyr to set up for the hard punch Hadouken.
Yeah, the Earthshaker does not have boots just yet, so Yagurdi having that clear advantage is very helpful for him. And, oh, look at that. He's able to use his boots to skedaddle and steal their bounty rune.
Sadly, he doesn't see the region in the river, but
No, not just
not
yet.
too important. Yeah, it's not important to anybody, really. Alchemist is playing on the other side of the world. He doesn't care too much about it. All he cares about is the gold right now, not the greens.
Yeah, and
So
right now
Blake with
Yagurdi
the-
and Blake going in on Gax, and I think they might be able to do something here. We've got the Bloodlust, and he's charging forward with the Enrage.
My lord.
Ignite will be the finisher on him, and Boss rotating in with a great fissure, not going to get the full block. Do we have any further rotations coming in? Yes, we do have Black Cash. He could drop the Shackle in on Yagurdi, and he may be the sacrificial lamb here. Oh, Blake Belladonna able to get the regen. It gets broken immediately, and now Yagurdi will go down to 587. Able to get a little bit of consolation prize there for them.
Quite literally a little bit of consolation as they were trading their offlaner for the 4 position ogre. I mean, any trade is better than none, but it's not a trade that you're really looking forward to at this point in time in the game, or really any point in time. Especially with the amount of funds that you had to spend just to get people down there and stop the bear from running at your tier 2 tower.
Yeah, well, the Lich is continuing to be a nuisance in the top lane. And it's actually forced both Michael and his supports out of the lane for the most part.
I have to point out that the reason why Michael had to leave was because both of the supports went bottom to try to save Gax.
Sure.
Like they were doing okay up here. Snice is still allowed to exist because he has a Lich with level 2 frost armor. So yeah, they were really hard pressed to do anything up here to begin with. But with the supports leaving, Michael had to leave as well because then he was just cannon fodder for overwhelming odds.
Armlet picked up on Alchemist. That's going to allow him to have a bit of a power spike and really just kind of take some fights now. But Black Cash doing something here with Siren, and oh, it's nice, able to force the disengagement with press the attack. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to have our first duel right now, but oh, Boss throwing out the Fissure. Is he going to make it unsuccessful? That will not be a duel win. Siren, though, trying to get into the tree line. He could salve to try and heal up. Oh, going upwards to try and get a little bit of a sanctuary. Snice trying to disengage, going down, and all the jukes! He's able to get away, almost the full salve going off. Ice Blast on Boss, couple more clicks, he'll be able to do it, but no, Black Cash coming in with the Shackle, and Snice might go down, one more hit! He goes down, Boss goes down too, opposite the map, Gax goes down, and now Siren, one more click and all be really what he needs. Killing streak already ended, and Black Cash able to get that W there, and as mentioned, Slardar going down to Blake Belladonna. And, I mean, Blake has kept up with an Alchemist and farm.
Yeah, the bottom lane was
Is under attack.
Blake and Yagerty jumping on the Gax, and it was around the same time that 587 just happened to cruise on through with a haste rune, so he got the return kill on the Yagerty, but it was, again, that unfavorable trade. Just everything working out in the Radiant's favor thus far.
Now, Snice is getting ever so closer to this Blink Dagger, and I think we're going to see some serious fights start to break out from there, because that'll be their first reliable initiation source, because Ursa isn't too far away from his zone either, but we'll have it online for the Legion first. Chase is already farming up on the Ancient Creeps, and if he wants to get Boots of Travel as his next item, that's going to be online relatively soon. Otherwise, we would probably expect to see him going in like the Radiant sort of direction. I'm not sure if Alchemist's build has changed so much for 7.02. So I know they changed the talent tree a little bit, not like to make it like too crazy of worth though.
From what I recall, nothing's really changed. Like, the only consideration you have to make now is if you take, there's a plus 80 unstable concoction talent somewhere.
Yep.
But that's honestly only for the support alchemist that nobody plays right now.
Yeah, otherwise you're going to get plus 6 stats, and that's pretty valuable for you. But Blake Belladonna here with Yagerty on Gax, still being annoying, forcing him out of the lane. And Juggernaut's going back to the base. He's going to have his Helma Dominator coming online, and then, you know, hope to really pull a little bit more farm out and maybe pressure some towers. It's looking a little rough for the Dire. Right now, around 7,500 net worth behind Team Call Me. And looks like Snice wants to try and get this fight in on Black Cash. Blinks forward. Juggernaut ultimate is connecting on him. And with that Lich ult as well, that's bouncing around, but I don't think he's going to get a W at all. Siren goes down too. That's a double kill. You are right. That was a masturbation if I have ever seen one in front of me.
And that honestly only really happened because Snice was hesitant to just blink in and really just trust Siren and what he saw. There was no vision on top of the hill, and Cass was just walking into the dark at Siren. He walks on top of the hill, he gets blasted, and Snice just takes a little too long to amp up, or really to Hulk up, whatever you want to call it, and get in with the duel. And that gave everybody else the time to rotate and start this 5-man push that's going on the top tower.
Snice dropping that press of the attack. They're keeping their entire squad bloodlusted up.
There's also a healing ward out, and it's worth 25 gold. I think it's 25. It's worth money now. That's an important thing. Snice going in deep, gets the duel.
Not enough follow-up for them to get the W on the duel, but they do get the kill. Blake Belladonna also finished up the Blink Dagger, and that was the unveiling of it in that fight there. With the double follow-up, Blink Snice with Blink Ursa Bear. That's super scary, I would say.
Blanking of lads, because we haven't talked about the progression of Ursa or really anybody.
Well, Morphling has this Midas now, and he just recently acquired that, so although a little bit later in time, I think he needs this to even attempt to try and keep up with the Radiant, and this is good that he was able to steal that bounty rune there just to try and slow down the Alchemist's farm any way possible. But this Alchemist is going to be on par to have this Radiance before 14 minutes.
Top tower has fallen.
Yeah, there's no words needed to be said for that. Just dot. Oh boy.
Radiant's
Good
bottom
scan
tower
coming out from the
is under
Dire,
attack.
suspecting that somebody might be looking for the carry, and they are correct. You see Michael just scurrying over to the bottom half of the map. Gonna go take what is this? Take the hard camp. Just keep himself safe. But sadly, there's still some bodies sitting in the middle. Those are some bodies that actually can't see what's happening right around the corner.
Yeah, and now he's going to fall down. And unfortunately, Snice will finally get a duel win. Unfortunately for the Dire. And also unfortunately for me, I derped out and had the wrong thing on the overlay.
Dire's
Merp,
middle tower
merp.
is under attack.
Well,
Dire's structures are fortified.
I guess I tabbed back. I thought I switched it. Whatever. But Unfortunately, it is in the past, but we will go forward with the correct one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And both times the towers have gone down. We don't need to talk about the towers. We need to talk about Snice almost going down.
Oh no, Black Cash also, Bellavana going in, and Siren getting the double kill on him. And now it's Yagerty and Siren that are on the retreat, except they want to fight too. And with Gax and 587 trying to do some work here, we see some serious strength morphing out of him. And I would expect to see a 4-second stun come out in just a moment, and that could be in Blake Belladonna's face, except he got out with that blink. One more poke on Yagerty, and there's that W. Okay, we got
W's
Radiant.
across the board.
It's so many. It's so many. And we have Radiance and Boots of Travel picked up simultaneously for Alchemist.
Legion Commander almost has her Blade Mail. Just about 600 short of it. The Morphling, our Midas Morphling, is getting a shotgun. How you feel about that?
I think that's a good play for him.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, geez. Shadow Shaman.
Dire's top
It's nice just getting these dual wins now. This is going to be great because he's up to plus 20 at this point. And he's going to have Blade Mail online relatively soon. And no, 587, that is a terrible situation for you. But the reason why I like this Ghost after E-Blade first is it allows him to not take physical attack damage from both Ursa and Legion Commander. And although we will probably expect to see a Diffusal Blade come out of Ursa Bear at some point in time in the game, it's not going to be now.
Radiant's bottom
And you know, Morphling ideally is using that in offensive setting, not defensive either. So we'll see how it pans out. And yeah, we've got Roshan getting chipped down now, but the Dire know about it, and they're looking to do something about it, I think. It might be a little bit too late. Morphling going in. Aegis to the Immortal going on Blake Belladonna. Lich ult connecting on everybody, doing substantial damage to both the Shadow Shaman and the Morphling. Ursa goes down once. We got the Echo on the other side from Boss on two. And Siren may go down, but no, Yagerty finishes off Boss. Ursa Bear able to blink out of that terrible fight, and Yagerty is the one that needs to retreat. I think Gax may be able to continue on the pursuit, but 587 gets the stun out on Lich and has to use the E-Blade on himself because Blake Belladonna jumped back in. Yagerty falls, though, to Michael. And now we're just kind of going back into the split push and fight game. The wards were already used at the Roshan pit, so they won't have them for pressuring towers, so now they got to see if they can do anything on this Alchemist.
Is that going to take his life too?
I don't know. We've got the Hex out him, but the Radiance Burn is going to be a lot of damage for Black Cash. He may just die from that. With the Solar on him? Yeah. The Corrosive Burn was enough to take him out.
All right, so that was a series of actual textbook plays that were well done by both teams. So what happened was there was a push coming out of Dire on the bottom lane. Yagerty was already down there. The tower was almost low. And Chase decided he wanted to go down there and protect his tower, maybe get it denied. Since that happened and the Dire knew that Radiant was in the Roche pit, they knew at that point that they could go in with some TPs because the numbers were going to be 5 versus 3, possibly 4, which is why they won that fight there. Since Chase had just TP'd bottom, he couldn't go back. So his only option at that point was to push the lane down, try to take the tier 2 tower, which he got because there was a very slow response after winning the Roche fight. So it's just a bunch of textbook plays that were well executed given the circumstances.
So I hope you've taken a look at that net worth graph lately because it's basically been a steady stream upwards aside from those last couple fights. And +6 chance needed to make that happen, so well done on their part. Now, I don't know if we talked about any of these items that we've picked up recently, but we do have Desolator on the Ursa Bear. And on top of that, we're going to be looking at that mechanism relatively soon too. But, Chaser's getting caught out again. And now Legion Commander with that Hex on him, using the Blade Mail. He might get a dual win on Shadow Shaman now. A couple slashes and that'll be all it needs. And I think Blake may be able to, no, it'll be Siren taking out Gax.
Dire's mid
even though it looks like what some people would actually probably think of as sloppy play or a bad call by Chase just to stay there. If you looked at the vision,
Oh, we've got a huge ultimate coming out from Boss, and they're going to continue in on Yagherty. One more hit, he'll fall, and we lose Boss too. Michael tries to get out the healing ward. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep it up, though. They haven't focused it just yet. Down it goes. Now 587, continuing the chase on Belladonna. One. Are we going to get that crush or that blush? Yep, there he goes.
Oh, that blush?
That blush. I was like taking crush. I was trying to do crush and bash and fuse them, and that's what came out. Blush. I don't know why.
Okay.
Because I wanted to say Slithering Crush. Instead, I was doing the L part and then just the B.
All right. I'm not gonna let you have that. That was terrible. But no,
Some of them have been good in the past, though. All right, whatever.
But no, what I wanted to point out was that all of that started because Chase, who is currently walking at Boss with a concoction, tried to get the what am I trying to say? The Chemical Rage invincibility that actually does not work on concoction, by the way. He tried to get that to save himself from some stuff. But Chase was in the middle lane when all that started, and he got wrapped around, and he got picked off, right?
Oh, bottom lane Chasers TPing in. He actually had that concoction channeled before he went in, and when that Slardar blinking away, it still followed him out. And now 587 does the Radiance copy on the Alchemist, so they're going to have that aura dealing in that whole fight too, so very good for him, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Gax has already fallen. They throw out the stun on the copy Alchemist because they don't want that there either.
No, not at all.
Yeah, it's really bad news for them to have in these fights.
Okay, so the two lessons that I'm going to spit out real quick because there's stuff happening right now. Lesson number one, a lot of the supports and really a lot of the rotations this game have been happening without smokes. That's how Radiant actually won their tier 2 fight because Chase was bait. Thing number two, which Chase might be trying to do on top
Oh, the E-Blade in the mid lane. Oh, we have an immediate duel right after that.
Wow, they walked up there.
Pop followed by a
no
pop.
Yeah, they walked up there with no vision. Thing number two about Alchemist, and this is one of the benefits of unstable concoction, it's you can't disjoint it.
No, you can't. It's silly because as you saw with Gax, so Alchemist channeled it in the top lane, TP'd bottom, it only had a little bit left, he was able to throw that out, and even though Gax both sprinted and blinked to ending up being like around here or so on the minimap with that line drawn out, it's still connected on him.
Fun fact, that's also why you cannot Chemical Rage dodge it. Which you will probably try again. And he just missed the timing. In the middle lane, though, Boss wants to hand everybody some free wins.
Yeah, that's not really ideal. They got to be a little bit smarter about that. And I think a part of the problem is the way that this vision is down on the map right now isn't like the best way that they could look at it. Because Radiant Vision, not that good. But the Dire, they should have known about these sort of things unless that was actually his dying breath of putting that down, which it may have well been. Yeah, okay. So
I'm pretty sure that he was just going on a warding mission, but again, like smoke does not seem to be one of the hot commodities in this game, and that would have possibly, not probably, and it not would have, but possibly would have given Boss a little bit of a heads up to get out of there, knowing that people are up there. In the bottom lane, though, this Alchemist has been found.
Oh no, they found Chasers. He's going to get hexed out, followed up with a stun and the E-Blade. And he's just going to get destroyed, and now, man, Morphling has an Alchemist that he can use to push lanes and farm with right now, and that's going to be really nice for him. He doesn't get the Grievel's Greed bonus, as in the past that was a thing, but still really valuable nonetheless.
You know what else is valuable? Omni slashing down a Legion commander.
Mm-hmm. Legion is at plus 76 dual damage victory, though, and Morphling is at plus 10. I don't think there's been any other wins across the map.
Middle tower has fallen.
That illusion that you were so avid and eager to see doing work just kind of dies to the side, just fades into nothingness without being next to creeps.
Well, it was in creeps for a while. I mean, it maybe eventually got moved out or whatnot. I wasn't keeping up on it that keenly.
Radiant's bottom tower
But checking up on the Ursa Bear, he does have a Skull Basher finished up with BKB, the next item that he's looking at. And BKB will be helpful against the Morphling and some of the control that would be coming out from the Dire. However, the big things, like those bashes that would be coming out from Slardar, that isn't something that he can really escape.
On the other end of the spectrum, Jug just picked up his Mjolnir. That's
Alchemist connects on the Michael, and what, the Courier's still there too? So they're able to get the Courier instead of actually getting him, but oh no, opposite side, 587 getting the kill on Snice. And uh-oh, we've got the Corrosive Haze out on Alchemist, and this Shadow Aim isn't going to do anything for him. The Lich Ult, it bounces on a lot of people. We haven't gotten the type of connection that we need, though. 587 has to do some of that strength morphing to be able to stay saved up. Oh, he was stuck in the trees and had to get forced. That's funny. And Ursa's just split pushing.
I mean, he ain't walking up there 2v5, I'll tell you that much.
Well, Ogre is walking up there 1v5, so that's a sad day.
top tower has fallen.
That's been another thing that's been happening in this game a lot. The more specifically from the support players who have this this dying desire to save all of their towers, and they're usually hanging around them too long, or the first to walk into the tower, walking into multiples, and
Top tower has fallen.
dying time and time again for it. It's not just one; it's really been 3 of the 4 of them.
Oh, Slardar, force staff forward, goes for the Blink Crush also. Good zoning on their part, and they use the E-Blade on Ursa to try and drop him back. He uses the Enrage to break it off immediately, and the follow-up of damage isn't going to be enough. And with only a couple HP remaining on the melee racks, are they going to get it? They don't! 60 HP!
Yeah, somebody's getting hit with a concoction across the map, and I want to know who. Oh, it's fine. All right, never mind. His Lincoln's is complete.
Oh, jeez, that's silly. So, Lincoln's online. That's a good pickup for us to make an announcement on. And I don't know if we called it previously, but Juggernaut had his Mjolnir up for that previous fight.
Yeah, it was pointed out in the top lane. That was where the great bait happened on Chase, where he thought he was going to stun Michael and just finish him off solo, but then the squad showed up, and they took the kill lead, although they're still really far behind in the net worth. Oh, Cash, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no. He got destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, Cash wasn't making a horrible decision. He picked up a random illusion rune in a game where they don't have Invis.
Boss getting an Echo on 4. Gax following up with the Slithering Crush, and now the Alchemist illusion there too. Lich Ult trying to connect and do as much damage as possible. Snice getting the duel win out on Slardar. Boss falling on the other end too. KPV, or aka Chasers, able to disjoint that Omni/Ultimate, and Belladonna taking a huge stun coming out from 587 from that Adaptive Strike. Thankfully, he comes in, gets a double kill on 2, maybe not knowing the high ground, but Snice is probably going to get dropped down to 587, dropping everybody. Dropping is something that these people do. Roshan dies, and that's an Aegis going to 587, and this is a completely different game. Look at that net worth. Over the course of those last few very well taken fights from the Dire and pushing opportunities, they've narrowed that net worth down to only 3K difference. And they are now in a very strong comfort zone if you are on their team, because, like, look at that. Both the Juggernaut and the Morphling are looking crazy, and Black Cash has Serpent Wards, which are pretty good at killing towers. Down goes the top racks at this point. Mid tier 3 going down 2. And I don't know if there's anything they can do about these racks here. They don't have a Fortify. Siren does get hit with E-Blade, and he goes down. And here comes Chasers. The initiation from the Silver Blade, dropping out the stun as well. And that's a quick duel win for Snice. They're following up in her on Black Cash. He gets Force Staff out by his squad. Blake Belladonna, 5 more seconds for the next blink on him, and Boss throwing out a good fissure to just kind of block the path. And Belladonna might be able to continue this up here, but it doesn't really look like that's the case. They just disjointed out by going to the bottom, and they're just continuing the pursuit on Boss, who has a blink dagger. Now, they're just going to try and probably have any sort of return kill in the mid lane at this point.
Yeah, and unless somebody steps out of their base, I don't really think they're going to find one.
Slardar has a halberd.
See you, Cash. You didn't really need that bounty room, buddy.
Oh, boy. And we got a Veil now on the Earthshaker. I don't know if that's going to be the items they need to be able to keep this in the game, but anything to increase their damage output will be helpful for them. And we've got the buyback on Juggernaut. Echo connects and does, oh my god, so much damage. That is the ridiculous monster kill. All on the back of that Veil.
This guy. I think the Veil worked, man. I think the Veil is the savior of that push.
Yeah. That Echo Slam did 4,000 damage in a second.
Raffle.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
And they're actually going to hit the shrine instead of walking at the tower. I mean, they've gotten the buyback out. Hitting the shrine is perfectly acceptable while they walk down to the tier 2 tower. Because the thing you have to remember about shrine is that
All these force
they
stats.
actually
Radiant's bottom tower
Just keep pushing each
force
other
that
forward.
meaning. It's
Yeah, exactly.
force that's a godlike item. But like the benefit of taking the shrines out is if you really think about it, they offer more of a good foothold to fight around than a tower. Because like, what's 150 damage like at this point of the game right now? But what's like a full regen? That's what you get out of the shrine, which is very detrimental to stopping people from fighting in those places. Also good forward outpost if you want to try to get back on the map quick, fast, in a hurry. But I'm not really thinking the Radiant will see too far outside of their base again with the way things have been going. I have this idea that they're probably going to be pinned in and finished off right now unless they can make one final stand. And it's going to be really hard for them because even though they still have the highest net worth hero in the Alchemist, he's only 2,000 ahead of the Morphling, and that's not where you want your Alchemist to be at any point in time in the game. You want him to be a solid 10k or higher above the enemy's highest net worth. So,
Do you think this Silver Edge pickup on Alchemist was a mistake?
yes. Like, I'm sitting there thinking about it, it's like, okay, what does he disable with this Silver Edge? I mean, he can
Slardar
reduce
bash
damage.
and, yeah, damage
He can
reduction.
reduce damage.
But
That's
all
the
the
big thing.
E-Blade pop on Blake Belladonna, immediately having his HP, forcing out the Enrage, and Boss getting a huge Echo Slam again, connecting on everybody. The follow-up from the Morphling just being absolutely overwhelming for them, and we've got 2 buybacks out from both Lich and Ursa. Alchemist has buyback online as well. He might need to commit it, and he's not even going to bother. They're just dropping the GG.
Yeah, as soon as they let him walk up and put the wards in between the racks, that was pretty much the final nail in the coffin for that game. It was going to be really hard for him to fight with all the control going around. And yeah, even the Silver Edge, like you just said, that's an extra 2k going into an item that probably won't be able to reach its target in the Morphling. So that was very well played by Dyer to make sure to close out game 3.
Yeah,
the
that
third
was
game
our
that we
third round of the night so far. You are correct. And we'll be going into another game in this series relatively soon. I'm going to see if we have a panel discussion available. But yeah, without much more into it, we will be back into it shortly. Yeah, well, Call Me had a really decisive W that we thought was going to happen, and then off the back of that Roche at the beginning of the game, they just weren't able to just really keep the momentum going. So kind of crazy how that all panned out.
I'm trying to think. It's like they took the Roche, They won the lanes really hard, but their alchemists just never got huge. Like there were, when I think about it, there were mistakes here. Are we in panel time, or are we just talking to
Yeah,
talk?
we're in panel, I guess,
Oh,
for the
okay.
few or whatever.
All right, because like I'm trying to remember what happened off the top of my head, and I think of situations like the Legion commander getting baited around top um when she was looking for a duel. I think of the alchemist getting picked off a couple times. I think of the Roche fight where they take Roche after getting the alchemist to TP bottom. Um, they get Roche. Dyer takes the fight, and Dyer wipes the 3 or 4 of them there, and then they turn around and kill the alchemist after he takes tier 2. So it's like Radiant were taking small steps. They were getting small steps, but every time they took a small step or had a small advantage, it was quickly lost to a bigger deficit. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if I were to look at the support trades throughout the game and see that the Radiant supports traded their lives more of their lives over than the Dire. Because, like I said in the game, the supports were really quick and really eager to defend all the towers, even if a core didn't want to, and they died very often for that. And I would be hard pressed to believe if that happened more on Dire. And even if it did, it it couldn't have been more than like the Midas Morphling getting a bunch of pickoffs here and there.
It's funny, when you took a look over this, like, net worth or even like the XP net worth graph as a whole for these teams, because it was so far in Radiant favor. And then, what was it? It was like probably 15, 16 sort of range at the peak. And then it went to well over 10K in the Dyer's favor towards the end, which, ended up ultimately securing their victory. So the way that just like the game panned out, I think there were a little bit of mishaps on the item progression, as we've talked about. But I mean, in terms of overall gameplay, do you think there was any defining moments for the Radiant that kind of made it all fall apart?
Yeah, it was like the Roche fight. That was one that I mentioned. The other
Mm-hmm.
one that didn't that I haven't mentioned yet was when when Michael had just gotten his Mjolnir in the top lane. He's farming in the top lane. It appears to be by himself. Uh, Alchemist walks up to him with a stun and stuns him and thinks he's gonna get a free kill or gonna at least pressure him away. And then 4 heroes turn up, and that turns into like 2 for 0 or a 3 for 0 trade going towards Dire. It's stuff like that. Even though the Radiant had the gold advantage for well over half the game, probably. Like I'm not looking at the stats. I'm just doing this
Sure.
off of memory. I'm pretty sure they had the gold advantage for over half of the game. But even with the gold advantage, if there are misplays, outplays, and just anything that could not happen in your favor, that doesn't really matter. Like gold does not automatically mean you win the game more often than not. You still have to play the game, and if you know how to play from behind, then you just get a bigger gain when you get your kills here and there.
The level 1 Roche was a fun little touch, but unfortunately not enough to really help keep their team pressing forward as a whole. I mean, I just mean that like that in terms of the overall game, not like in a literal sense, because they had such a clear advantage from that Roshan fight, the first one ever, the pre-game start one, and
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, it's like you have the level 1 Roche, and think about what happened with it though. Like you have a level 1 Roche, you have a Legion getting first blood with it, but with the way the lane was set up, they would have lost that lane if it was even because it was 3-on-2 with 2 zoning supports going against a Lich and a Legion. Okay?
Oh yeah.
And so while they're wasting the support's time, they're not making any huge gain on the lane. And eventually, it really broke even. Well, I can't say it literally broke even, but there was no the advantage that you got from the Aegis didn't mean anything because it's not like they pushed them to the wall and they bullied them out of the lane. In fact, the only time they even took full control of the lane was when everybody had to go bottom to stop the Urza from running at the tier 2.
So, Ursa, Desolator, what do you think about it? Do you think that money should have been a defusal? Because, I mean, we're talking about the same amount of gold at this point, right? It's like 3150 versus like 33, 35. Yeah, it's like 3150 versus 3500, I think. Let's check the items.
I guess it could be a defusal. Sadly, this is one of those things. You ask me that question, I'm like, damn, I'm a support player. I don't know what differences.
Well, I mean, look at it this way. He gets so he's going to get 25 damage from the agility on a diffusal blade.
Okay.
Then he's going to have mana burn. Each attack burns 50 mana, which deals 0.8 per mana burn. So on top of the 25 extra damage from the agility on Ursa, we're also going to be getting... God damn it, how do you make me always pull out a calculator at some point in time?
Because all I'm worth is telling you stuff like they should have smoked, they should have warded.
So we're
They
looking
should have
at
been behind their
we're
court.
looking at the 25 damage from the agility, and then 50 times 0.8 is 40. So that's 40 physical damage for mana burning.
Honestly, just all from what you're telling me with that alone, with before you even get the calculator, which is too late, I'm thinking that yeah, defusal might have been better because you're talking about a desolator on the one hero who's honestly going to be able to sit there and swing at people at any point in time, as opposed to minus armor and a little bit of damage on that same hero. Because I mean, what were the three cores of the game? You have an alchemist, a legion commander, and an Urza. Legion Commander's whole goal is to duel something, right? Once she's dueled something, if they're winning in the fight, then yes, she's going to hit something. So if the fight is even or they're losing, a Desolator doesn't really help her. What does an Alchemist do? An Alchemist in that fight, or in that scenario, based off of his build, he's going to stun something, he's going to put down acid for them to fight in, he's going to be really tanky, and then he's going to swing at something, hopefully. Again, if they're winning the fight, what good does the Desolator honestly do them? But if they had a defusal for the one guy who's actually going to go in and swing regardless, which is the Urza, then yeah, he's getting more. I think it's more damage.
It is more damage. Well, okay, the armor reduction calculation isn't something that I'm going to fuck with.
All right, here's the important thing he gets. He gets chased. And if he doesn't get chased because they're losing, he gets disengaged. And in the event that something comes up that he needs to defuse off of somebody, he could do that too. But yeah, just telling me that, I'm thinking that there probably could have been more utility out of a diffusal blade. Again, it's another coulda, woulda, shoulda scenario. Because I also think that the supports could have did more for the alchemist. And I think that was a large portion of what happened in the early game and the mid game, beyond the outplays. I think that was a large portion of the strategy, because the supports really on both sides were very straightforward and very, very basic with what they did. And I don't want to say this to sound derogatory, but it kind of has to be. Because if you looked at any point in time during the game, like if you took like the vision of any side, you more than likely could see a support on the map, which is something you don't want to do as a support. You want to try to spend as much time as physically possible off the map, unless you have a purpose for being seen. But that's not something that gets like really harped on or even thought about until you start getting into like more in-depth concepts of supporting. The basic thing you think of is my job is to support somebody, so I need to be with them, and if they happen to know I'm here, it's no big deal. But they could have spent a lot of time, or a lot more time stacking for the alchemist. They could have been like bullying the morphling to give the alchemist more room. Because again, you think back to the lanes, you had a Lich and a Legion lane. Legion is actually fine in a lane by herself because in any scenario, if she can't win her lane or if she can't farm in her lane and be disruptive, she can jungle. That's one thing that people hate about her in pubs is she's a jungler, quote unquote. She's really not. Urza was one-on-one against a Slardar. Urza was one-on-one against a melee hero that wasn't Darkseer. Therefore, Urza just wins that lane. There's probably like there's Timbersaw, and there may be some other melee hero that Urza doesn't like. But it wasn't Timber, it wasn't Darkseer, and it wasn't that mythical creature in my head. So Urza wins that lane too. Meaning that the Ogre didn't really need to spend some time or as much time down there as he did. I'm not going to sit there and say the Ogre should have never been in the lane. He should have just been in the jungle farming, stacking the whole time. But they could have did a lot more to bolster the alchemist and give him something to boost his money on, or to quote unquote fall back on when he wasn't as far ahead as he was. But
I agree, because the Ogre really didn't need to be in the bottom lane. I think Ursa versus Slardar one-on-one is okay, and assuming Ogre has a TP to rotate down there if something bad breaks out, I wouldn't foresee any issues for the Ursa. And then, transitively, you could always have the Ogre sit in the lane and just sap experience and have Ursa fall back on the jungle, but realistically, I don't think they did enough to support the Alchemist, so I agree with you on that. The Silver Edge, though, still questionable. Now,
like I get the point of it when I think about it, but I don't see how it really works in a practical sense. Because the purpose of the Silver Edge in that game is to reduce damage. Like if you're getting it to disable some passive, I'm like, what passive? I don't know, but everybody I can't say everybody. Most people, myself included, when I see the Silver Edge, the first thing I think of is it disables a passive. I always forget that I forget that it reduces damage as well. So look at it from that angle. How are you going to reduce damage? Because let's assume that this is Bizarro World and there's not a Sentry Ward down there where there should be when the enemy has some kind of...
Now, is it base damage reduction or total damage reduction?
Bruh, I'm a support player. It reduces damage. That's all I know. If I'm actually right-clicking stuff for some reason, don't get hit by the Silver Edge guy. That's all I know. I like to keep my stuff very simple.
Yeah, I know it.
I know you're asking me that to, inform people, but hey, I ain't got the answer, and I'm not gonna front. Okay.
That's okay. Well, we'll have the answer though because we have the internet.
But
and
the thing,
yeah.
My bad. The thing I wanted to make about the Silver Edge though is okay. So let's say it reduces damage. Let's just say it shuts off your damage completely. Okay, you do absolutely no damage if you get hit by Silver Edge. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That means you're still gonna want to target a core. What are their 3 cores? You have a Juggernaut, which if he sees the Silver Edge coming, he's gonna spin or he's gonna Omni. Okay, so he's not really easy to go on. Target number 2 is what? Your main target, which is Morphling, who has a Lincoln Sphere. So for you to even put the Silver Edge on him, you have to pop his Lincolns, which is coming probably from Unstable Concoction, and then you have to hope he doesn't waveform away from you or replicate out if he has a replicate up. And then your third target is Slardar, which, let's be real about this. Slardar doesn't care if you Silver Edge him. All he wants to do is he wants to point at somebody, slam the ground around 2 people, and he's did everything he needs to. So who are you really going to Silver Edge in that game? Like with the way that game panned out, and with the way they used the way the Radiant used the Alchemist, I actually questioned the Radiance because I was thinking like, who is the Radiance effective against? Yes, the big thing about Radiance in that scenario is that it provides a mischance, but it's really only useful against melee heroes. I mean, yeah, it's useful against Morphling if you get in his face, but that was a shotgun Morphling if I remember correctly. That was a shotgun.
It
bolt,
was,
right?
yes. He went
Okay,
for E-Blade as his first item, then followed up with the Lincoln Sphere.
So that's a Morphling that isn't really concerned about right-clicking people. He's just gonna put the E-Blade on you, hit you with the big W, and whoop, see ya.
Yeah, exactly, because he got the Midas and he really couldn't go toe-to-toe for a while. And then after he got the E-Blade, he was. Like, that was basically it. Up into the E-Blade, basically worthless.
Yeah, it's Morphling life, especially if you want to go with that route. Because the other scenario that we could have had with the Morphling, which wasn't great or wouldn't have been great for the Radiants, is if the Morphling would have been tanky with stats, which would have been a Dragon Lance and possibly a Hurricane fight.
Yeah, wasn't that the build that you were kind of hoping or anticipating for? I think you were I thought you were questioning the E-Blade first off.
I was just like, he's getting an E-Blade, and I was like, I haven't
okay.
seen E-Blade in a while, but I was like, it's not horrible because it's still Morphling,
Sure.
and I mean, stuff will still die. That's all we need to happen right here.
You're not wrong.
Let me back up. I do remember this now, and the reason why I questioned it is because I thought the Alchemist was going to be played differently. I thought the Alchemist was going to go more into the split pushing build,
Manta
which is what I
Octarine.
think of when I see Boot to Travel in a Radiant on an Alchemist. But we went like Boot to Travel, Radiant, Armlet, let's run at him. It's not working that we're running at him. And we never really thought about playing the lame, boring, I don't want to do this in a Social Sunday community pickup game of just splitting them to death.
Honestly, I was hoping he was going to do the Manta Octarine build where he's able to get everyone in Ags sort of thing. And I mean, his GPM was still very high. 816 I think he ended with. However, the way that the money was spent wasn't all directly related to increasing farm capacity, which is the type of alchemist that we're talking about here, whereas he has a little bit of flex thrown in, and I just don't think it paid off.
Yeah, like with the way it was built, like it was a fighting build. It was completely a fighting build, but it was just a fighting build that was kind of aimed at the wrong thing. And even if you look at the mana and say like the mana, he built the mana so he can split push, he puts out a lane. You have to think about how he used it, and the way he used it wasn't incorrect. It was a playing not to lose kind of mentality, because he used the Manta defensively against Omnislam. ... Oh yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah, that was.
That was the only work that we really got out of the Manta. And so yeah, just like you've been harping on the whole time, the money could have been spent on better stuff. It didn't even really have to be farming, in my opinion. It just had to be more coherent to a game plan. It's just everything seemed like abstract art when you look down at his item build. Just a little bit of split push, a little bit of farming, a little bit of fighting. Put a little happy armlet in there. No, all right.
Well, okay, I like the armlet. I mean, that's definitely the intermediary item you want to get before your Radiance. And his Radiance timing was good. It was like 14 and a couple pennies of change.
I was just talking about my bad joke. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, the timings were fine, but yeah, it was, in my opinion, it was like, what are you building these items for? That's what I think where a lot of the downfall came. But at the same time, I still also think that the bigger problem, among all other things, was simply there wasn't a lot of help for the Alchemist at all. Like, we could talk on and on about the items, but again, if you look throughout the game, there was never a point in time where the Alchemist was just leaps and bounds ahead of everybody, and that's literally what the hero is designed for. And if he's not leaps and bounds ahead of everybody, then you could have picked something like Anti-Mage and you'd be better off.
Well, I don't really know how... You're saying Anti-Mage for Radiant?
Yeah, because, I mean, again, what's the point of Alchemist? The point of Alchemist is to get a crap ton more gold than the other team and beat them with the gold. You don't specifically have to do it with farming and split pushing. That's the most common thing. That's the safest thing and the easiest thing. But at the end of the day, you should be able to press whatever your individual net worth button is, and his bar should be sticking out twice as long as anybody else's. If that's not the case, it's not a good look for the Alchemist, unless the rest of the team is just crushing as well. But that's not what happened in the game. Like, Alchemist was number one, and he stayed number one throughout the entire game, I think. But like I pointed out somewhere before the last big push, he was only 2K above Morphling. That's not good. That's not good for an Alchemist. That's not good for any Alchemist. And so, for the amount of space that he should have on the net worth graph, if the most he can get is just 2K above, it would have been okay. Just looking at the network, not the team composition and everything else, but just like literal money sense, it would have been okay to have a Anti-Mage, because Anti-Mage functions the same way when you think about the money. He just doesn't need to be super far ahead.
You're right.
He just needs to be kind of far ahead.
Well, I know I saw a recent article about how like the age of split push is kind of dying with how the item builds like really are developing on these heroes these days, and how the meta is changing and all these talent trees and stuff like that too. So it really wouldn't surprise me for anime to stay out of the meta for at least a little bit longer, unless there's any sort of modifications that happen or teams that play it with some sort of specific style that really makes it cohesive.
The Anti-Mage that builds an Aghanim Scepter and walks into the enemies because all they have is single target skills. Who wants theirs thrown back onto them?
I don't know. Sad day. That Ags is silly though.
Yeah, split pushing. I won't go as far as to say it's dead, but yeah, with all the different cool heroes and talents and items that say, "Yo, let's go stand in a lane for the beginning of the game. Let's all get like level 6, get a couple of items, like quite literally a couple of items, like a mech in a TP. Let's all TP to a tower, and let's just start having a parade in the enemy jungle." It's kind of hard to split push around that. Like, you want to split push, but you're not going to take the towers before they take yours. And with the way the game is now, they don't even need to take all your towers. They just need to go hit a tier 3. If you don't want to defend your tier 3, then you don't get shrines, and you don't get to have fun on the map very long.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of sad if that happens sometimes, but
That's actually one of the changes. I guess we're off of the game and just kind of talking in general now.
yeah, I
That's
guess
one
so,
of the-
because this game is like pretty hard nail in the coffin, I guess.
Yeah, that change, the tower change, is I look at that as a double-edged sword, or like a two-sided coin, however you want to put it. Like, it's a change that needed to happen, but I'm kind of sad with what it means. Because the thing about the change is that the game isn't so straightforward anymore. Like 7.0, 7.1 were really straightforward in any organized sense. It's like, hit the tier 1 towers, cool. Hit the tier 2 towers. You want to take every single tower, because then you take the shrine. You take the top shrine specifically, so you can dive in the Roche pit, get the Roche, go to high ground. All right? But in 7.02, they changed it to where it doesn't matter how many tier 2s you take. Once you take a tier 3 tower, then you can hit the shrines. Any shrine in the game, mind you.
Yeah,
So if you want to take their base shrine, take their base shrine.
sure.
And what that does is it makes it to where, like, you get a heavy reward whenever you want to walk up their steps and take out a tower. But we go back to the age before 7.0 where you have worthless towers. Like, now, if you think about it, we're back at the point where the Dire tier 2 tower is the most useless tower in the game. I can't say back because it used to be the Radiant tier 2 top, but yeah, now the Dire tier 2 bottom is like the most useless tower in the game.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But then wouldn't you say like the Radiant tier 2 bottom is also pretty garbage? by same
No,
proxy?
it still gives you some a little bit of protection in the jungle. It's not great protection, but it gives you a place for people to TP if somebody's farming the mid camp, or another flank point if they're farming the what camp is that? The mid camp that's just outside of the base. And those are really common places to farm, especially since the mid camp that's outside of the base is in the middle of 4 TP points.
Yeah,
But
that's
like-
true. I mean,
but like the
middle of
dire
shrine
tier-
also.
Yeah. But like the dire tier 2, what is that encompassing? What is that in the middle of? It's really nothing. I mean, sure, you could argue the hard camp, but the hard camp is actually above the shrine, and it's next to the tier 2 tower, and it's just outside of the base. You could still throw away the dire tier 2 bottom. Tier 2 top is still pretty important though. Well, relatively important.
Yeah, I'd agree. If you're like comparing them, like to break it down that way.
But either way, that still adds some variety for how you can go about taking towers, as opposed to, again, like 7.00 and 7.01, where it's like tier 1s down, tier 2s down, shrines down, Roche, high ground, game. Now, if you want to be crazy and be like, we're busting down the middle lane and we're going straight at that tier 3 with our Shadow Demon, Luna, and our Chen, we can do that.
Well, I would love the Age of Chen to come back, and we might be close to it.
I've seen a decent amount of Chen being picked up. He's not super widespread, but it's been very notable, especially for the concept of a death ball. The hero that surprises me that's been picked up, or steadily picked up since 7.02 is Bane. I don't know why people are playing that hero.
Dude, his 7.02 patch, man. He's a fucking race car now. 75 movement speed.
Okay, stop. You're forgetting something very important. He is a support hero
75 movement speed.
at level 25.
People just want to be styling, all right? And that's what it is.
I want you to go look at real world Dota, okay? You can even look at fake world Dota, all right? Just organized Dota, okay? And I want you to tell me how often supports hit level 25. Like, those are actually irrelevant buffs or changes to support heroes. Like, they're great pup changes, don't get me wrong, but in the game where you have 5 like-minded individuals going against 5 other like-minded individuals, a level 25 talent means close to nothing to a support. Unless it's one of those random supports that's just gonna hit creeps forever for some reason and magically wind up in 25. Like a Chin that's not doing his job with a Midas.
Yeah. Well, what about Visage? I think Visage has had plenty of time to be useful, and maybe that time is going to be now again.
I'm pretty sure that time was the 7 days that 7.00 came out, and that was like the highest win rate, most busted hero. Well, it wasn't highest win rate, but that was like the only time it had a positive win rate, if I remember correctly, or above 50. There was some stat that everybody was talking about where when 7.00 first hit, Visage was literally the best it's ever been. And Ice Frog came out the woodworks like, yo, whoa, we done messed up. We forgot to cross the T right here. Let's fix this real quick. And all of the Visage players got sad. That was your time. And that's when you should have grinded ranked.
That very brief period of time. Got it.
Yeah. So if you have a time machine, you know your target destination.
I think there's other target destinations that I would probably want to hit aside from that one.
Yeah.
If I had a time machine specifically.
Yeah.
But, all right, I think we can call the panel discussion there. Looks like the second game is going to be finishing up relatively shortly, or that's kind of look where it is kind of headed at. So we'll be going into the fourth game of the night, or Finals? Senior? I don't fucking know where we're at.
We're going
More
into
Dota. We're gonna go into more
Dota.
Dota soon. But until then, I'm gonna put up some funky beats, and I will catch you guys in a few.
Match here. Prepare for battle. Match in hand. Assault axe is ready.
You will not play by the rules. Who you are will always define what you do. You will never play the game. You will not play by the rules. Who you are will always define what you do. Looking back at where I started, on my own discovery, what I found where my heart is you and me and love. I never thought when I departed, this road would be so lonely. What I found when things were hardest was you and me and love. Looking back at where I started on my own discovery, what I found where my heart is you and me and love. I never thought when I departed this road would be so lonely. What I found when things were hardest was you and me and love.
Yep.
It's Bahrain, by the way. No, don't worry. It didn't take you long to remember what it was. I couldn't remember that for months.
In just a second, guys, so appreciate your patience with it all, even if you didn't want to have it. So
Bravo.
what? I'm just being a real guy. Let's be real.
Bravo.
Yeah, I'll eat some bites before this game starts. Looks like it's gonna be starting up pretty soon.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting over here watching the truth of Overwatch placements unfold. It's really funny. The truth being that this season they just put you back where you were last season. No, I'm watching. Tailspin's doing his placements. I don't know where he's been, but he's doing his placements on one of his accounts. And I mean, he's doing his placement matches against Grandmasters.
Radiant team banned.
All right, we are in it to win it. We are in round 4 of the night, I want to say.
Somewhere like that. This is the fourth game we've talked about.
Visit on mobile.
Radiant
You have to be
team
on
banned.
mobile.
All right, so round 4 of the night, and we are seeing Not Sorry banning out the Shadow Demon, and in response, we've got the removal of the Clockwork, and I think that, again, is going to be because Clockwork, again, Comfort Hero for Crocky 2.0. A little bit of change in their names, but still Yuliasi we know. Jeez, they just straight counterpicked the offlaner again, getting rid of Earth Spirit and Clockwork. Now, the Morphling ban out, I feel like is kind of questionable, but maybe that's because of the performance that they saw in +6 Trance in the previous game.
Probably, yeah. They've decided that they don't want to deal with a Morphling. They don't want to deal with the option of a split push or have themselves be another victim of a shotgun. So let's go ahead and take it out. Take it off their minds. And Not Sorry, not feeling any compassion about taking a first pick Ogre on top of all of that. Again, like you said, a hero that's probably really comfortable for somebody, but still really strong at any level, and it's really simple to play. Fits well with pretty much any lineup you can think of, honestly. Whether you're trying to protect somebody, whether you have a death ball, whether you're trying to do some kind of a team fight, he's useful in any capacity for damn near anything you can think of.
Yeah, right. Absolutely fun. So Slardar and Juggernaut.
10 seconds remaining.
We're seeing more Jug.
Seeing more Slardar. I bet you can't guess who's going to play the Slardar.
I'm gonna go with the Gax. That's my guess.
Hey!
That's my guess. What about
Somebody's
you?
been paying attention.
Is that also your guess?
I mean, I'd be amazed if somebody else played it at this point in time. Both the games that we've seen out of 6 Trent / Sunday drivers have been Gax games. He's looking like, all right, I can't remember this. There was some major somewhere where somebody played Slardar for 5 games straight, and they were so sad.
Universe?
No, it was not Universe. I want to say it was DC's offlaner.
Moo?
The one at the time. It might have been Moo, but there's somebody somewhere when Slardar was an offlaner in the meta there was some big land. It might have. I don't want to say it was Ti. I want to say it was one of the majors, but they played Slardar every game in the grand finals, and it was like a 5-game finals. But let's stop talking about Slardar because we got new hero.
Remaining.
Yeah, Batrider. This is our first time that we're getting into that today.
5 seconds remaining.
I like that we are seeing a Batrider because that's a fun hero that I think this is the first time I've seen him in a Social Sunday event.
I can't remember if we saw him last week or the last Social Sunday, which was 2 weeks ago. I couldn't tell you about the first one because I didn't exist back then. But I will say, as okay as I am with seeing a Batrider, I'm actually not okay with seeing him right now because as strong as Batrider is, there's still 3 picks and 2 bans to work around it. And there are ways that you can make Batrider,
5 seconds.
I won't go as far as to say miserable, but make him not as effective as he could be.
Reserve time.
Stuff like having very elusive cores, such as a Weaver or a Puck, having the good old Vengeful Spirit or Slark. I wonder why they banned the Slark. But
Yeah, right.
something like Vengeful Spirit to automatically swap either somebody out of the lasso or to swap the bat away from his lasso. Excuse me? I'm actually offended by that ban.
Oh, your Crystal Waifu is gone.
It's not even the fact that. Why would you ban Crystal Maiden? Like, what? In what universe is that a good idea? Even if that's somebody's comfort hero, like, what does Crystal Maiden honestly do in the grand scheme of things?
Mana regeneration?
Okay. If you were going to lose to Crystal Maiden, you were going to lose without her being there. That's how that hero is.
5 seconds remaining.
Alright, you're not entirely wrong. But Rubik is a fun pickup, though, and I think that, you know, the effectiveness that he can have in these fights for disabling people or stealing some clutch spells could be a pretty big deal. And maybe this will restrict Natsari's next couple picks.
If nothing else, if somehow, some way that they decide to run Slardar as a support, which again hasn't happened yet. Slardar Rubik is a very combo support duo in the meta as of now. You have an instant disable in the lift, throwing them to a set spot, giving you guaranteed continued crowd control with the stun. So even if they don't run Slardar as a support again, which I wouldn't put my money on at this point in time, it could be a resourceful duo pair.
5 seconds.
Depending on if they want to run it against the Bat Rider, assuming this is going to be a solo off-lane bat or even just a farming bat, or they could run Slardar and Rubik aggressively against whatever carry that Not Sorry picked.
Yeah.
But on the other end of it, they decided to pick up a Shadow Fiend, something that we saw banned out earlier, but we haven't seen played yet.
Yeah, and I think they banned Shadow Fiend against Not Sorry, so maybe this is one of their, signature heroes for these players. But more so than that, there's a little bit of synergy with the Batrider Shadow Fiend, since Batrider can bring people unit model-wise literally on top of Shadow Fiend for his Requiem. So instead of the Shadow Fiend having to get a Yule's, which was kind of how they did it in the past, or maybe even like a Shadow Blade initiation for his Requiem, he can rely on the Batrider in some capacity to do that for him. And I think TA is a pretty strong pick for them to choose here to play against the Shadow Fiend in mid, since he'll be able to use Refraction against the raises or the select right-click damages that will come out. And he doesn't really have any sort of good way to break down that Refraction. However, what if they were to randomly just go, you know what, guys, let's throw a Pudge mid? Oh, God. I was going to say Batrider, but they just picked Pudge. What the hell?
You really think they'd be crazy enough to run Pudge mid?
No, but Batrider mid against TA is certainly a possibility because
that
he
is
does
true.
well against TA, really well, actually. And then they could throw Shadow Fiend in the safe lane, and maybe they make this an off-lane Pudge or a roaming Pudge. I'm just kind of being optimistic on how they would approach dealing with a TA now, because she, against Shadow Fiend, I think it's too even. And if you can find a way to make it so that your team has an advantage, then I would take it.
fun fact about Pudge. He is the slowest melee hero in the game now, and is tied for the fourth slowest hero in the game. With his recent nerf to 280 move speed, that puts him on the same tier as Crystal Maiden, and surprise to me, Invoker. I didn't know Invoker was that slow, but the three of them are faster than the slowest hero in the game, which is Tekken.
Techies!
The more you know.
Techies would be fun if he was in Captain's mode, but he's not just yet. And that is a nice factoid, dude. Dropping the knowledge bombs on Pudge being the slowest melee duder in the game.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about it when I saw the 7.02 change, just because I always think of like why did they change it by like 5 or 10? Like, what does that effectively do? And yeah, that makes it to where tranquil boots are more valuable on him, like early tranquil boots, or making more of a committal to movement speed just so he can catch stuff if you're going for a style that doesn't completely rely on hook, which it exists. It's rare, but it's a concept that exists. That way, ooh.
What?
T-Pain?
Terrorblade? Okay, I'm into this. Now, this could be a TB mid. Terrorblade against a Templar Assassin isn't that bad because he can use his Q to just break the refraction effectively.
I'm hard-pressed to believe that.
He has very high armor also, so he doesn't do bad against Meld. Get a few illusions out there, pop that Metamorphosis, or what I want to say, his real ult. And hey, possibility. We don't know, though. A lot of flexibility to the draft and how they want to lane it. Not a lot of control from Not Sorry, though, in terms of an early game phase situation. So it should be pretty interesting for how this is going to kind of pan out. Going into round 4 of our Social Sunday event with FirstBlood.io. I'm pretty stoked. How about you, Mr. Sandwich?
As stoked as I can be.
You got your man Darkseer, though.
Yeah, and then looking at Darkseer, I'm looking over at the Not Sorry draft, and I'm thinking of the quote-unquote flexibility, and I'm like, there really can't be too much of it. If you run Terrorblade mid, somebody has to sit and babysit him. And if somebody has to sit and babysit him, then Darkseer disrupts a lot of farm in the bottom lane and gets a lot of farm, more than you want to allow him to have. This entire time, Batrider can't have help. So what basically happens is that Rubik gets to decide what lane he wants to get kills on. Rubik and Slardar, because with the Darkseer pickup, that shows that this is actually going to be a support Slardar for once. And again, that's a very devastating laning duo, or a support duo, because of the catch. I'm actually not talking game because I was adjusting stuff. It's a very devastating support duo because of the catch you have from Rubik and the initiation range. It's not the longest, but if you smoke properly to get into position, you have a lot of control. And then you look at the lanes that they're going to. They're either going to go with Darkseer, who can put an Iron Shell on the Slardar, which powers up the Slitherine Crush. They can either go into a lane with TA that has Meld Strike, or they can go into a lane with Jug that has Spin. So they have 3 kill lanes wherever they decide to go.
All right, well, we've got a smoke coming out from Not Sorry here. Black Cash leading the way on Rubik. Michael right behind him on the Juggernaut. Boss on Darkseer. Gax as Slardar, and 587 as the Templar Assassin. And
No way.
what?
No way.
What?
Boss is like, yo, my smoke broke.
Oh my God.
I don't know if they saw him, though. Like, they didn't see it there. Like, yo.
What? Oh my God. This. What sort of clowning ass shit is going on right here?
Guys, I'm serious. My smoke broke. It's right here.
He's like, guys. Oh my God. Uh-oh.
Michael, not like this, man.
Michael, not like this.
Oh, it's like this.
Oh no, what are you doing, Michael? That's going uphill. Forced uses Blade Furry to try and retreat. Pudge going forward on the rod. Nice crush off on 4. Gax getting surged out by Boss. He'll be okay. Black Cash, though, is in an interesting position. I don't think Crocky's really going to accomplish anything here, aside from a few right clicks himself. And it's going to go back to just being insanity in the mid lane against 587, but yeah, Crocky and Fortress both chasing him to the top.
You ever seen the original Gone in 60 Seconds?
Of course.
Yeah, the one with like the 50-mile-per-hour, hour-long car chase at the end. That's what I just saw go across the river.
Oh, man.
With that being said, if you look down here in the bottom lane, we have a lane that's just not really going to work out for Radiant, or it shouldn't. The dynamic duo of Boss and Gax. Now, I'm assuming that because Gax has the ward in his hand that he's the support in this lane, but it's kind of hard to tell right now. Either way, whenever Boss... Oh, I see why this isn't happening right now. Look at Boss. Did you click on him yet?
Yeah, he's rushing Soul Ring.
No, look at his skill build. He did the one thing that you should never do on Darkseer for any reason.
He went Surge level 1 in the fight. Remember, I called him having to Surge out Gax.
Oh, I
and-
didn't.
Oh, no.
That's their entire lane.
Yeah.
Except for this.
Oh my
except for King
god,
Royal.
Gax getting first blood on Kendall. He really wanted that badly.
Oh, man.
Salved
Like,
up,
that's-
now he has his, now he's gonna be even closer to it.
That actually just saves the lane for him because, realistically, they should have just been zoned out. That's a time where you call for the Pudge to come down as if he did, and there's no Ion Shell pressure against 3 melee heroes. It's like, what do you actually do at that point? But Ken, stepping a little too deep, stepping too deep again and getting crushed, gives Boss and Gax the saving grace to salvage this bottom lane.
Yeah, and now Slardar is sitting on this Arcane Rune, so 48 mana crushes. That'll be pretty sweet for him. But this Batrider actually is getting zoned out and pressured a ton, and he's only level 2. No real last hits to show.
No, that's a typical Batrider life. He's not a very strong offlaner, but his suit or his strong suit is the fact that he has a decent escape. It's not great, especially against Rubik, but as long as he gets level 2, then he can get some headway in the jungle like you see him starting right now, putting some sticky napalm stacks on the satyrs, and he'll be able to firefly those down and mitigate the damage that Rubik's done thus far. He won't really be able to keep up with farming. He won't be in the place that he wants to be, but he'll still be able to make some kind of forward progress.
So this Shadow Fiend has been kind of taking a ton of harassment from the TA, and TA actually outplaying him in a lot of ways, because 11 denies is a pretty serious amount of denied experience, and when you're playing against a Shadow Fiend, you gotta deny as many creeps as possible because of the value he gets on his Necromastery.
This is a story of Shadow Fiend in a lot of matchups. When he doesn't have our prize gimmick from the last Social Sunday, where he's going to start off very weak. He still needs to build up his souls, but the thing that actually has to happen isn't preventing him from getting souls. I mean, that's a big thing, but to really keep a Shadow Fiend from getting out of control in the lane, at some point in time, one or both of these supports are going to have to come middle and just end his life and take him off of half of his soul.
Bottom lane, we've got a stun come out from Gax. Off the mark, ODB trying to follow up in on here. Boss taking some heavy fire. The Surge is ready if he wants to use it. Oh my god, with the Ignite, is it going to do it? He was down to under 10 HP, and they're going to have this Shrine to hit now immediately. And the smart move would have been from the Dire to try to figure out some way to pressure that still, but they're both low themselves, so they really need to heal up.
Oh, they just got a completely value Shrine, though.
Yeah.
They got the metamorphosis out of ODB, so they're going to come back in. And as soon as this goes down, they're going to be able to put a lot of heavy pressure on him.
Kendall is
If
here,
not-
though, but he's underneath this Dire Observer Ward, so they know that he's already made this rotation. And I think that's why we see them playing a little bit safer already. However, they also saw that Pudge just disappeared. He went away, and whether that's back in the lane, we don't really know. Surge from Gax, though, he's going to be able to get that crush off under tower, and with a couple more right clicks with this Ion Shell especially, they'll be able to take that down with no problem. All these creep waves only have one place to go, right on top of Fortress, and with another crush, he's going to fall down. being stuck underneath that entire enemy creep wave, really unfortunate, and they did a great job of juggling that creep aggro with the tower balance as well. Notice that he didn't do any sort of physical right-click attack on the enemy hero until
Hey, look
it
at the
was
middle
much
lane real
more
quick.
there.
The DD rune and the big save from Ken. Is it a save though?
Oh, I think it could be. Ken has got 587 stuck in the tree line. Unfortunately, able to get stunned here too. Whoa, he's got to be careful with the Shadow Rays. Rubik could throw out a clutch Fade Bolt and maybe get this kill. However, Kendall hitting Black Cash just by mistake and getting just destroyed by Gax in the end. And, oh no, Kraken gets hit by the creeps! Oh god! This is a disaster! He's hitting drop right back in.
Prowler.
Oh, Prowler MVP. That Prowler is actually on the Dyer's team if you didn't know that.
Oh man.
Radiant gonna have to be forced to disengage from here, and Mike will be able to pressure this top tower with relative ease now.
Yeah, like you said, Michael had all the free time in the world when the bat left his lane. Rubik rotated down in front of the bat as well. Actually, Rubik went to start that off. And he's actually in the bottom lane bugging ODB at this point, who had a little bit of room, not a whole lot, because, again, he's still in front of the darks here. And if everybody leaves, that just means he has to deal with Iron
No,
Soul
he's
by
stuck in the
himself.
trees right now. He's going to need to use his Quelling Blade to try and get out of here. This is a really bad engagement, but he might be able to take it for victory since Ken rotated in. One more hit on Black Cash and he's going to go down. Only one more hit required on him. That tower proc is probably going to be the seal. And there it goes, ODB, with the help of Ken coming in, able to take that fight.
If they were perfectly willing to walk under the tower to go at ODB to begin with, it would have been nice if they would have just hard committed to it. If Boss would have walked up with the Ion Shell, he very easily could have took ODB down with him. He would not have gotten out, but you would have been trading the farming carry for an off lane.
Mid lane, Gax smoked up, looking to rotate in on Insanity. Fortress actually smelling it out, able to get the stun out. So they're not going to have to worry about that for now. But Black Cash is here too. And they're really putting a lot of pressure on Insanity in the mid lane.
Yes, again, this is what you have to do against Shadow Fiend. Click on him real quick. He's got the big double digits, 30. That's a pretty powerful creaser right now.
Yeah, 62 plus 70. Oof. Uh-oh, Black Cash rotating in here. We've got one break on the trap. Second break there too. We won't have the lift, but the Fade Bowl is there. Insanity not able to kill Black Cash. 587 securing and killing him. Refraction absolutely overwhelming. It's like he's able to have the same Necromastery burst damage, just at his select will.
I like the part where Cash had to make sure the creep was out of the way. It happens sometimes.
I'll take that as tribute.
So Juggernaut's doing pretty well in the safe lane since he's going up against the Batrider, who really isn't able to pressure him that much. And once you throw a Magic Wand on a Juggernaut against a Batrider, you basically negate him because you have spin on top of it too. So you can let Batrider get all those sticky stacks up on you. You'll thank him for the mana, and then you'll just spin if he tries to engage on you.
Yeah, but the bottom lane, again, diving for ODB, assuming that nobody's going to come save their carry, and they're making a pretty bad assumption. Because once again, the support duo of Ken and Fortress come to the aid of their T-Pain.
Oh, but not in time for Shadow Fiend in the mid lane, dying to 587 and Cash.
That's just a trade-off they would have had to have made in that situation. It's really well coordinated on both sides. Some more good play coming out of Social Sunday. You have the supports rotating bottom to save the carry, who's had the best game thus far on the team, and because of that, Dyer knows that the supports can't come mid. So Shadow Fiend shows his face, which he was not told to back off and go jungle. That's a free pick for the TA.
So Juggernaut has his Helmet Dominator finished. It's back at the base. That'll be coming out on the Courier probably relatively shortly. And with the way that the Dire are postured up, it looks like it's still all eyes on mid. And the Radiant, no. Ken has rotated in, as has Fortress. And I think they're just going to try and pincer in on him. They know the ward dot drop. He pinged it out.
Yeah, he was a little too close. And they saw Gax pick up stuff from the Courier in the bottom lane with the ward that's in the river. So there are more reasons than one for them to know what's happening over here. But it looks like they're going to go back to the bottom lane. It looks like they're going to smoke back at ODB one more time. That was a little short, but I don't think it matters too much this time.
Yeah, there isn't going to be the rotations that his team needs, except, whoa, Insanity able to get 587 on the other side of the map. And unfortunate that Terrorblade rotated out away from the tree line. If he stayed in the trees, that might have been a little bit better of engagement, but Dire's still looking pretty dangerous here.
Yeah, I think they were. They kind of had the idea they wanted to walk at Ken. They couldn't find him in the trees. They were searching really hard. And somebody made a late call from the back out, especially when they saw Insanity coming in, and that's when they left. But as for our unfortunate friend, the TA in the river, she caught the good old hook dismember. That's all there was to it.
Oh, we do get a hook connecting on the bottom lane. Boss caught out of position. Kendall being able to really take advantage of that. They're not really doing much there from the top, but oh, Crocky in the top lane taking so much damage from Michael's Omni Slash. He wants to try and build up some stacks on here or do some damage with the Firefly, but I don't really know how effective he's going to be. I think he's just going to go TP home. Yeah, look at that. Just choosing for salvation.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, 587 with the hook from Kendall. Fortress following up on here, and I think 587 may go down. ODB is here too. He'll look to try and do something with that meld in the trap, and down he goes.
Yo, people just die everywhere around here.
Everybody's dying. Look, we were at 14 kills at 12 minutes in. This is the type of bloodbath that we want, right?
Yeah, the only people who haven't died in this game yet are actually the two top lane farmers, Michael on the Juggernaut and Crocky on the Bat Rider, but they've been playing a lot of the PvE game in some shape, form, or fashion.
Yeah, so Templar Assassin's going straight into the Desolator rather than getting the Blink Dagger first. And that's going to be really helpful to try and help her keep up with the DPS that the Shadow Fiend is going to be dropping, really.
I'm fine with that, especially since she has a Rubik and a Slardar to set her up. And if they somehow can't get in position, they have a Darkseer to surge one of them into position.
Oh, smoke coming out from Gax and Black Cash. Are they going to be able to find Kendall out of position here? They may be onto something. Rotating up around the other side. Ken off the hook. And oh no, they're going to be able to find Insanity. We've got the Corrosive out on him. They're going to lift him up, drop him back, and they actually don't choose to engage on him any further, recognizing he's doing way too much damage for them to be comfortable with that engagement. And they're going to get 587 in the mid lane, actually.
And that was just a miscommunication. Like, they wanted to wrap around. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I think so. Gax won something out of this, but Black Cash stealing out the slow-range Shadow Rays. And unfortunately, this could be a bad situation for the Rubik, because he is now in a... He's getting pincered in at this point. And now Crocky has a bat. He's got the blink, able to not break the TP.
Yep, because that was one of the changes somewhere along the road where Flame Break does not.
That was a few ago.
Yep.
He should have committed the lasso if they wanted to actually get that kill. But, you know, now they're going to have it for the mid lane, and they have revealed the blink more so than anything. I think that is a very new pickup.
Yes, yes, it is.
And he's got the smoke. These guys are going to group up, and they're going to look to pressure these lanes. Darkseer almost has his mechanism finished, actually back at the base, so that will be coming out to him relatively shortly. Big power spike for them as a support team, since he's almost online in terms of really the heal burst potential value that he'll bring his team. Now, do you agree with this 1 point in vacuum with 3 in surge?
No. No. Just no.
I like to do 2-4-2. Keep surge at 2 and then put more points in the vacuum, so eventually 4-4-2.
Yeah, like, generally speaking, you want 2 points in surge, because if you're going to get controlled in any capacity, like after you surge, it'll generally last long enough throughout the stun duration, which they didn't really have to worry about in the bottom lane, but that's just standard protocol. The most important skill that Darkseer has I'm just looking at this middle lane real quick to make sure this tower's going down. That is a Metamorph Terrorblade hitting it, so it's going down. The most important
Black
skill
Cat
that
stealing Bloodlust from Fortress, and now they're going to be able to catch him out of position.
I don't
Easy
think
stun
Bloodlust-
hook.
I think Bloodlust will help you get away from that.
Nope.
Yeah, the most important skill that Darkseer actually has, especially now, is by far his vacuum. That's not to say Wall isn't useful or resourceful, but seeing as it does no damage by itself anymore, it's just a huge crowd control for the most part. With 70% slow, I think it's 70. Speaking of 70, 587 just walks in stone cold to Crocky, gives him a trap and a tap on the behind, and tells him to get out from this side of the river.
Yeah, Dire grouped up as 4 in the mid lane. All of the ultimates ready. Juggernaut just finished his Maelstrom, almost online with that Mjolnir too. That's going to be an easy mid tower for them. And curiously enough, Darkseer has still not brought his mech from the base to him yet.
Since we're taking a little bits of shots of things that aren't happening, both of the Ion Shells were also on the creeps and not on the Slardar, which is something you really want in this duo. As a Darkseer, you may not want to go in and face tank yourself. I know I'm one of those guys that's not very strong-willed. That's how I'm going to put it, to be politically correct. But you do, at any point in time that you plan on engaging, want to make sure you have Ion Shells on your people that are going to be in the front line. In this case, Slardar is going to be one very easy.
Oh, the hook just
Almost
off the
got
mark. Slardar's getting pretty close to his Blink Dagger. That's going to be a big spike for him.
I'd like to point something out. If you look at Radiant Vision, Ken just did that. Like, there's no vision there. Ken just did that.
Yeah, he just did that. Uh-oh, is that a hook stolen by a Rubik? Yes, it is, but it misses! 587 continuing in on here. Fadebolt will finish him off, and that's the Desolator finish on the TA also. So
Desolator, oh god, Desolator finished in front of Roche, and you have a Slardar on your team. That used to be a Roshan.
-9 armor. -19 armor.
Peace!
Yeah, that thing is gone.
And Black Cash getting his dream skill of the game right here, the hook.
Yeah.
Seems like with Ken's fishing, he forgot to close his tackle box and keep his lure close to him.
So Batrider top lane has the Blink Dagger, smoked up, level 11, up here with Fortress and ODB, and with the Dire grouping up around them, this could be a good opportunity for them to get a fight. And oh, with this Observer word drop, they definitely know what's up. Oh, the hook! The hook! Oh, what? That was so clown. The hook followed up in on the Rubik, and then he got hit with the lasso simultaneously. But the Ignite on Black Ash would be enough to take him down. ODB getting that kill, up to a killing spree again. Are we going to see Michael trying to come in here and pressure this tower? There's no backdoor protection on tier 1, so you can always do full damage to them. Even at level 0 with nothing really happening, you can just do that.
I was going to say, why is Michael going to pressure it? That's his own tower.
Well, pressure the push.
Okay, that's not the tower, though.
Aww.
Got him.
Juggernaut almost has his Mjolnir if he isn't already on the courier on the way. Yep, that is. Now, I think...
Michael going back to what he used last game, his tried and true Mjolnir. Now you think, what's up?
I'll take that as tribute.
The Mjolnir gets him up to the attack speed threshold for doing 2 attacks per Omni/jump, I believe.
Okay, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, so remember when Juggernauts used to always get Mask of Madness?
Yeah.
Because it brought your attack speed under 0.5.
Okay.
And when it was brought to, maybe it's 0.5 exactly, or 0.5 or under. I don't know what the exact number numerically you need for your attack speed value is, because, it's like 310 for Juggernaut right now. But once you get your attack speed to 0.5, you're attacking twice per jump.
Okay. I did not know that was a thing. I just had a cliff note under he swings faster and lightning shoots out. Now here is a big thing to talk about, a really important thing. You look over at Gax, again, the Force Art just got his Blink Dagger. So that's actually massive for this team because not only do you have a longer range initiation.
Oh, we've got a hook connecting on the Rubik. Blink strike in from 587, and Kaki looks to try and disable Michael, but it won't be enough because Gax is looking to help his buddy out. Oh no, the vacuum connects. Insanity getting the ult off as well. Boss might go down, but he's able to get the mech off and able to save his friends for a brief moment. This healing ward doing so much to keep his team alive, and Michael will die in the end. But at what fault? Everyone else goes down. Kendall goes down too. And now it ends up being a 2 for 5 exchange, or 3 for 5 exchange.
Oh yeah, just a hook on the Rubik to start things off. But there was nobody really in position to blow him up before help arrived. And then it was just a crazy fight in the middle against a lot of things you just don't want to group up against. I mean, sure, you want to group so that people don't take massive amounts of damage from a Omni Slash by themselves. But then that leaves you susceptible to Vac Wall, and that leaves you prey to multiple person crushes. That also will get you tagged by Fade Bolt. You don't really care about the Fade Bolt that much. But the most important thing is that'll possibly and probably leave you in lines for the TA. For the Side Blades. I had to make sure. I was going to say refractions, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure Side Blades is the thing that...
Oh, the hook doesn't connect. He remembers to use that rot and take it off for the meantime, so...
Oh, yeah, he ain't going to forget that.
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to forget that again.
Yeah, if you've ever just watched the Pudge at any level, just like looked at a game, looked at like high-ranked games, looked at your favorite Dindy, and wondered why Pudge always taps rot after they do a hook, Rubik is a prime example. He is the reason. He's not going to be able to get the hook off as he gets lit up by Gax and Michael over at his shrine.
Ooh, Dismember on Rubik. That's always fun.
It's okay. It's not
as bad. It's not as good as Hook, but it's fun.
Well, no, the reason why it's not as good as Hook is because one, you don't have rot, and two, you're not a strength hero. Therefore, sure, it's still useful for you to hold something, but you can't literally sit there and tank it. So you'd rather be further away, pulling stuff out of position. Like, not even specifically towards you, but just out of position.
Man, Michael is going crazy in the bottom lane. He's got his Yasha after his Mjolnir. We're going to have that Manta online relatively soon.
I mean, he's been uncontested the entire game. This dude is literally just playing like Diablo with you or something like that. Straight PvE up in here. I can't say straight PvE because he's been in a few fights, but like, who's really done anything?
Uh-oh, Bat Rider. Huge ult coming out of here, but Boss gets a great vacuum wall a little bit late. And now Michael able to spin out from there. Gax getting the crush off, and they will get Pudge. Michael able to land the Omni Slash on the Ogre, and they'll be able to claim his blood too.
Oh, here's the thing that's being missed in all of this. That's all the huge ruse.
Oh, I know, the top lane.
Bottom lane. Yeah, top lane.
Top lane's getting wrecked. ODB in the Metamorphosis with Insanity doing tons of damage on that, and ODB just going to look to try and TP out. They miss! The timing, wow. Down to the second.
587 even pinged Boss a little bit of a rage ping right there because Boss walked a little too deep for the vac. It'd be like that sometimes, though.
Yeah.
He had the right idea.
It's interesting Insanity went for the Shadow Blade, even with the Slardar in the game, but, you know, I guess that's kind of like one of those risk-reward sort of things that, yeah, he could put a Corrosive down on you, but also you might be able to get enough damage out that it won't even matter beforehand, because he's using it more for initiation rather than escape, and, ooh, Silver Edge. So I guess this is just going to be another one of those times where it's being used for, well, I mean, the break on TA isn't bad.
No, not at all. Like, that's what I was thinking. Like, I don't know what it does against refraction, like if there's some kind of goofy interaction, but yeah, just stopping TA damage is pretty viable in this game.
Yeah, getting rid of Side Blades is pretty fun. I think it's very valuable. Uh-oh, here comes Insanity. That perfect ult! Not able to do enough damage, however. Gax able to get the crush off. Kendall will go down. The Corrosive doing too much damage, and Insanity does drop to Michael also. There's no buybacks for Pudge or the Shadow Fiend, and now this could be the sort of thing where they take a tier 3 and then they just go drop that shrine and do Roshan again, because big man Rosh is going to be coming up very soon. But as this fight is breaking out, ODB getting zoned out right now. Miguel and 587 pressuring the tower. I called him Miguel instead of Michael. Wow. Why did I just randomly make him Spanish? But Boss able to get a huge back wall combo out there. Gax with the follow-up crush as well. Oh my god. Fortress gets picked up and put down. Boss nabbing a triple kill. That's the top racks. That's going to be the mid tower too.
So for every point we have used Boss for on Dark Tier play, you can just erase it off the board with that big 4-man back wall to open up not one, not two, but probably 3 lanes. That was monstrous. And without having buybacks, that it's not the game just yet, but it's pretty close. Peace, Cash. A little too close there. A little too eager for that hook.
Yeah, he's outie.
But yeah, just this Dire team, they don't really care about anything. They're here for the racks.
Oh, there goes Michael with the Omni Slash, dealing out a ridiculous amount of damage. Oh, the Sunder connects! Down goes Michael. Another huge vacuum. Ken goes down. Insanity trying to fight for his life. ODB, there he goes. And they're going to be able to just lasso 587 back into his own death. But, oh, jeez, Gax, a couple more pokes down, he might fall. But does it even matter at this point? They forced out some buybacks, but that's the racks in 2 lanes. The bottom tower and another racks, where we were almost looking at megas at less than 27 minutes. And, uh-oh, Insanity TP'd out to the tower, and now he's able to find Boss in the tree line. He is out of here. What a juke. What a juke. And now he has a pipe of insight, too.
Well played, indeed.
Oh, Hook just missed on Black Cash.
But yeah, the thing about it is, if Cash really wanted to, he could have turned around and took Hook one more time.
I think he could have.
There's no vision, but
he could have blinked back. Blind blink, blind blink steal. I would have done it. Greed, man.
That's exactly why you're over here talking about this game with me and not playing it. You'd be dead.
Oh boy.
But yeah, this game with that pillaging of the Radiant base is is looking pretty grim for them green boys over there. If you look at your net worth chart,
oh boy,
we're somewhere in the realm of like what, 22K?
Yeah,
maybe.
We haven't reflected on this net worth because it's been pretty close most of the game, but now it's definitely apparent that the Dire have pulled ahead with all of that. I mean, basically they took this one team fight here, and then they just took everything because they had that side of pushing power. And BKBs do wonders.
It was push along with just staying a little too close to the initiation as well. Grouping and getting
bottom
caught
lane,
out
they're
by
going to be
big
able to
guys.
finish probably the rest of it here. Stun coming out on Slardar. His Assault Cuirass only able to do so much to keep him alive for the durability. But, able to blink forward here on 587. Insanity. Going for the big ultimate. Going to be able to take down Black Cash pretty easy. Couple clicks on Gax, and he's going to go down too. I don't think he has enough here to really continue the pursuit on them, but if they look to pressure the high ground, it won't be without punishment. But we're at Mega Creeps now.
Oh no, they lost their supports to get megas, and now Jug is over here just soloing Roche because, I mean, why not? We got nothing better to do. We've got megas.
He attacks so fast. 0.3.
The Ronin Warrior right there.
Jesus.
Gave his friend 587 a present that'll help him survive the next time they walk high ground because 587 has been the target of a lot of hate. Usually the lasso target just the target of any utter doom and demise that might be coming over to Dire.
Well, as it pans out, Boss is being a huge playmaker this game. Not able to get terribly, though. That would have been a nice pickup for him. And he's going for Shiva's next. This is a pretty smart move.
Yeah, I totally agree. Get some a little bit of AoE damage out, AoE slow, and AoE attack slow, which is gonna be a huge pain in ODB's side, especially if he tries to burn people down with metamorph illusions, or even I don't think it hits for reflection illusion, but the main thing we care about is toning down the metamorphosis because those things are strong.
Oh, Kendall trying to get the hook. Did he? I don't think he flexed it off. Is Ruby gonna be able to steal this immediately? Yup.
Yeah.
Insanity, big old on the back end. I don't know if he'll have the follow-up here. BKB used, but that's a ton of negative armor all at once, and he's just going to go down. No buyback on him, and it's really going to come down to what both hooks not connecting, threading.
No, Cash actually hit an illusion, and it disappeared immediately.
Oh, okay. It just looked like it didn't hit anything, but... Oh, 587 going to get hit by Ken, and now Gax blinking forward. They will get a huge vacuum. Just doing so much work as a Slardar.
You know, I'm waiting for Cass to play some more Pudge Wars.
Pudge Wars. And you know what this is looking like?
Triple kill.
The last hit single of ODB, as the Radiant called GG.
No, we've got a three-way chai in Social Sunday.
I thought it was Not Sorry that had to win for that.
Did I mix up which team's on which side?
I just know that we had another game that was a snowball. Just rolled out of control. But it was closer for the most part.
that was Not Sorry that won. So it is, I think, a three-way tie.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you're gonna tell us what happens next, right?
I mean, I don't know if this is actually what we're going to end up doing, but I mean, I just threw the idea to Thorn that they would just do something to the effect of 1v1 matchup on this ninja game, but I don't even know if this is something that is spectatable or anything. So, well, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Jeez. But, I don't know, reflecting back on this game, that was a great performance out of, you know, PvE Diablo 3 style Michael here, and I think Feed is Real did a great job in the offlane, however, just not able to really fulfill all of the type of pressure that he needed to be able to do against the Dire with, like, his, you know, Blink Lasso. Like, it only goes so far, and the counter initiation from the Dire really strong.
Yeah, it was a lot of the Radiant not being coordinated in any ganks that they tried or any pick-offs that they tried. Because, yeah, again, Feed did fairly well. He got some good picks with it, or he got some good pickups with his Blink Dagger once he got it, but there was never any real follow-up. It's not that he made bad choices. They were just uncoordinated. It was the same thing with Ken. Ken got some pretty good hooks in the beginning of the game. And a few of them led to kills early on, but as the Dire started grouping up together, it was like he would get a hook, and then there would suddenly be 4 people on top of him, and you'd look around, and it's like, where's the rest of my team? Oh, well, maybe I have somebody standing next to you, but Shadow Fiend is, like, in the jungle. Terrorblade is pushing down a lane, and I can't really do much when I have TA and a Juggernaut cutting into me, you know?
I don't know.
Feels bad, man, when you hit the big hook and nobody's there to reap the reward with you, except for the Rubik who's hooking you back into him. Feels bad, man.
All right, well, okay. So I thought that, oh no, I mixed up the names. I thought it was that Not Sorry was, I don't know. I'm just mixing up shit.
All right, so
Okay, so it's not a three-way tie.
I was right.
Yeah, you were right. Yeah. I'm just being a dingleberry.
So,
Lord of the Dingleberries. Champion of them all.
are we done here?
In this game?
Well, I mean, I'm already out of the game.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm in the... I have just like the overview up.
But I mean, like, is Social Sunday over?
I think there's one more best of 3. I think there's one actual best of 3 now.
Wait, what? What? Okay.
It was round robin this
Yeah, I
week
know.
instead of it was round robin for top 2, then a best of 3, I thought.
Oh dear. So who's gonna be in the best of 3? Don't tell me it's gonna be those 2 teams. And I say don't tell me that because yeah, they're gonna be like ... All right, we just played each other. We just saw that outcome. Now we gotta play like 3 more games, 2 more games.
I'm not sure exactly. Let me just put on the tunes and then we'll just let the music play and they can tell us.
Ooh, what music you putting on?
I don't know. I just hit the play button and hopefully it's something that's DRM free from the Twitch FM Spotify playlist. That's all I use because yeah,
So you're
something that's
perfectly
supposed to
fine
not get muted.
So you're perfectly fine with subjecting your stream to dubstep.
I don't think it's specifically that, but that will be part of it.
Yeah, see, that's just cruel.
The Twitch music library is unfortunately only so varied for what I can play and have it not get audio blocked.
No.
I wish it was different.
Everybody does, trust me.
Yeah.
Wish we can go back to that wonderful age before Twitch got bought out by I don't know
Amazon.
It wasn't Amazon. Okay.
It was Amazon.
Yeah, back before TI got their VODs muted by themselves, or Valve got their VODs muted by themselves for some reason, somehow. They didn't
Yeah.
own the rights to their own material. That was funny.
Oh my god. You might recognize this. Mabe Village. It sounds like it's from the original Zelda and like the Windfish or something. The Game Boy game. Link's Awakening?
Awakening?
Yeah. Anyway, let me turn up these beats and I'll switch over the screen and see what's happening. All right, then. Looks like we are in it to win it. It is Team Call Me versus... Jeez, changed their name again. So now they're slightly epic with a Gandalf with a rainbow background and these dope-ass shades with a shotgun, it looks like.
10 seconds remaining.
We've got the Radiant and the Dire. Oh man.
Oh god. But
All right,
alright.
so
Meepo
Call Me
band,
over
Lone
the-
Druid band.
Nah, see what you need to talk about is Call Me decided that Gax is gonna have to play another hero this time around. Said no Slardar.
But Slightly Epic picked the Luna so that they wouldn't be able to. So a counter pick so that Shadow Demon wouldn't have it. But now we've got Shadow Demon Terrorblade.
Yeah, that Terrorblade is actually the other Shadow Demon counterpart that a lot of people just forget about. Because it's not always good because you then have to play the Terrorblade. With what happened in the last game, that doesn't entirely do justice one way or the other. But Terrorblade, notably a hero that is an easy target in lane, which is why a lot of higher end teams don't like to play him. But he's the kind of hero where if he's given a lot of room, especially with the Shadow Demon, he is harder to contest than a Luna sometimes. So yeah, that's the option select for getting the Shadow Demon but losing the Luna.
Underlord getting banned out and no Earthshaker as well.
Radiant team ban.
I like the Earthshaker ban.
Dire team pick.
Yeah. Because even though Earthshaker isn't the strongest support, even though he does do a lot of damage to illusions, this is the kind of game to where his strengths
10
that he
seconds
has against
remaining.
illusions will come into fruition, being that he will get his blink dagger. Not because he should, but because the game will probably go on long enough and he won't have as much of
Reserve
a support burden put onto him to keep him away from it. So yeah, you have to take safety protocols to banning stuff like that out. Totally agree. On the other end, if you look at Slightly Epic's ban, they ban 2 AoE controls, 2 AoE stuns, 2 AoE damage sources, one being bigger than the other. And with that, they take the Darkseer.
Okay, so the Darkseer Vac wall is going to be a pretty good proponent for them to use against all the illusion spam coming out of Call Me. Now, they also have the Luna, which
Seconds remaining.
does well against illusion spam also. And I think Ignite from Ogre, you know, anything that's just kind of in that sort of direction, still equally effective.
Dire team pick.
What do you think about this Faceless Void pickup, though?
So far it's so good. I mean, you have 2 melee heroes, and Void is good against melee heroes because he has Chrono, and
10
if you're
seconds
melee, that means you're probably standing next to each other. But then you have Luna, and Luna, even though she's ranged, she's not a full ranged hero. So for her to output constant damage, she can't stay too far away from people.
It's true. So
Rough translation, you have 3 people though so far that is very liable to find 2 or all 3 of them in a Chrono.
well, the way that this is looking right now is that we're going to see some serious team fight come out of Team Call Me because, hey, Faceless Void is definitely someone that you're going to group up around and look to team fight.
Yeah, another huge benefit for Faceless Void. Excuse me. Another huge benefit you have for Faceless Void is that he's the kind of offlaner, because I'm assuming he's going to be offlane with the Terror.
Yeah, that's my assumption too.
He's the kind of offlaner to where to get the bare minimum, what's the word I want to use? Bare minimum. What you want out of him, all he needs to do is hit level 6. He's another one of those heroes where he doesn't need items to have any kind of an impact on a game. Now, granted, having items is actually good on him, unlike the Shadow Demon that we talked about earlier. But if worse comes to worse and Faceless Void doesn't see a creep for the entire game, he can still get so much accomplished just by time walking in and dropping a Chrono.
team back.
So with that being said, time walking in, dropping a chrono, and now there's going to be an invoker that can play around with it. So if Faceless Void's in that chronosphere, he's going to need to have a BKB in order to still be effective, assuming that he doesn't grab the invoker himself in it. And I like this Outworld Devourer pickup from Call Me. It's going to be pretty good at dealing with the illusions as a whole, just because with how the Arcane Orb works, doing amplified damage towards illusions. And
5
also just like doing the mana burn and just basic sort of setup that you can layer on top of what the Shadow Demon does too. So if you don't want to use a disruption to maybe save someone, you could use an Astral Imprisonment, for instance.
Oh yeah, as long as the four of them are standing together, the four of the Call Me heroes, then they can be relatively safe as long as they have the coordination up.
Radiant team pick.
Hello.
Dire team pick.
That's
What
a
are-
fast
what are you
Lena.
doing?
That is such an OG support duo. Shadow Demon Lena?
Now, when you say OG, are you saying that as in like OG original gangsters hasn't been done in a while, which is true, although Lena's been coming back in the
10
favor some.
seconds remaining.
Are you talking about the actual team OG?
I know, Enigma. You just forgot what you were saying because you just got slapped in the face with an Enigma.
I got slapped in the face by an Enigma when you already have a Darkseer picked. Like,
This is some greed. They've got a solo Darkseer potentially, an Ogre that's going to be TPing and trying to save where he can. Enigma in the jungle, Invoker mid. This is a lot of greed. Do you think they're going to be able to outplay it to pull it out?
it works to some degree on paper because,
It's a lot of wombo combo.
well, I'm just thinking about the lanes because you always have to get past the lanes, and so we're talking about how greedy Slightly Epic's lineup is going to be because between the Darkseer and the Enigma, one of those two is probably going to be in the jungle. Okay, so if one of them is going to be in the jungle, that theoretically means you have a weaker lane, right? Your weaker lane at this point would be your Luna Ogre lane, which is an okay lane. It's not great. It's not like Ogre can stop everything that walks in Luna, especially when we're talking about a Shadow Demon and a Lena, but it can be enough to like let her get through the lane, you know? She's contested, but she's not gonna die time and time again unless something goes wrong. The next weakest point is the Enigma in the jungle himself. Now here's the problem to all of this. If they decide that if the Radiant decide that they want to run an Enigma in the jungle, or even to run at the Luna with the supports, if they can't defend either one of them, they could turn around and run at Terrorblade, because Terrorblade's first off going to be farming against Shadow Demon, Darkseer by himself, which isn't great because Darkseer has an Ion Shell. But if they put something else on top of that, they can shut out a lot or maybe even all of his farm.
So take a
So-
look at the way that these lanes are panning out right now. We've got basically, I think exactly what we were kind of expecting, right? Darkseer going to be in the off lane. Ogre is going to be rotating around, maybe applying pressure in mid prior to going to the safe lane. Invoker mid. Enigma's going to deny a creep in the mid lane and probably go off to the jungle with Michael safe lane. So
The battle begins.
I think this is exactly what we would have expected in this situation, right?
It's reasonable, yes.
Yeah, well, let's
Very
give a quick rundown of who we got here going on in the what now. The forever changing team name of Not Sorry Sunday Drivers, whatever they
I have
want to
to
be
cut you
for
off.
this game.
I actually have to cut. Wait, are they going to do this? They're not going to do this. Sorry, I was going to cut you off because down here, I guess going a little bit into introductions,
Oh,
Gax,
Sunstrike in mid. Sorry, lots of damage on Chasers. He does have a salve already ferried out to him though, so he'll be able to heal up. And
Oh, yeah, Gax
Chasers is fighting on too.
look bottom. Gax is dead.
Yeah, they landed the disruption into the Sunstrike. Just kidding, into the Light Strike array. And now with Blake Belladonna in Metamorphosis, oh, he tries to use a salve to heal up even in the slightest. One more hit, Yagrity! Boom! That's the first blood. So they did hit it. They hit that
Yeah.
stun. They're gonna drop. They're gonna get that easy counter ward, and ooh, that is a nice looking Lena set.
It's a nice looking bottom lane for Call Me. Like, it's my bad to cut you off and cut off the the formalities of introductions, but all of that was set up with this lane ward that they placed, looking for Gax. It normally just sees where the offlaner is, but this time it saw him walking in for the wards. They were already in position, and since Gax on the darks here took the Ion Show, which you're supposed to have first on darks here, there's no way that he gets away from that.
So Chasers is still kind of fighting like a 2v1 in the mid lane here. And Invoker isn't doing bad because, I mean, he's out leveling him, outlast hitting him, and the like. And he had forced out a substantial amount of regeneration from the OD too, so OD has no more regen. Invoker still has that shared tango, a salve, fairy fire, and quas. So OD is definitely in a bad situation, but maybe this rotation from Yagurdi and Siren can be what they need. And oh look, it looks like Black Cash is rotating in on him too. But Yagurdi is deciding who's going to be the one to live or die. And today, it's going to be Black Cash. They hit him with the Light Strike away after the disruption as well, following up with tons of right-click damage here, but I think he might actually be able to just walk away. Whoa, the Sunstrike not hitting on Yagurdi. Yagurdi actually spicing around the other side, and Chasers will get it. 587, using that salve to get himself up to full HP, and they're going to plant a little bit of lane ward vision for Chasers too.
Yeah, well, I'm just taking this moment to look around the map to see what else is happening. Have Michael and Snice
This
trading farm
Terrorblade
up.
has 7 tangos on him. I didn't even notice that initially.
Money to burn.
That's pretty standard for a melee going against the Darkseer, especially one that has it in his mind that at some point in time he's gonna have to sit there and deal with Darkseer by himself.
Truth.
Because yeah, Ion shells are really annoying, and when you still have to hit the creeps, you kind of need some kind of sustain. And it's not like Terrorblade builds a whole lot of early sustain. I don't know if he even builds into stuff like that would require rings of health or ring of regen.
Terrorblade?
Yeah. Again, that's one of those. I don't play that hero. I just
I
know
mean,
the
if he gets a
TLDR.
Helma Dominator or
Yeah,
a
that's
Vlad's,
Vlad's is feasible. I don't think he'd really want to get
I
a
don't think he would
Vlad's.
want it either, but it's a good way to be able to fall back and be A-okay. Typically, you're just going to get an Aquila and tons of stats and just hope for the best.
But yeah, with that being said, it's perfectly reasonable for him to come out rocking.
Uh-oh,
8-10.
Yagurdi found boss in the jungle, and he's already popped a disruption on him along with a soul catcher. He's going to get
Found
a...
who?
Well, I think it was what I said first, but now it's the other way around. In some sort of regard. Yeah, everyone's just kind of going off to their merries. They're really looking to zone in on Michael and apply some pressure here.
Yeah, but Michael back with the ogre. He's gonna be okay for a second. I mean, he's trying to bully Snice out a little
Oh,
bit. stepped a little
Yagurdi
too
with the
far.
disruption. They do land the light strike away as well, and he will go down. Snice getting the last hit on that. Nice for him, but Sunstrike off the mark. Good attempt on Siren. I don't know if it would have been enough damage anyway. Only 3 in Exhort right now, but optimistic nonetheless. And we'll expect them to shrine up and then go back into the lane and continue to probably rinse and repeat, realistically. Or are they parting ways? Nah, I think they're going to go back to the lane.
I wouldn't blame him from going at this Luna again, especially now that Snice is getting gone on. Maybe they'll take
Oh,
Black
yeah.
Cash out of this.
They
Oh, no,
definitely
they want the
pushed
Luna.
him. Yeah, they exploited that a lot. And right now, they're looking to apply a ton more pressure here. And Black Cash is who they're going to just follow back up on. They started on the Luna, but Black Cash looked much better in the end. That's what happens when you're an ogre that doesn't have any boots or really anything like that.
See, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the game, where, yes, the Dire lineup is kind of greedy, and the only way to really exploit them for it is to go at their weak points. Luna Ogre lane isn't really that strong of a lane, which is why we have Siren and Yagurdi smoked up again. And if that's not the weak point you're going for, then more than likely the Enigma
Oh,
there.
smoke broke on Yagurdi. Michael getting an ultimate out, and that's going to continue to persist even though he's in the bubble. Siren throwing out the Light Strike away as well. That Sunstrike's going to connect. Are they able to get Michael too? One more hit. That Shadow Poison, proc it off. Doesn't even need to. He's going to go down. And Boss is here. He has Black Hole. He's not going to throw it out initially, but it's still there in the back end if he wants it. And Faceless Void saying, nope, you're not doing it. But boy, this is the Black Hole opportunity right here. Just throw it out, man. Take it. Take it.
Nah, he's scared.
It's worth it, though.
I mean, it is. Especially if he would have somehow known that his Invoker had Sunstrike, he could have easily gotten it. But those are the kind of things that take a lot more coordination than obviously what happened. So he was just too scared to put his precious Black Hole on cooldown.
Well, we haven't seen a Black Hole yet. And he's level 6, so he wants to force it out. And maybe we'll see this opportunity right here on both Snice and Siren. And then we got a Black Hole on too. Sunstrike connects on Lena, and Faceless Void's going to be able to undo a lot of that damage. Not all of it, but, you know, we got the kill off of it. Maybe if we did it earlier, we could have got Void. I think it was great that we were able to pressure him out of the lane. And, you know, this is probably going to be a dead tier 1.
Yeah, if there was a lane ward or a ward around the cliff to see the supports behind the Void, I'm pretty sure they could have coordinated that a little bit better. They didn't see the Lena come in there, so Michael was just simply farming and Boss was just walking to support him. Had they have seen it, though, they could have made a more calculated call on the Void, who's walking away from the errant Sunstrike, and they could have took a chance at taking him down. Either way, it's still perfectly fine to go for the Lena because she's the guaranteed kill in that scenario. And anything's better than nothing this early in the game.
Yeah, well, that tier 1 tower is going to go down, and this is where the Dire needs to be able to make these plays happen, taking these really early objectives that Radiant really can't do just yet because the Terribly needs to get a little bit more farm online or getting at least a kill on the Darkseer for them to be able to apply pressure on that tower. And right now, they're just trying to get these ganks and secure as much space as they can. And it's still a very close game. We're almost past the laning phase, I would say. We're going to start to see more rotations coming out here. Probably the next big one will be with the next Enigma Black Hole, so 100 seconds or so off.
Look at middle lane.
Oh yeah, that Light Strike wasn't able to connect, though.
Well, that really shouldn't have been a thing in the at all because Yagurdi and Siren smoked on a ward.
Oh.
But I guess nobody was looking at the ward because Cash just casually strolled in there and tanked the gank and walked away to live to tell the tale. Down here in the bottom lane, yo, look at Gak scumbagging.
Oh, you would do it too? Oh, he's TPing out too. That was a smart move to make.
That's exactly why I wouldn't do it.
Remember when Sunder used to break anything? It had like a .1 stun.
I vaguely remember that.
It was just like
Not
Anti-Mage's ultimate too. They both had it because they were, you know, in the lore they're supposed to be like brothers or counterparts or whatever.
What the? Okay, you know something I don't. Of course, I don't really know Dota lore.
Well, I mean, like in Warcraft 3, it was much easierly reflected.
You said Warcraft 3. We gotta get out of here. Nah, keep going. We got time to talk.
It was, you know, in Warcraft 3, it was a lot easier to be reflected because of it just being like a traditional Illidan versus the spoopy version of it. That was like the fusion version. I'm talking about like the basic shit. I can't even remember all the heroes in Warcraft 3 anymore. Goddamn.
Yeah, because that thing was made on like a DOS computer or something like that.
I know, way too OG. But the character that looks like Anti-Mage's model was like the basic version of that, and then the character that is based off Terrorblade's model was like the legendary version of it from the campaign. And, you know, they were kind of counterparts in some regards, but that's it.
Okay, somewhere in your history lesson, we had a Faceless Void get off by a Luna. It was just a Luna. Boss is smoked up with his blink dagger, so this black hole that is so coveted by him is probably going to get put on cooldown in the next 30 seconds, one way or another.
Well, that smoke did just break because he was in the tower range. Oh, he got the black hole on too! Yagri! He doesn't get the save off. He tries to, but he actually goes for the disruption on Enigma rather than pulling the Terrorblade out of that nonsense. But Siren, trying to do something here, gets the Light Strike away off and the Magic Wand to keep himself alive for just a brief moment. Black Cash hit with the Ion Shell and just the Surge. Back end though. Gax goes down. Black Cash, they're still pursuing on him. Siren, he might go down from the burn. Yes, he does. And Snice is just continuing to pursue on Black Cash, and this will be a death eventually. And Chasers will be the one to take it, but Michael has been pushing this tower in the top lane the entire time.
And Michael doing what we know him best for, PvE entertainment. But I do want to say that I honestly think that Yagurdi went for the best choice that he could have there. Reason being is, yeah, you want to say that disrupting Terrorblade should be the obvious choice when given the scenario of do you disrupt the Terrorblade or do you break up the black hole with Enigma. But if you disrupt the Terrorblade, say you get it off, he still can't Sunder because there's an Ion Shell on top of him, and Sunder has a cast point. It has a cast point longer than taking the damage from the Ion Shell. And he was at like...
Oh, did you see 587 bait with that illusion in the mid lane and Disruptor like committed out the disruption and the demonic purge on the illusion?
Nope. I was looking at looking down here at Blake, slapping creeps with his Dragon Lance.
Slapping away. Yeah, I like Dragon Lance on Terrorblade a lot.
Snice was looking for a chrono, but he was he tripped off the mountain there, or tripped off the ledge, just a little bit short.
Is under attack.
Yeah, but they're gonna change their attention right back in onto the tower here, and Invoker could be looking for a good opportunity. He's got Chaos Meteor and Sunstrike queued up, so plenty of damage for him to have, and Gax has now joined the fight. He's trying to come in here. He does have his wall ready. I don't think we've seen a Vat wall combo yet this game.
I want to say he threw one somewhere, and it was just a rogue combo that had a little impact or almost no impact on whatever was happening. We haven't seen anything like Big Boss throughout in the last game thus far.
Sure.
It looks like with all the dire heroes lurking around the middle tower, that's a call for everybody to split up. Snice going back to the top lane to get a little more farm under his belt. And the dire just coming down to the bottom lane, poking around, seeing if they can be a problem in Blake's neighborhood.
Well, I think it's definitely a possibility, because Michael has been farming like a beast. Actually, it looks like he may have foregone getting the Helmet Dominator just now, as he has the Ring of Aquila finished, and...
The rest of it's on the courier.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Making me think also myself. I remember he was building that, but that's... Maybe it's just waiting for something.
He might have just honestly forgot about it. Like
he could be waiting for the Ogre Club, because he can buy the Band of Elven skins from the side shop.
That is true.
Disruption out on Michael. Following up into the Soul Assumption. Luna getting the Lucent Beam out. And whoa, he's getting deleted by Chasers. With a follow-up on Gax, he'll go down too. And Boss able to blink away to safety, but he wasn't able to get a black hole off in this fight. And now I think they've kind of left Black Cash for dead. Unless 587 can maybe throw out a Tornado to help him out. Tornado Ice Wall would be the way that he can help him, but it looks like Black Cash is just going to run back into his own sort of demise.
Yeah, just pretty much committed to the fact that he couldn't really get away. There's no help coming for him because, like you said, 587 couldn't really do anything for him. Here's something that I don't know, and yeah, I just straight up don't know this. What are Ice Wall and Tornado tied to? Because I thought they were tied to Wex.
So Ice Wall is Quas Exhort. But we've got a Deafening Blast out on the Terrorblade in mid lane. He's able to get the Sunder off on 587 and the Dragon! In conjunction with the right click, able to take him down. Luna with the Lucent Beam and the ultimate follow-up. What an engagement. Please, sir. They have died.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, Ice Wall is Quas and Exhort. Slow time based on Quas, damage based on Exhort.
Okay, what about Tornado? That's the important
That's
one
Wex.
there.
That's Wex.
Okay, yeah, that's why, because he's a Quas
But
Exort
Ice Wall is a much bigger deal at this point in the game because the movement slow, it would be, because he's at level 4,
The movement slow would
80%
involve,
movement slow.
the movement slow would involve that Invoker turning around for an Ogre. And if I was playing Invoker, I wouldn't turn around for my Ogre.
Tower is under attack.
Well, I was meaning it more so in just like, you can not turn around the entire way, but turn sideways and have it like go in that way. But also, it would have also been contingent on the Ogre continuing to try and retreat rather than, you know, just running off to build a little bit more space and time.
Nah, I ain't stopping for my Ogre. He made that choice. He knew what he signed up for. He was perfectly content with going down for the cause.
How do you like this Invoker's Midas?
That was something I wanted to point out a while ago. Both the Invoker and the OD decided that Midas Gaming would be cool this time around. It's pretty common on Invoker. No matter what build he goes, being Quas Wex or Quas Exort, because you want to get 25 as soon as possible, so you can go back to being old Invoker with AOE Deafening Blast, and then with OD, you're just keeping up with the Invoker, especially since he apparently crushed the mid lane, as he has a 2K net worth on the, or a 1.5K net worth on the Invoker, and is the highest net worth in the game thus far.
Yeah, he's got a Blink Dagger. He's going to be getting a BKB in a moment, too. That's going to be absolutely ridiculous going into these fights. And top lane, oh, boss able to TP out.
Yeah, that's after he took the tier 1 tower by himself. Or tier 2, excuse me.
Yeah, yeah. But,
He got the next tower. He went a rank up.
Oh, geez, Siren taking so much damage from the Eidolons! 130 HP. Could we see a Rogue Sunstrike come out? Boom!
Some of the global presence and prowess of an Invoker right there. Literally picking up the scraps that boss left on the table for him.
Every time I see the Sunstrike from Invoker, all I can think about is the Ion Cannon and like Red Alert or Command and Conquer type shit. Just a giant blue laser coming out of the sky from like a satellite or something like that.
The black, yes!
Yes! Black hole on Chasers, and we've got the Crow out too! It's not out in time, and 587 does throw down a defensive Sunstrike, and that tower could easily be denied now.
Okay, so Chase blinked in. He was gonna solo boss, but he blinks in and he double taps Astral under the tower after taking the aggro and Astral himself. And that's why boss was like, huh, this is the easiest black hole of my life.
Or maybe throw in a capital OMG in a chat and just a splash of 322.
Oh, that was after the fact. That was after he had already thrown his life away to the big boss.
Oh yeah, I think I could agree with that one, sir.
Let's see. Hey, we got a little downtime, so we get to go back to do something we don't do very often today. Item check, and Invoker has a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, Outworld decided to get the Dragonlance rather than finishing out into the BKB. So I think that's the smart choice. A little bit more defensive, just because BKB is a lot further away. And they've smoked up as 5. Wait, no, that's just 4. Terrorblade off farming away. And they might be able to find Gax here. I'm not too sure. Snice is leading, as is Yagerty, but Gax is off on the left, and they're just going to be able to split it and not see him.
They might walk into him eventually, but the only thing you really need is you need either the OD in front, like you see Chase right here, and you see him wait this time before he lets the Astral go. Doesn't want another mishap going down.
Yeah, and we're going to get the Light Strike Array, and he'll get finished out pretty quickly.
Yeah, the only other option you'd have there is the other optimal option would be to have Yagerty in front, so he could have disrupted as well. Some of the power of the team we were talking about earlier, of a Shadow Demon and an Outworld Devourer having a lot of saves or a lot of setups, for anybody that follows behind him. Something that Lena really loves. That way she didn't have to spend her hard-earned goal on a Yule Scepter, something she is still building into. Because the Yule Scepter for her in this game will serve a lot of purpose, not for catching heroes, not just for catching heroes out, which he could, but a lot of survivability to dodge stuff such as Sun Strikes, such as, well, Invoker, to dodge maybe from an Ignite, which would be a slow.
Mid lane, Outworld Devourer, rotating back. Oh, Midasing that Helmet Domed creep. And jumping in,
lane.
grabbing that Astrolin on him. And Chaser's just kind of continuing to be poked down a bit here. Michael will have the ultimate, not able to get it off. The cast animation was half there. And he got him with the ultimate from the Chronosphere and the Chaser Sanity Eclipse at the same time. And top lane's getting pressured by Blake Belladonna. This tower is melting.
I've been trying to tell you, man, T-Pain going to work with his boy Shadow Demon. They're just shredding towers up in the top lane.
Oh, I know they are, but, you know, Chaser's fighting in all sorts of fits as well. And that's forcing Enigma to have to rotate back to the lane, and they did take this bottom tower, so that is no more.
I still say that trade heavily goes into Radiant because they got the kill on the Luna in the mid lane.
Oh,
They
I
took the
agree.
top two, put a lot of damage, maybe about 7/8 damage on the tier 3. And what did they lose for that? A tier 2 tower in the bottom lane? They're okay with that.
So check out this net worth. After those last couple fights, jabam! We are almost, what, 1,000 away from this being a straight equal match again. It's been grinding that. It's been grinding that line so far, and this game has basically been equalized again. Uh-oh, top lane smoked up. They're looking for a Roshan right now. It looks like. Bloodlust on Michael. They're sitting outside of it right now. This is smart, not taking the illusion rune too.
Well, the smarter thing about this, which isn't really happening anymore, was 587 sitting in the top lane. Him TPing away randomly should actually alert somebody that something should be going on, because the Radiant don't see anybody on the map anywhere. And there should be somebody on Radiant trying to address the bottom lane.
Yeah, so they ping out boss, and then they're wondering what's going on at this point, and they're not going to do anything to respond to this. That's just going to be a free Roshan.
There's a smoke on the courier, but they're far too late for it.
Yeah, so 23:55, Roshan goes down. Michael will be the wielder of that. And once Luna gets a BKB online, I would expect this game to change pretty substantially. There's so many players that just need BKB, and they're all going towards it.
Yeah, Luna getting a BKB would be very great. Ironically enough,
Enigma, Darkseer, they both are trying to get it too.
well, the thing about Luna getting a BKB right now is it allows her to stand in a fight, and I mean the only thing she really has to worry about is getting chronoed. The thing I was gonna say is, well, Astral too, but that's if she does not have her BKB, kind of like what's happening in the middle lane to her. But the thing I want to point out is this right here is being the yang to the yin of the shadow.
Nice
demon.
Chronosphere out on 3, able to hit Enigma and Ogre along with the Luna, and OD jumping in on the back end. Huge black hole, not able to do enough damage though. Dropping that Sanity's Eclipse, and a couple more are gonna fall. Snice taking heavy fire, Siren throwing out the Laguna Blade, and now Snice going right back in onto Michael, and he'll fall. The amount of illusions coming out of Terrorblade is terrifying.
The other thing which started it off and had a little bit of impact, even though they're being left, is the reason why you want the Shadow Demon versus the Luna, and what I was alluding to earlier, in that for as strong as your Luna gets, that strength she's actually adding to Shadow Demon, and those illusions got a decent amount of hits once they came out of the Chronos.
Oh my god, look at all these illusions from Terrorblade and Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
And we've got an EMP Tornado thrown out, along with a Deafening Blast, doing the disarm on Faceless Void. He does jump forward, and we do have a Fortify come out now also. That is an unlucky Ignite, and Enigma doesn't have Blink or BKB ready. Black Hole is still down for another 2 minutes. Down goes the tier 3, and I would expect some shrines to drop pretty soon, too. Faceless
Maybe
Void got
two.
an Echo Saber.
Yeah, trying to add on some damage. Also ups your farming capability a little bit. And gives you some slight mana regen. Yeah, some slight mana regen.
It does. The movement slow is interesting for how it works, too, so it can almost act as like a pseudo time lock if he doesn't get a time lock proc. Whoa! The Sunstrike and the Meatball! They're just kind of running with the amount of vision that they have, and right now...
Rude.
Oh boy. We're getting all sorts of words coming out, guys.
I'm pretty sure that's just a punctuation mark, to be more specific.
You know, you're not wrong. You are not wrong.
Got him.
Yagurdi's stacking up some Ancients. Snice will probably go to look to farm that out. And, looks like Siren wants to do something here. Almost has her Yules. That's going to be pretty handy. And
Wants to do
you've
something
mentioned
like
those
basic.
reasons why earlier, but 30 more seconds for Enigma's next black hole. Oh, I was saying, well, you've mentioned why that Yules is going to be so handy for once she gets it, so really hoping for it soon. Ogre finished up the Glimmer Cape, and he's going for Headdress and a Pipe afterwards.
Void with a Diffusal. How do you feel about that?
I like it. I think it's good for catch. He'll also be able to do a ton more damage, and that item against like Enigma or Invoker,
Ooh,
very handy.
Ooh. No, you said Enigma or Invoker?
Yeah.
There's a bigger one. Ogre.
Oh
Purge
yeah.
off Bloodlust.
Exactly. Goodbye, Bloodlust.
Can also purge off Alacrity.
You can purge off Glimmer
or-
Cape.
Can you?
Yep. Glimmer Cape is dispellable.
You can also purge off Ion Shell.
Uh-huh.
Although Ion Shell isn't as big of a hindrance in this game as it was last game.
And looks like the Dire are going to group up here around their shrine. I think they want to try and defend this. They need that shrine. Not as much as the top one, but you know, like you said, with that tier 3 mid being down, it's free pickings for the shrines if they want to go for it. And oh, Courier pick!
Radiant's middle
What?
tower is under attack.
Rip Courier. It had the point booster on it and the Orb of Venom for Blake Belladonna, which would have been his Scotty.
Well, the problem with going for that courier actually was that they gave up their position on the tier 2 tower, and that tier 2 tower, from my understanding.
Uh-oh, Root on Luna. BKB's out on both the heroes, and Ion Shell is there. No Blink is going to be coming out, but the Vacuum doesn't do anything. The Laguna Blade connects. Snice still has a Chronosphere available. We have the Meatball dropped. One more jump. Boop. We've got the Invoker. Boss has the Black Hole if they want to use it, and no, he's stuck in the Chronosphere. Sanity's a clip connects on too. Double buyback as well. And oh, look, some illusions.
Who would have guessed? But yeah, all of that came from a very ill-advised decision. It's one thing that they walked down to their tower or where their tower once stood without any vision, but if they wanted to protect their tower, they had to get there first. Because from my understanding and from one hot topic from a lot of analysis and casters is that the Dire tier 2 tower is the hardest tower in the entire game to defend if you're not already in position. So by going for the courier, they actually gave up their tower in any chance they had to defend. In turn, that also means that they really don't need the shrine anymore. But by trying to defend it from such a bad position, again without vision, that's how they just got crushed.
Well, that has been the death of their other shrine, and so will be their real strength of defending any future Roshans in this game.
Yeah.
And Luna taking the smart play to go back to the base. And I don't know if there's any talents that we really need to comment on that were selected this game. They all look like the relatively standard choices that people would be making here.
Yeah, we haven't talked about talents at all. I guess I need to like skim through them.
Well,
real
it's
quick.
hard to keep up on it sometimes just because it doesn't really pop up or anything like that. I saw Beyond the Summit with their elimination mode tournament had this API integration where they had the talents pop up on the screen when they were skilled. And
Yes,
I
I like
would
that.
love to, you know, the more I start working with casting, more and more I get interested in how to do that API integration type stuff for those sorts of effects. But Ogre's going down. He got rooted in, and now Snice wants to just get anything out of this. Gax gets a nice vacuum off. Won't really kill anyone from him. That infused range drop procking off as many times as possible.
Whoa, the chrono.
Yeah, that just barely gets him. You know, just the tip is all you need sometimes.
So, seeing as there's probably not going to be much of a defense coming out, I do want to point out, since we were talking about talents, that there's been hold on, I'll hold that thought for a second. Maybe I'll save it for later. But what I'm going to get at is the Enigma talent in not taking the 120 gold. There's a catch to that.
Yeah, for sure. Going for the cooldown reduction, hoping to fight a little bit more frequently, but Enigma taking heavy damage here. That BKB only doing so much to keep him alive. Gets out a full channeling of his black hole. Not going to really do a ton of damage in the end. However, Michael with the Sanity's Eclipse falling very quickly. And now Terrorblade's going to try and take as many racks as possible. But the Luna's bought back and is already coming back in, and doesn't even matter. Terrorblade's taking the tower, and there's a Slender! Goodbye, HP. Oh, that last hit, it didn't connect. If it did, that would have been death.
I don't think he really cares at this
Chasers.
point. Michael coming out one more time to try to
He
fell
got
some
him!
evil beast. He got one.
Pathetic.
Do you think
Yeah.
a level 25 talent for Luna is going to make or break this game?
What's her level 25? No. Because she's going to have 15 stats. Okay, that's not stopping Terrorblade from slapping your racks right now. Because, yeah, that's one of the talents that was highly talked about when they first came out. For Lucid Beam, or -4 second cooldown on Lucid Beam. Why? You want more damage so you have the glaives going around, hitting harder and going faster.
Oh, dude,
But-
no, that's if you do the Octarine Ags build on Luna.
See, again, this is why you're over here doing casting and not playing.
Dude, okay, it's so silly. The amount of magic damage you do in a brief amount of time is absolutely insane. And you basically have 100% uptime on your Lucent Beam.
Okay, let's talk about the problems with getting this the orbital cannon build, as it's called. That's actually what it's called.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
have a disruptor, they have an OD, they have a Terrorblade.
The
They have a
ultimate
hero with
doesn't
save.
have binding dependent on being in the physical plane or not. You could be phased out with Astral or Disruption, and the Eclipse still is going.
Yeah, it's hitting people that you disrupt so it can't hit them because they're not in the physical plane. That's what I'm getting at.
Sure.
Or you could have the Terrorblade with like 5 million illusions around them, so you have your orbital cannon hitting all of these illusions.
Well,
Or
I
hitting
guess the play
illusions
is
of you.
just, getting like a Radiance and shit like that. That just makes no sense. Just go all the way in on it.
What is wrong with you?
Well, if you're going to have an Octarine core, then of course you need a Radiance, because that makes you have an HP burn heal aura.
We're in the rush pit. We're not worried about your, what is it called, Legacy Dota or whatever.
Oh no, I'm just spitting memes right now.
I've noticed. Right now, the only meme that could be working out for Dire
Oh,
is
Hex on
denied
Michael,
with
that-
the scythe.
The Chronosphere coming out on everybody. Sanity's Eclipse on everybody. Enigma on the backhand. The huge BKB black hole connecting in on two. And oh no, no one actually falls from it. Saren held out as did Gax. But there goes 4. Black Ash rooted down. A couple more pokes. There he goes. That's a GG. Ending that game and 20k gold lead for the Radiant.
Radiant victory.
question why this was a good idea for them to just put a number here for that thing. But call me taking that game, though. Game 1 of best of 3.
That was the first game, right?
Yeah, this is game 1.
Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, it really was just everything compounding from the lanes. Like you said, they had a really greedy draft, and conveniently, the way you punish greed is to have an aggressive draft, because if you have a greedy lineup, that means you have a hole somewhere in your draft. And when the game starts off, it's going to be a hole in your lane, or the fact that you have a jungler, because no matter what any pub tries to tell you, you can't honestly have somebody jungling unless they have a jungler as well. If that's not the case, that's somebody that you can walk at. In this case, even though the Lina and the Shadow Demon could have just gone at the Enigma, they chose to go with the Luna, which makes perfect sense. What's protecting the Luna in this scenario? A simple Ogre. And even though Ogre is a bouncer, he can't stop all of the damage that would come either to him or to the Luna, coming from a Shadow Demon with Disruption Illusions, with the Soul Catcher on top of that, from Lina's Light Strike Array and her Dragon Slave, or just a Faceless Void pounding on top of him, who's going to just time walk all the damage they do in counterance to him. So once you put one of those lanes far behind, like, it's just playing from behind the ball at that point. And the only way you can make up for it is if somebody else has caused so much problems in their lanes that it balances out, which it wasn't the case in mid, because you had both of the mids trading with Viduses. It was fairly even, and it wasn't in the bottom lane, because even though they had a Darkseer farming against Terrorblade and disrupting Terrorblade's farm, they didn't put enough pressure on the Terrorblade to just shut him down. Again, there was nobody who could go attack the Terrorblade until the Enigma got a Blink Dagger in level 6, and at that point, they were far behind in net worth.
Well, look at it this way. The Radiant really mimicked an outdraft by having first pick, getting the Shadow Demon, forcing the Luna pick up on Slightly Epic, and realistically, they went far too into the greed. I think they needed something different than an Enigma. I saw the synergy. It was hard for them to have it out consistently, though, because of the Chronosphere just being such a strong break of anything, especially since it goes through BKB. So I don't know. What would you have supplemented in aside from an Enigma, if that were to say the change that you would want to make is?
Well, see, it's funny you say that, because that was when you mentioned talents, and I finally stopped and looked at the talents for the first time today. That was the one thing I wanted to touch on. And granted, it wouldn't have changed what happened in this game. It's more to talk about what's happening in the higher end of the meta, higher end being like 5K plus, and even into a pro game every now and then. Boss on the Enigma for his, what talent is this?
15, I think.
I think it's a 15 talent.
Yeah, because he was level 17.
It's one where when you look at it, for what people say in all their articles and everything, it seems like he made the right choice. But for how Enigma's getting played right now, it actually was the incorrect choice. And it was the level 15 talent, where Boss took he took the 15% cooldown reduction, which, for what everybody says about the gold talents, for what everybody says about the respawn talents, and for what everybody says about the XP talents, it would make sense to take the cooldown reduction, especially when you have a big ult like Black Hole. You get Black Hole, you get the cooldown reduction, you get an Octarine Core, and you have a huge uptime for Black Hole. But with Enigma, the way he's getting played right now heavily abuses the fact that he can farm so well in the jungle, and he can do so well to keep somebody off of a tower, which, again, it didn't happen. He was played purely in the jungle, which doesn't happen, but they still could have made some use out of this. The theory behind that Enigma taking the 120 gold is that he can amass so much money and get to level 25 so quickly that it doesn't really matter what you try to do against him. The only way you beat him is if you play against him at the key points when he shows his phase. So like one of the big problems with Enigma right now is that he quote unquote takes some time to get online because he needs a blink dagger. He needs for maybe a mech if he's in charge of both of those, and he has to hit this big black hole, and you just play spread around the black hole. But if you take the towers and you still have to make this high ground push, at some point in time, you have to be willing to put somebody of importance, maybe even more people, in range to get black holed. And that's when he's supposed to strike. Is it the greatest idea? Obviously not, because it doesn't get used frequently in the meta. But for when Enigma gets seen, that's normally the strategy behind him thus far. So to go away from that and to put him in a more archaic style of just straight jungling, again, leaving your Luna in a fairly weak position, I want to say a lot of that led to the downfall of the Dire. Now, what would I have done differently, which was the original question that we had?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just like you. If I had a Darkseer, that's why my mouth kind of dropped when I saw an Enigma.
Well, because I mean, his GPM was 324. Let's take that 120 stack on top of that, and then, I mean, that would be an Enigma that would have a far bigger impact, I think, because his item progression would have been so much more on. Just only having Blink, Arcane, BKB. The Darkseer or Enigma, one of them needed to have Greaves, and the Darkseer wasn't far enough along, and he decided to switch his focus into going into a BKB as well, which he never finished. Now, I think that's something that we should also bring up, on top of the fact that their team needed a pipe. I think that Enigma should have gone for a mech, and I think that Darkseer should have gone for a pipe. And then that could have been a way for them to have approached this a little bit better, because, yeah, Enigma got that big black hole on 2 initially at level 6, and I don't recall if he had the blink then and then just necessarily, but there was black holes that he had that were only predicated on him having the blink. But if his team were to really just group up with the Forge Spirits, the Luna, the Bloodlust, the Eidolons, with a mech and a pipe, that is where I feel we would have seen a higher success for the Dire's draft.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of...
These BKBs, not so much. Having all of the essential healing items, yeah. And you can stack pipes on a team, too. So, why not?
I don't know, I guess that in their mind, that with the way things were, like, just taking personalities out of this, they just kind of felt they didn't really have the time to do that, because you could look time and time again and see somebody off in their own world. You had the 4 smoke into the Roche pit, and then you had the Invoker, who was in the top lane, TP to the shrine and go into the Roche pit. So that says that it wasn't in their strategy to have him show on the map. It wasn't really in the strategy for him to push the lane. It was just he was trying to get a little bit more before he got to his assignment, which he was late. Stuff like that. And I don't know, just overall thinking about it, it's like you said, it was a really greedy draft, and it happened to be a draft that was going against 2 very aggressive supports and people who were willing to play them aggressively. So they were they had to play oh so carefully if they wanted to make it out of it. Like, because another thing they could have did is they could have tried to rotate the Luna away from the supports. I mean, would it have worked? Probably not, but it would have been better than just leaving her up there to be food for whatever came in the top lane after her.
Yeah, what if they swapped Gax and Michael?
As long as the supports didn't follow after them, which in theory they should have, it would have worked. But yeah, they just didn't really do anything to address it. They were like, we're gonna just leave our Luna up here again, because there was nothing that really could support her. And that was that is the core problem or that is the core example of the greed in the team, and that's the core problem of when you have a jungler. And this is an index case of what should happen when you have a jungler against a strong support duo. It wasn't even specifically a strong lane, but it's just a strong duo in the sense of we're going to walk somewhere together. When we find somebody, we can initiate on them and we will do substantial damage to them.
Well, I think that has been a pretty sound summary of Game 1 of this Best of 3 series. Now, the players are taking a quick break, but I would expect us to be going into the game within the next couple minutes. So let's take this time for us to get a quick water or whatever, and we'll probably be back in the next game in like the next 5 to 10 minutes. So sit tight, and let's hope that that's accurate.
Yeah, sounds about right. I'm getting that Coke, BRB.
All right, everybody. We are going into the next game of the best of 3 series tonight of our finals of the Social Sunday event hosted by First Blood. I am Reach for Sky, joined with Dogi Sandwich.
Oh, hello.
And here we go into the second game of this best of 3 for the finals. So, seeing a little bit of a different playstyle right now because it's Meepo banned out and Shadow Demon banned out, and we've finally got some Sniper Druid happening here.
Yeah.
Reserve time.
I mean, I think this might be the first time we've had the Sniper Druid rocking it out. Tonight, at least. He has been banned a few times, but first time that we're going to see him, at least.
Yeah, it's the first time tonight. I was checking up on something real quick to make sure I have all my ducks in a row when I talk about this. Lone Druid, one of the big powerhouses of the meta right now. Even after he got a slight nerf, he got his nerf because once he hits level 15 and he gets his plus 55 damage now,
Yes.
on top of his attack range bonus and having a Dragon Lance, that's where he turned into the thing that everybody just loves to hate at this point. Because it's like, how do you get close to something that's standing behind a bear that scares you away and is just throwing snowballs at you? I know they're axes. Just let it go.
Well, I think it's funny just like the idea of sniper axes because like throwing an axe for what was formerly near 900 attack range. So I guess overall it was reduced by 25, so we'd be looking at like 865 attack range, something like that. I don't know. But regardless, not going to be something that we're going to have to worry about this game. However, we've got the first edition of Clockwork tonight, I think. It's been banned out a lot of games, but I think that's our first Clockwork tonight.
Yes, it's been Comfort banned. Clockwork, a hero, isn't really that amazing. He's not bad. It's another hero that takes a lot of coordination. So I think it's actually okay to let it get by and just allow the other team to prove that they can play around the Clockwork. Because if you don't have the coordination to play around the Clockwork, to initiate when he initiates, and to focus down whatever he has in the cogs, there's a lot of potential that could just go to waste.
10 seconds remaining.
Shadow Fiend banned out, OD, and Quap as well. And no Juggernaut either. So lots of those All-Stars we've seen in previous games. Not going to be making an appearance, and still no Tinker. Haven't had Tinker tonight either. Not that I don't mind not seeing Tinker, just kind of making mention.
My Discord was being dumb, sorry. Now, when I left, you were talking about OD and Quap, two very prominent mids being banned out, and a Shadow Fiend. That Shadow Fiend is totally in response to a Clockwork being picked up. So, I think I'm gonna call that the Social Sunday special.
Clockwork and Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, it's a combination that is actually seen from time to time in competitive play, but it's one of the combinations that most people just don't think about because it's not game changing, it's not game breaking, it's not almighty and powerful, but what it does is it allows Shadow Fiend to come out into the lane at full power, which gives him a heavy advantage in a lot of matchups and makes some matchups that he normally does not win into even matchups.
Now, with this Earthshaker pickup, we've got a really strong roaming combo for +6 chance between Lion Earthshaker and good counter initiation. And because Lone Druid already has a special friend always with him, that's someone else that you can kind of rely on being there as an extra echo target. Okay, I love that.
Yes. This is a hero that a lot of people fear, but they just don't really see very often. This is a hero that gives you the ultimatum for initiations or disengages, and it's just really hard to work around. It's just a really beefy target with just being a strength hero. A lot of control with his hoof stomp. Decent amount of damage with double edge. You don't really want to go on him because he has return.
And then talk about Ags.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was getting at. If he decides to go Ags, you're talking about 60% damage reduction. And speaking of which, I think it was either yesterday or the day before yesterday, there was some game somewhere that had a Ags refresh for Centaur.
Yeah, I think that was Moo. And he was just standing within the tower of the tier 3, letting the tower hit him while he sat on the low ground and effectively killed the tower just by standing there. Absolutely fun. So fun. So first pickup of Ember Spirit that we've seen tonight.
Real quick, who played Invoker last game? Do you remember? Or do you, at least what team? That's what I'm looking for. Was it Call Me or was it Six Streams?
I think it was 6 Chance.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say if Call Me have an Invoker player, they should pick their Invoker like now, because that is the standard issue. I don't want you to play Ember Spirit, or I'm going to punish you for playing Ember Spirit hero. This makes mid a living nightmare for him. Excuse me, who is this guy?
It's Sky. You know?
Oh, reach for the U. Okay.
It's reach for the me. He's right there. And he's going to be doing all sorts of roaming, potentially, with Ogre. Because that is also a roaming duo that used to be far more prevalent than now, because Skywrath kind of fell out for a while. And I'm not sure if he's back. But Ancient Seal against Ember Spirit is really strong, so you can't discredit that.
The other thing you have to consider is that Skywrath might actually be a mid, because Rod of Atos is pretty good right now. He's not. He's going to support, but it's something you have to consider if you see a Skywrath now.
Hopeful. Be hopeful for it.
He's such a glass cannon. And one thing about him is you pick him, like you're really picking him for Ancient Seal in this game just to counter out an Ember Spirit. Although you're letting a lot of potential go off of the table because you're not taking his Ags. And his Ags literally doubles his worth the instant you pick it up.
Reserve time.
What do you think we're going to see here for +6 Trance? They need either mid or safe lane. They could do Ember in either. If it's Lone Druid in mid, then that might be very, very difficult for Ember, though. So probably not as ideal, I'd say. You think we could maybe see Ho Ho Ha Ha?
Maybe, but I don't
outrange the Druid. I don't know. Slark.
Yeah, I was thinking more of a Slark. I was like, you need some kind of some variation of a tanky carry, because you have some kitey burst damage with Ember Spirit. You have a decent amount of or a lot of control really with Lion, Clockwork, and Earthshaker, and then you need just consistent damage. Sniper would have been okay, but you'd have the problem of, can you actually keep people off the sniper?
And maybe that would only be a maybe.
I find it hard pressed, because you're only like real beefcake frontliner for the Dire team at that point would have been like Clockwork and Earthshaker. And that would have forced Clockwork into getting a blade mail. Not to say that he won't get a blade mail.
Yeah, exactly.
He might be very liable to get a 4-staff in this game, so he could help kite people away from the Ursa.
All right, well, let's give a quick rundown of who we're going to be going up here in Game 2 of our finals here. So without further ado, I'll give a rundown of the Radiant. We've got Snice on the Centaur Warrunner, Siren on the Ogre Magi. I think that is Chasers on Ursa with the rename of Sky Call the Number. Blake Belladonna on Lone Druid. And then we've got Call Me Yagrity on the Skywrath.
Over on Dire, Gax is going to be picking up the Clockwork. 587 is going to be taking the Ember. Black Cash is going to be playing Lion. Boss on the Earthshaker. And Michael is going to be our Slark. I think they want you to call the number, man.
It's the rejection hotline.
Battle begins.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I googled it.
You know, I'm not surprised, but there's like 5 million numbers for that one. That's great.
So is this a mid Ursa against Ember?
Yes, that's something that that does happen. Ursa does okay against Ember, even though he's gonna have a couple of hits when Ember gets the Flame Guard up. Until then, and as long as the Flame Guard is not up, Ember is still a melee hero, and that is still a Ursa. So Fury swipes is a thing. Fury
Fury swipes is a
stacking all
really
the
good
damage that he's
thing.
gonna take. His top lane, you got a good old 3-on-3 try action going on. It's just a brawl up
Oh
there.
man, Impale coming out on everybody, and now Yagami throwing out more arcane blasts. Arcane bolts, excuse Reno. But Yagami and basically everyone in this top lane wants or needs a magic stick. I'd say, you know, like Lion and Boss definitely going to want that ASAP. Same with Siren and probably Yagami as well. Just because the amount of spell spam is going to be out of control with it being a try-on-try. It'll pay for itself very quickly. Now, do you think this is the play, though, for them?
What's that?
Or this
Travis
aggro
try?
tri-lane? Well, it's like it's an eclectic tri-lane because you've got Snice as the hard farmer here, but Yagami actually getting caught out of position with the... What? Okay, we do have a missed pounce, but that was a good Fisher block by Boss.
I'm slightly confused how that pounce missed. If that was me, I would have got hit by that.
Yeah, knowing my luck, that would have been the same thing for me, too. But Siren and Yagami doing a good job zoning out Boss so he's not able to take this bounty rune. And Michael doesn't want to let them just have it for free, so even though Siren's going to grab it, we're going to get some hits on him too, or at least the one. Just one. Oh, two, and we hit the pounce. Black Cash trying to poke out Yagami at least a little bit, and Michael just continuing to trade hits, which is not a good idea because it's a level 2 Ogre versus level 1 Slark. And Skywrath on the other side also getting pressured a lot. And this is kind of surprising because he's really low. And Black Cash might be able to punish this. He gets an Impale off on 2. 1, 2. Oh, one more hit will be all he really needs to have here. But it may have just been perfect bait since Siren's continuing the pursuit. And he does have the Orb of Venom. And they're able to get the kill on Black Cash.
Wow, that's all that needs to be said about that. It's got him going a little too deep. He wanted the Skywrath a little too hard. Didn't pay respect to the Orb of Venom.
No, they really didn't.
Yeah, that was the saving grace of that. And now you see a lane swap. And this is what I was going to point out earlier. You were asking about the validity of the offense or aggro tri-lane, and it's like, why? If you look at the net worth chart, you tell me what this Clockwork doing in the bottom lane against the Lone Druid, because I'm going to tell you, it's nothing.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
quite
I mean,
literally
I wouldn't
nothing.
have to tell you that. That is not a matchup that a Clockwork is really apt for dealing with. But back on the back cash. Like, he's getting zoned out, and oh ho ho, we've got a Cogs in with a Battery Assault level 2. And that's a substantial amount of damage, and if that's all going way of Siren, that might be enough to take him out. But Snice getting a great stomp off on 3. Black Cash now kind of playing with his food a little bit here. And Gax is trying to continue the follow-up here on Siren. Rocket Flare connects. But 4.4 regen per second says otherwise regarding Siren dying here.
4.4 regen and the fact that he has 2 points in Battery Assault. Something you can't really fault him for at this point.
No, he was needing that extra powerhouse of magic damage that Battery Assault has, because if you look at it, hitting alt, like level 2 does 800 damage if every single piece hits. So if they're stuck in a cogs with you, that is usually enough damage to get a kill.
But at the same time, you have to consider that when is he ever going to find somebody by themselves early on in the game? Like, with the way things had panned out and everything they agreed to, he agreed to go in a lane by himself against a Lone Druid. So with that alone, he could have even found it against him.
Mid lane, Ursa Bear jumping in on Ember Spirit, hitting that level 6 right beforehand, able to use Enrage to break that Searing Chain and punish him immediately. Looks like Ember didn't recognize how many stacks of Fury Swipes are on top of him.
Nobody ever realizes how many stacks of Fury Swipes there are. Just like nobody remembers how many stacks of Shadow Poison there are until they're dead.
True that. Oh, look at that. RNG. Ursa getting a regen rune in the top lane and then able to go right back mid and continue to be a terror. But in the top again, Snice getting hit by Black Hatch with that stun. And, oh, you're not going to really do anything as a frog. See, this entire time that Black Ash is trying to zone out Siren, I think it's all in vain, because Siren just has so much base regen that it really doesn't matter.
Oh, that's, again, one of the benefits of playing Ogre. He's got a lot of regen. He's just a big bully. You can't really trade with him.
Gax hitting hit with the stun and the double edge. He will go down to Snice. And Siren has gotten on top of Black Cat. The Orb of Venom is way too strong, and they're going in with the Arcane Bolt. We'll have another concussive shot in another second. Boop. That's a little bit more slower probably with the Bolt. And they will be able to finish him out. Now, this bottom lane is looking a little interesting, because Boss is just trying to run around in the tree line to find maybe positioning that would be good for him to initiate in on Blake. But Lethal Eldana doing a great job at just understanding the situation and then backing up accordingly. 587. Probably wanted that with that invis room, but I don't think Blake knows what sort of situation he's getting into, because that is a circle of fun.
That's just a shakedown. Top lane, though. Gax hit the hook shot on Yagerty as Yagerty was looking for the... he wasn't even looking for the bounty ring because it's 645. He just was in the wrong place at the wrong time and caught all
well, they got all his wards there. There's that double ward coverage in the same spot by both teams, so naturally both teams are probably going to think that they have the advantage of the area because they have vision, but they didn't recognize that each team has vision.
Well, they do now.
I would hope. Michael was really low in the bottom lane, trying to hope off that shadow dance. Well, 587 and Boss are rotating down here, and now Blake Belladonna is probably under a bit of pressure yet again. And whoa, we got a triple spirit connected in here with the fissure, and they take him down again. This is 2 kills on him within the past, yeah, a minute or two, yeah.
A minute and a half. And this finally forced Yagerty down here, something that should have happened already, because after the first gank, or really if you want to protect the lone druid at all in a game like this, it's the kind of game where your supports have to already be sitting behind somebody, not just willing to rotate in. Because just like we saw, being willing to rotate in and rotating in reaction to an Ember Spirit dropping 3 remnants on you, and what is this, level 3 fissure? Oh, never mind, level 1 fissure. And all that damage, it's too late at that point.
So Ursa went for going in on that Roshan, didn't finish it out, got it extremely low, and Clockwork threw a Rocket Flare in there, recognizing that it is a low Roshan. The probability of them going up in there to now force a fight or contest it is going to be extremely huge. And Clockwork has a Mango on his person, so he'll have that as a burst mana situation if he needs it. Oh, this sentry, it'll counter it out if they go to the high ground. Yeah, this is a smart move from Chasers to back on out of the Roshan pit. Oh, the hookshot connects on him, and he immediately uses the Enrage to try and negate as much of this damage as possible, but it's going to be in vain. The Centaur comes out anyway with his ultimate, throws out the stun, and I don't think the Stampede was enough for them to really do anything there.
Nah. He's trying to flex real quick and hopefully scare him off. It was to no avail. And Gax and Siren kind of looking at each other. Gax blocking the road, telling Siren he has to use the detour.
And that is not the type of street that he's trying to go to. But Black Cash actually stunning out Yagerty, who doesn't have enough mana at this point, thanks to the mana leak. And Chaser's now back into the fight, able to take down the Clockwork. Yes, with the help of his friends, they are able to do it. And this phase boot is going to be what is going to allow him to just continue the pursuit or secure the Roshan, because it's at half HP. And, you know, Black Cash wants to probably do something to contest this, but realistically, I don't think there's much they can do. They have used the shrine. There might be something in their future. Uh-oh, the word's been dropped. Do it, Ember. Just kidding.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if that's the play, especially since Michael doesn't want to come over there and help out.
Yeah, right. He got silenced out in the early stage of that, and 587 does not have enough mana to jump to a spirit if he wanted to anyway. Oh, other side of the map, Clockwork able to connect on Siren with the hook shot, and back on in it, Snice with the stun allows Ursa to kill the Ember Spirit. Oh, that is an annoying cog, but other side of the map, Michael killing off Snice as it looks like they're getting another return on the Lion.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, it's just a lot of spares and a lot of scraps getting picked up there. Michael was just looking around for the 10-minute rune, found conveniently an end of his rune and was going to help out in the middle lane, and saw Snice limping away, going for some reason towards the rune instead of just back towards his tier 1 tower. One of the many things that happened in that exchange right there.
So Siren just picked up a smoke, and it looks like they may look to try and use that. And with Gax in the top lane, that could be a good target for them. However, Battery Assault level 4 is no joke. What is it? It's 1760, and then you do the 25% base mana check reduction on top of it, and it's still way too much damage. And whoa, great counter ward dropping out from Black Cash.
Oh, there's a slight problem with that, though. That's the number one trap of warding with a support.
That's a rip.
Yeah.
Gax pressuring out the enemy, and uh-oh. Ursa Bear is able to find him, but the great fissure block by Boss might keep him alive for at least a moment more, and the Arcane Bolt will finish him. Whoa! What an Echo Slam coming out from Boss! And with 587 rotating in, this might be his death. He doesn't have another Fire Spirit out, and the Bolt will follow up with a concussive shot. Fissure on 2.
Oh, was it worth it? Was that bear worth your life, friend?
Oh no. Bear resummoned, doesn't die. And Yagerty actually falls to the tower. But Blake using the bear to try and push him away. He doesn't have any points in Savage Roar yet. Maybe a little bit of a mistake in my opinion, but
I could agree with that. 1 point would be really nice, especially after the first 3-man yank on him. You would think he'd consider it the second time just so he can kind of thwart their attempts or at least halt it. But
hey, we'll have
really
it coming online relatively shortly regardless. Because he's almost level 11, and, you know, what else is he going to do at that point?
I couldn't even begin to tell you.
He's just going to let it sit there, not use it.
Let it marinate a little bit.
Yeah, you know, just like...
Now, one thing I wanted to point out real quick while we have some downtime is the what started all of that. As Nice just shows his Blink Dagger 1 second too early in front of the boss. But that whole exchange started because...
oh, hook shot whiff from Gax.
Yeah, I might have to hold that thought. I might have to save this lesson for another day. Is Boss getting the block on Snice?
Yeah, that's a great fissure. We've got the Centaur with the Stampede, and Cracer's coming in, taking him out, and Snice really just kind of shrugging off the damage. And that was a big ultimate from the Skywrath, because Mystic Flare does a lot of damage to single target heroes.
It's another classic case of who caught who.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So Ember Spirit is opting to go for the magic damage build on him, but he's pretty far behind given the circumstances, because, you know, 14 minutes into the game, sitting at 3,400 net worth, and, you know, look at everybody else. Ursa almost double, Lung Druid a good 6,000, and, you know, it's Slark and Centaur that are almost even right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And I guess that makes sense in some capacity because they're both they both were playing as offlaners initially, but you don't want that to be how it is.
No, they weren't initially offlaners though. You have to remember Slark started in
a tri-lane.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
And just with the way the tri-lane was going, which was not great in defending him, and the fact that the offlane was getting absolutely nothing and they couldn't stop Lone Druid's farm, that they decided to swap. And since then, it's been all Radiant from there for the most part.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
Ember Spirit is going to have that Veil coming out in just a moment, and that's going to be a pretty big power spike for him and his team. So we'll see if that, in conjunction with what Earthshaker and Lion and Clockwork can do, is enough to really help escalate them forward against this Ursa Bear.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower
Lone Druid's going to have his Maelstrom in just a second, too. And have we talked that the Ursa has the blink now?
We haven't said anything about items at all. We haven't said that Slark actually
He's
with
going
him
Shadowblade.
Yeah, he's going Shadowblade, but we haven't talked about him having a Midas, I think.
Nah, it wasn't brought up, but it was something that I've definitely identified. Do you think it's paying off for him here? I mean, he needs to kind of do that to play the long game at this point, and I guess you could hope to be a little bit greedy against a Lone Druid because he takes a minute to amount to something, but you mess up and he'll take your towers, he'll take your base, and you won't stop him.
Do I think it'll pay off? No, because by getting the Midas, he didn't get the Shadowblade to go kill the Lone Druid before the Lone Druid gets online. Therefore, he is giving Lone Druid time to get the items that he needs and the space that he needs. So I actually think this Midas was not the play in any capacity, especially since they had so many problems in lane.
Yeah, so you're saying it's definitely going to be more as like a double-edged sword. It's slowed down the farm of the items that he needed for the timings that he should have hit.
I don't even think it's double-edged. I just think it's completely detrimental to what needs to happen in this game. Because, I mean, let's look at this bottom lane over here.
Oof.
They're two bears, and they're walking at your tier 2 tower.
Dire's bottom
I
And
mean, granted, there's not a lot of support behind him. You now have the Shadow Blade to make this guy walk away, but he already has the Maelstrom to keep your lanes pushed in.
here comes the Slark, and Hookshot does whiff on Black Cash in the opposite side, and Yagurti goes down to the Impale. Snice trying to do something here, but ended up getting a finger straight to the face from the Black Cat. Across the map, 587 getting CC'd by everybody else, and with the magic damage coming out on him, he may fall, but opposite that, we've got Chasers going right back in and just trying to do some sort of sense of damage. So we're at a now 2-for-1 exchange. Slark goes down also. That one I missed.
Slark was chasing the Lone Druid around, but there was again the bouncer was showing his face, keeping his main man in charge safe with a good stun, a little bit of ignite damage, and there's just nothing really Slark can do to go against the Helm of Dominator, Maelstrom, Lone Druid that has the Ogre with him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And to think, this is before the Lone Druid hits level 15 and gets the 55 damage. And if you wanna stop and think about something for a second, or think of something else rather, it's 18 minutes and 18 seconds in the game. If you look around the dire side of the map outside of the base, there is not a single tower to be found.
Yeah, that's not the happiest thing that you can do, and really it's just coming down to whether or not they want to poke one of these tier 3s and then, take the shrines out, because Roshan's going to be coming up in just another moment, and with them throwing out rocket flares and the like on that pit, they're going to know when it's going to happen. And Big Daddy respawns now.
And I think the Radiant are perfectly content and really allowed to take the game at any pace they see fit. Again, the Slark is really far behind, so as long as the Radiant are able to stay near each other or stay near objectives and keep a decent number, they're not going to get blown up immediately. So how does Slark farm back into this game? He really doesn't, because Slark is a kind of hero that farms other heroes, not creeps. Ember Spirit is still keeping up with the meme Veil build, meaning that although he does a lot of magical damage in a fight, he doesn't really do a whole lot that creeps. So he can't really farm back into the game either. And then I don't even need to talk about Clockwork, right?
No, not
on
really.
On the other end of the spectrum, you have Urza, who can have he can have max attack speed. That's pretty good for clearing stuff out. You have Lone Druid that has a bear that goes with him. You have a Skywrath and a Ogre who just want to go feed themselves over to the Dire.
And it looks like that won't be difficult for them to do.
Nah.
Finger of Death said that he liked how you taste.
And Michael just gave Blake a high five and hopped out of there real quick.
Right? That was just like one hit, and he was like, yeah, this is not good. We're disengaging.
Oh, man. But yeah, like, as long as we can keep that from happening too much, it's like, how do the Dire really get back into the game? Like, they're going to be hard-pressed to find any kind of kills except for any mistakes that are handed to them. They are trying, though. They have smoked up. They're looking in their jungle. A couple of pings have gone out. Michael sniffing around, seeing what he can find. Gets his smoke broken by a blinking sky called the number, a.k.a. Chase.
Oh.
I kind of don't think Chase saw Michael at all, because it's really odd too, because Michael wasn't in smoke at that point, and he wasn't in the Shadow Blade, but he just blinked past him, walked straight into the roast pit. He's basically just daring anybody to come contest him.
Roshan going down to the Radiant. Ursa Bear claiming the Aegis for his own. And sitting at 11,000 net worth at this point, with two of his buddies right beside him. We can see that the Radiant's net worth advantage of 11,000 roughly is definitely showing full force here.
Yeah, they're winning every position by at least 200 or 1.5, 150 gold or more. Like, if you look down, top 3 Radiant, the next 3 Dire. Those are your cores. You look at 7 and 8, those are your support.
Whoa, Black Cat gets jumped on, forced away from his buddy, and now here comes Gax. He's probably going to go down. Skywrath trying to dump out as much as he can, and Michael does not live very long. And with Black Cash falling too, this is probably going to be the mid tower going down.
There's no probably to it. That's the mid tower. That's going to be the mid lane of Rax, we don't have buybacks. And they're pinging for the tier 3 bottom. They're just going to leave the range racks. I'm perfectly okay with this. Range racks are not the most important barracks of all, even though they're ones that don't regen. You get a lot more push coming out of a lane if you take the melee racks, which is what you're seeing happening here.
Oh, absolutely. But Chasers going in on Ember Spirit doesn't get the type of damage out that he needs to in time. And, 587 able to jump again, hits the well. Trying to do something to stay a little bit longer alive, and a couple good jukes on the Fire Spirit will hopefully save him, along with the Force Staff from his friend. And oh geez, that Lion goes down quickly, and the Savage Roar may save Blake here. The Echo doesn't connect on anything, and now Gax falls too. Well, a couple more hits and Yaghrni may fall. Well, alright. Michael got Yaghrni at least, so they've got that going for him. And
sadly, that was a Skywrath that doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, Lone Druid does go down from 587, jumping in with that Veil and an insta buyback to try and do something to keep them in this action. And,
nice with the 2-foot blink. I think he needed to blink a little further away.
Hey, that might be the case, but it didn't happen here. And with Snice going in with these stuns and lockdown, they're just all gonna fall. But would lose the Lone Druid. Oh, geez, Gax connecting in on the Centaur, and Centaur and Ursa both fall too. Okay, we've got the Aegis on Ursa, so he'll be coming up in just another second, but I don't think Gax is going to have the control that he needs right here, because it's still another 8 more seconds on his battery assault, and 587 can't jump out. Now, Michael's invisible. He has a Shadow Blade to run right now if he wants to. Yet, oh no, he's going to get initiated on, and Yaghrni with the ultimate, able to take him out. What a clowny engagement and how that ended. Oh, the finger! That would have been straight stylin'. Straight stylin'!
Can't have your cake and eat it too up there in the top lane.
The force staff forward into the finger just looks so dope, you know? It's like he's like flying in, pointing his magic wand for glory.
Oh man, but I don't think any kind of magic can repair what's been done in this base.
No, you're not wrong. It's
looking
over 20k net worth in Radiant favor, so probably not good if you're on the Radiant. That's just kind of my take on it all.
Yeah, this is it's kind of been the end result of the theme today, where something happens in the lanes that makes one or multiple lanes just go awry, fall off the hinges, and then the game just slowly falls apart from there. It doesn't look so bad if you look at the net worth chart because it stays relatively close, but there's some side effect of what happens in the beginning that just makes all this happen. Like, as of right now, I'm still crediting a lot of this to the fact that because of the lanes, our Slark decided that he needs to try to catch up with the Midas to outfarm them rather than fight the lone druid. And
Well, Gak's going in with the hook shot and the blade mail, but the return damage from Centaur being far more damage than he'd anticipate on his own. And that's going to be that melee Rax on the top, getting tons of pressure from Blake. They're going to try to do something here to keep them locked out. We do have an insta buyback from Gax, and I don't know if Black is going to be able to live here. Nope, down goes Black Cash.
And by the time Michael was able to come back in and see this big Echo Slam coming out from Boss that's still going to lead to his death, he was trying to backdoor to tier 1 without a TP. So he lost the racks before he got his first pounce in this fight. And it might actually be his last one with the way things are going, because it's still not looking good for the boys in red.
No, it's not.
Radiant team quite literally camped outside of the front door of the fountain, trying to see if they can pick off anybody bold enough to leave their the safety of their well. And the GG is called.
We've got it. That's the game. Boom.
Yeah, that's the game ending with the Radiant hands in the air as they take all 5 lives before the Ancient falls.
And rightfully slow. Sometimes you just gotta claim your opponent's bodies as your trophy in some capacity, and you know that's what they did there. You know.
They didn't take the battle cup though.
No.
The battle cup's in.
Yeah, it was just chilling there. Oh man, that was exciting. Now, what do you think was like one of the biggest defining moments of that game?
I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to think if there's anything bigger than what's in my mind. Because it's really subtle and it's really small, but it's really where everything went downhill. And I'm pretty sure I have to give the most defining moment in my mind to when Slark TP bottom and Clockwork went top. Because from that point on, everything just went downhill. You had the lone druid who was sitting in a lane practically uncontested. You had a top lane that was just getting crushed by the opposing tri lane. And
That Midas still was, it was 10.5 minutes, just for frame of reference for timing. I still don't think it was effective.
I still think it was completely detrimental to what needed to happen. Like, sure, he got the Midas at a decent time because he wasn't, if I recall correctly, he wasn't the one to die in lane, even though he was kind of pressured off the lane. But the problem was still how Lone Druid operates and what you need to do to keep him from getting out of control. Again, the way Lone Druid operates is he's looking to have his Maelstrom, possibly a Helm of Dominator, by the time he hits level 15. So as a Slark, you're not actually going to out-farm him because, again, Slark isn't the kind of hero that farms creeps. He farms other heroes. So with that being said, it would have been infinitely more worthwhile for him to take his aggressive supports, his lion, and his earthshaker, and for them to go find the lone druid and kill to get the net worth advantage. But instead, they kind of played pretty loosely as a team. They didn't really have like one unified plan. So you had a Slark transitioning down with just an Earthshaker trying to combat against the Lone Druid, which didn't really work at all. Nothing really happened in the bottom lane until you have the Ember Spirit coming down as well. And the first gank was fine because the first gank came off the back of Ember picking up an Invis rune and going down and taking a Lone Druid. That's fine. But think about the second one. The second one, sure, you're still running at the Lone Druid, but now you're dedicating 2 cores, taking time out of their lives to try to make something happen. And even though they got the kill, what was happening elsewhere on the map? You still had a Centaur doing whatever he wanted to in the top lane, and then you had, I don't even remember the mid, the Urza. Oh yeah, the Urza.
Mid Ursa against this Ember Spirit.
The Urza
That was a
also,
matchup.
Yeah, you also have to remember the Ursa got the kill on Ember. So at that point, Ember's trying to play catch up himself, but his catch up is taking the time out to go get the kill rather than the supports making something happen and giving him the space. And that's like the key theme of a lot of organized games that go downhill. It's who's using their time to try to make something happen. And the only 2 heroes that honestly have time as an expendable resource are the supports. Which is where if you can find the supports who are making more efficient use of their time, barring any gross mistakes happening, they're usually the ones that are going to give their team the earlier lead. And if the other team can't figure out a way to turn it around, or there's no just obvious way to turn it around, be it like textbook timings or just power spikes innate to a hero, then it's going to be really hard to overturn good uses of time.
Well, it was a good best of 3 series. I think that's kind of where we left off, though. Congratulations to our teams here. I don't know if Thorn wanted to come in and chime in with any bonus notes. I think that could be a fun thing since he doesn't typically do it. But who would you give it for the MVP of the game?
Let me think. Hold on, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Honestly couldn't say. It was just well-rounded team play, to be honest. It's not like I'm trying to downplay what anybody did. Say like, oh, there was no spectacular plays here and there. There was no standout plays, but it's not like one person outshone their entire team through all of that. It was just really solid team play.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Chasers, Thanatos, Sirens, Nice, and Yagerty as Team Call Me taking in that W today for the First Blood Social Sunday tournament. I'm Sky. You can find me on Twitch at Sky High Gaming or on Twitter at Reach for Sky, and I'm here with Dogi Samich, and you can find him at Dogi Samich on both of those. But we've got Thorn in here with some closing notes, comments, hype, etc. on the First Blood event today.
Yo, what up, Thorn?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you very much. That was really enjoyed it. Really cool to see a couple of guys go back to back. Siren and who's the other guy? Siren and Yogurty both going back-to-back champs this week, which I don't think we've seen before. And actually, I think these guys, just because I know they're pretty much the whole team was regulars. Thanatos, I think, did a good job of seeing through my obfuscation efforts and drafting guys that he knows well. So I think there's a chance these guys will carry over till next time. So
Yeah, I
this
think
might
you
be
need to
good
make
see
it.
again.
Yeah, making it more ambiguous of MMR range for sign up rather than pinpointed MMR probably make it a little
Yeah,
bit better for you.
I did it a little bit this week, but not enough, evidently. So we'll
Well,
have to
just
figure
have to
that
make it
out.
more ambiguous now.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, that was a ton of fun. There was some really that I forget which team it was, but that woman that came back from like, what was it, like 15k gold down and like 20 kills down, that almost stole the win and then just ended up losing anyway. So it was kind of a huge effort that didn't end up getting rewarded, but that was a lot of fun to watch. And then obviously these last two games, loved it.
Yeah, your big climb up a mountain just to fall at the end is sadly something that happens quite often in Dota. So
Yeah, that was brutal. I felt bad for him.
Yeah.
It was a valiant effort.
I think it's fun anytime you see a game where like your team is like 20k ahead and then you're 15k in the hole at the end, because that means a lot of mistakes happened or a lot of well executed plays happened. So whichever way you want to look at it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, to anyone watching, thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back again in 2 weeks' time, I think.
word.
All
I
right.
got it on my calendar.
All right, sounds great. But thanks again, Thorn, and thank you, First Blood, for hosting another fun Social Sunday event. Congratulations to Team Call Me for being the victors tonight, and I'm sure we'll see them wanting to persist on to play next week too. So I'm sure we're going to see a bit of an upset, perhaps, in the next Social Sunday event. But until next time, thanks for tuning in the Social Sunday event, and we'll see you later.
Bye.